the Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being available. I had a very good meeting with the president and with his team, with Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hackset and Mike Wolfson as security advisor. Obviously, we discussed Ukraine. But the main emphasis of the meeting was on the NATO summit coming up in The Hague. And we are really all very excited about the fact that we will see a NATO which is spending so much more on defense, particularly European and Canadian side, more and more making sure that we equalize with what the US is spending. As the ambassador here said the other day, it will not be billions, but when you look at it for the years to come, it will be trillions. And this is necessary to make sure that we stay safe. So this is really a NATO which is stronger, which is fair, which is also more lethal in terms of being able to defend NATO territory. So that was a very good meeting, all very excited, looking forward to the Hague summit. And as I said, of course, also discussing the situation on Ukraine.
Secretary General, how do you think NATO's role will change should the U.S. withdraw from discussions about peace in Ukraine?
Well, what I'm seeing here is a United States under the leadership of President Trump who first broke the deadlock. I think when you look at the outcome of the meeting yesterday in London, we can be quite positive on where we are. So I'm not seeing a situation where the US is walking. I'm seeing a situation where under President Trump's leadership, this could be brought to a positive end. And that is very important. And I really want to thank him for that.
Do you think that the Russian president wants to make peace?
I don't know. I worked with him for 4 years between 2010 and 2014 when I was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. And I stopped trying to read his mind. You mean President Putin? Huh? President Putin. You meant the Russian president?
Yeah.
Yes. So I worked with him for 4 years between 2010 and 2014. I stopped trying to read his mind. We'll see. But there is something on the table now, I think, where the Ukrainians are really playing ball. And I think the ball is clearly in the Russian court now.
Is it accurate to say that you urged U.S. officials not to pressure Ukraine into accepting a peace deal that favors Russia?
No, it's not accurate. No.
How much are you encouraging other NATO allies to spend on their defense? What would you like that percentage to be?
Yes, it has to be considerably higher than this famous 2%, which we wanted to achieve by 2024. We have seen the last couple of days countries like Belgium and Spain and Italy saying we will reach the 2% in time for the summit. So that's not 2024, but close. But clearly with 2%, we cannot defend NATO territory. It has to be considerably higher. And I've said before, it has to be considerably north of 3%. And this is based not on an assumption, but based on careful planning. We know exactly which capabilities we need to reach. We know the gaps there are to keep NATO territory safe. And the good thing is that by spending so much more on the Canadian-European side, we will equalize with what the US is paying on its defense. And that means that with Trump 45, what we have seen is now hundreds of billions, now in total 700 billion spent more on defense on aggregate. But this will indeed bring in not billions, but trillions more for the coming years.
Did the president commit to maintaining the level of American troops in Europe as they are now? Did you talk about the American presence in military bases there?
No, as you know, the US has to take care of many theaters, including the Middle East, including the Indo-Pacific. And I said before, since President Obama, there has been a pivot pivot towards Asia. The question here is, how do you make sure that the US is capable of making sure that you take care of all these areas, and at the same time that collectively we defend the Euro-Atlantic area? That's exactly what we're working on. So there is a total commitment of the US to NATO, a total commitment to the famous Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all, but also clearly a commitment that we have to speed up the spending in Europe, do more ourselves, so that for the US it is possible for them to spend more time and resources on the Indo-Pacific, which I think is logical.
Are you
Thank
concerned
you.
about
Sure.
Based upon your conversations that you've had here in Washington with the defense secretary, with President Trump, from your take, do they understand the threat that President Trump has on Europe as a whole, not just on Ukraine, but Europe as a whole, even to countries that aren't in NATO, like Moldova?
We all agree in NATO that Russia is the long-term threat to NATO territory, to the whole of the Euro-Atlantic territory.
Are you concerned about Turkey?
The president was asked about concessions. Are you aware of any concessions from the Ukrainians or the Russians? And should the Ukrainians be concerned that a deal won't be in their favor?
Well, you know, when you are in peace talks, somehow you have to negotiate. But I think I'm not helping a successful conclusion of these talks. And I really believe that some huge steps have been taken over the last couple of days. And the London meeting yesterday was successful. But I don't think it helps if I start to comment on itsy peachy bits of it. It doesn't work. So I'm not going to do that.
Are you concerned about Turkey and Syria?
No.
What was your message to the president when it comes to Crimea, in terms of Ukraine keeping that or not? What was your message to the president?
Again, these talks are ongoing. It doesn't work, and it doesn't help if I'm going to comment on every aspect of talks and what might be on the table or not. So I don't want to do that. I think we're going. Thank you so much. This was very special. See you next time.
So the 2% that Italy and Spain committed is not enough.
We have Jonas Gahr is here, who is the Prime Minister of Norway. He's a great gentleman, highly respected, beloved in his country.
I appreciate, Mr. President, the spirit and the tone of this conversation, which has been confirmation of a very strong partnership.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines
I think people are tired of seeing the United
It's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Spend more from the IMF spring meetings. We'll be hearing from the fund's managing director, Kristalina Georgieva, and others for a debate on the global economy. Expecting this to start shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage your moderator and distinguished panelists.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Sarah Eisen. I'm from CNBC, and it is my honor to be back here at the IMF with a full house. Very nice, which I think speaks to the distinguished panelists that we have here. You know, this is the global debate. This is the most important. And, you know, I was looking back at last year's global debate, and the moderator said the rule on that one was anyone who said the word transformative would be fined $1. Today, I think it's uncertainty, or uncertain, right? Which shows you how much the world has changed. But I do just want to introduce our wonderful panelists, Chancellor of the Exchequer from the UK. We have Rachel Reeves here. Thank you very much. From Germany, we have the Minister of Finance, Minister Kukis. Thank you. We have the Managing Director, of course, the hostess with the mostest of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva. And we also have the Minister from Argentina, Schwarzenegger. We also have Kristen from MIT, who is an amazing professor and is going to speak about the entire world. So we have this great group, and I'm very excited to just jump into it. You know, a few weeks ago even, when the IMF called me about this panel, the discussion was we're going to talk about boosting productivity and helping the private sector and moving from a government-led economy in terms of investment to the private, and we'll get to all of that. But we have more urgent matters to tackle, like trade and uncertainty. So, Managing Director, you are hosting 190 countries here. What's the level of uncertainty? What are you hearing?
Well, 191.
Oh, excuse me.
People are anxious because what has happened over the last weeks derailed what we expected to be somewhat lackluster, but still not so bad growth. So instead of having 3.3% this year, now we project 2.8, half a percentage point gone. They're anxious, now that you put a ban on uncertainty. I'm going to say they're anxious because there is a very big cloud hanging over our heads, and it is difficult to see through. They're anxious because they are also unsure what is going to happen with inflation. We are projecting this inflation to continue somewhat more slowly, but we are also saying it is going to be very different in different countries. So no more central banks can sit next to each other in BIS and look at each other's note and say, oh, you're doing this, I'm going to do the same. They're also actually more upbeat on one thing. Now that the risk of losing rule-based global trading system has become more real, they realize they really want it. They value it. They want to protect it.
That's good for the IMF, right?
Yes.
That's what you do. So, Madam Chancellor, you are here, I would think, on a mission to make some sort of trade deal with the United States. How's it going?
So I don't think it's, you know, we want these issues around tariffs and trade barriers to be resolved, not just for the UK, but for the global economy. But where the US have a point is that there are substantial imbalances in the global economy, with some countries running large persistent surpluses and others large persistent deficits. And there does need to be a rebalancing of the global economy. And I say that for sort of two reasons, really. First of all, countries like America, countries like mine as well, have a democratic mandate from people to change things. There's been a feeling in my country and in America and in many other developed countries that the system we have today delivers for some but not for all, and that jobs have been hollowed out in certain sectors of the economy, and that while free trade is a good thing, and I'm a big extoller of the virtues of free trade, there also has to be some fairness in the system. The second reason I think that these global imbalances are a problem is that it does matter where things are made and who makes them. And we can't be agnostic or naive about that, especially in the world in which we live today, where resilience and security, I think, matter more than they have done for a long time. So there are very real problems that need to be addressed. My issue is the way in which we address them. And I'm in favour of the use of multilateral institutions and dialogue to resolve differences rather than blunt instruments, which is what I think tariffs are. So look, no one wants a trade war. We have made a conscious decision in the UK not to retaliate and escalate because we think that ratcheting up benefits no one, and instead we're approaching the dialogue with the US with sort of, you know, cool heads and a pragmatic sort of realism about what we want to achieve. But I think I'll just sort of end by saying, you know, for the UK, we're an open trading economy. We are very much open to trade, investment and business. We want to improve our trading relationships with the US, but not just with the US. There's a summit next month between the UK and the EU, where we all know that since Brexit, there has been a sharp reduction in trade flows between the UK and the European Union. We want to improve those trading relationships. We are in dialogue with the Gulf countries and with India on free trade agreements and bilateral investment treaties. So we want to position ourselves in the UK as an open trading economy that is open for business, where stability, both political and financial stability, which is in short supply around the world today, is something we can make a virtue of in the UK to attract the investment we need to grow our economy.
I've heard so much of that this week, Minister Cookies, the idea that, okay, we're going to work on the US to try to get a deal, but we're also going to work with the UK or with China, or with other parts, intra-Europe, for instance, trade. Apparently, there are barriers to knock down on that front as well. How is it going to work? Because you represent Germany, 27 nations and governments are going to have to deal with the Trump administration on some sort of trade deal. So what does that look like?
Well, I mean, we've ceded authority to negotiate trade deals to the European Commission. So to avoid the fact that 27 would all go to Washington and negotiate separately, we've given the mandate on trade completely to the European Union, which is good because it means there's one gatekeeper, so to speak, on the access to 450 million consumers in the EU, and there's one powerful entity negotiating on all of our behalf, coordinating with us very closely, but at the end leading the negotiation, which I think increases the efficiency, but also increases the ability to bring to the table a truly impactful ability to deal, because it is the access on both directions to a big market.
So does that mean that you're not actively going to be negotiating? Because,
Well,
I mean, the Prime Minister, Italy was here last week.
Well, of course, we talked to our friends in the United States. That's obvious. But at the end, the formal process of negotiating terms and conditions on how a trade deal can look lies with the Commission. And I think it's good that way. The Commission briefs us all the time. I speak with Maroš Šefčovič, the commissioner in charge, all the time. So the Commission is doing a very good job at coordinating with us and understanding what our economic interests are. But at the end, the formal and final deal will be struck by the European Union.
Any idea when?
Well, 90 days, and we're optimistic that it will work. The sooner, the better. The word that we cannot mention, unless we're willing to pay $1, is a lingering factor, because our companies
You're allowed to say it. You just have to pay me $1.
Okay, I'll pay you $1 for uncertainty. So our companies are telling us that every day that passes of uncertainty, investment decisions are being delayed. We are seeing in our consumer data that especially large item consumption is declining, because everyone feels this lack of clarity on where things are headed. People are afraid when they see volatility in markets, even though the markets have recovered most of their losses, in part even all of their losses, but it is still an implicit constraint and restriction on economic activity, which is a negative in and of itself. So the sooner the better.
Yeah, which we'll get into. But Mr. Minister, I would think that of all the relationships, the one between the U.S. and Argentina right now is super strong. Very good friendship there between the two leaders. What does that mean for you on the trade front? Feels like you'd be in pole position here for a trade deal.
Yeah, I think definitely that's the case. In relative terms, we're in a better position. But I tend to be of the position that Argentina, with its history, most of the important thing is that we fix our own problems. I say Argentina's problems are 99% self-inflicted, and then maybe 1% comes from the rest. So we have our homework is mostly in terms of the domestic things we have to do. And I think in this regard, what we've seen in this administration of Javier Milei is quite interesting because, first of all, there's kind of two main ideas. The first one is that Argentina is never again going to have a fiscal deficit. We're going to have a surplus. And President Milei, having inherited a deficit of 5% of GDP, balanced the budget in 1 month, okay? And he has sustained that. And many people thought that was impossible, I myself, and still it was done and it has been sustained. And it's interesting because in the case of Argentina, macroeconomic stability is not only a stabilization thing, it's not only a policy to reduce poverty because inflation is a tax that is paid by the poor, but it's also a growth strategy. Because in an environment which is unstable, you can't really have growth. And then the second idea of Javier Milei is economic freedom, which is deregulation. And I want to perhaps share this thought, which is that you have to have intelligent regulation. But think of the following. Regulation is basically something which is very much anti-entrepreneurial. Because the regulation is something that maybe the large firm can go over the hurdle, but the small firm, it's much more difficult to go over the hurdle of regulation. So it's anti-entrepreneurship, it's anti-small firms, it's anti-competition because it's barriers to entry, it's anti-growth, and it's pro-corruption. That's what regulation is. So the strategy of deregulation and economic freedom, together with economic stability, I think are the main drivers of, I think, a better prospect for Argentina. Many thanks to the IMF for their support in this process. And Argentina remains a very closed economy. And I think maybe the world and this uncertainty, as you said, in the world is an opportunity for us to move to a situation with much more exports and much more imports.
So Argentina is never going to have budget deficit. Therefore, Argentina is never going to have another IMF program.
This is the last one. We needed to make some news here. That's good. Kristen Forbes, I think I introduced you incorrectly at the top. My apologies. Kristen Forbes from MIT. Do tariffs work?
Ooh. So what are the impact of tariffs? I mean, we know the immediate impact of tariffs is going to be prices go up. Prices go up for consumers who buy imported goods. Prices will go up for companies that input any imported goods. I think there is a misunderstanding by some groups in the U.S. that tariffs on, say, focusing on China will just mean our T-shirts might cost more, our sneakers will cost more. I think what we don't fully understand is how many imported inputs come from countries like China as well as around the world. Seen some statistics, different ways to count it, but roughly 40% of imports from China into the U.S. are inputs into other products made in the U.S. So we're going to see costs go up in lots of areas we didn't realize. What the effect will be, though, will then matter what's next. And that's where it gets really hard to know. If the tariffs, it's a short-run bargaining position, many are rolled back, or even if they're put on and we have certainty about where they stop, then companies are quite resilient. I think we will see companies adjust. Prices will go up once, and then we'll see companies figure out how to reallocate supply chains, where they produce, and after the one-off increase in costs, sort of get on with it. I mean, we've seen just amazing resilience the last few years. For example, in response to COVID, we saw perfume companies make hand sanitizers. You know, we saw companies can adapt if they know the rules of the game. The problem is going to be is if this drags on a while, if you are not as quick at negotiating a new trade deal as we hope, then the uncertainty is what will become very painful. Then companies aren't going to want to invest or find new places to find inputs or buy goods. Then prices will be up for longer. We could see shortages. I could see in the US, well, during COVID, when we had supply chains freeze up, we all suddenly learned things like cars take a lot of semiconductors. Cars are more like a computer with a lot of safety around it. We're suddenly going to learn about a lot of other items in the US that actually depend on some little input from somewhere in the world that we may not be able to get. For example, gallium, a rare earth. If we can't get gallium, you might not be able to get a new microwave or fix the light switch in your house. There's all these interconnections in supply chains that could become gummed up and could become big problems that we aren't even aware of now if these negotiations take a while and the uncertainty is not resolved. So I think we have a hard road ahead, especially if the uncertainty about what comes next takes a while to resolve.
But with all of this, Managing Director, I mean, you did put out the global outlook this week, and a growth hit, but not a global recession, not a US recession. Are we close to that? Does it just depend how long this lasts?
So we, in our projections, we don't have recession in our reference scenario. And the reason we don't have recession is twofold. One, there is a lot of growth inertia in the economy. Take the United States. We have downgraded US from 2.7 to 1.8%. You still have a long way to go. Two, when we look around, businesses, the economy is actually adapting. And so when we run our scenarios, we came up for the world economy, the probability of recession, yes, went up. Now it is 30%, it was 17%, now it is 30%. For the US, it went up from 25 to 37%, but I want to make a demonstration. So this is the probability. I want to, please look at my glass. That's my glass. This is 60%. How would you call this glass? You would call it most likely full, not empty. So my point is that we should not get carried away of panic, because we are not, first, there are many things that would be happening, and there would be a lot of adaptability in the business community, among consumers. And second, panic absolutely does not help. Cool heads do. Have I told you my favorite movie? Do you know what is my favorite movie? Okay.
I don't know.
Do people want to know what is my favorite movie of all times? Okay. It is called The Bridges of Spies. It is about a Soviet spy in the United States caught by the Americans and be given a lawyer. This is in the 50s. The lawyer goes to the spy and says things really don't look good. Most likely you would hang. And the spy is very calm. Lawyer says, aren't you worried? The spy answers, would it help?
That's good. Now I have to watch this movie.
Watch the movie. It's actually a very good movie.
Kristen, is it a bigger threat to growth or inflation? What's happening on the tariff side? And does it matter, I guess, which country as well?
I hate to be the economist, it depends, but it does depend what country you're talking about. If you
In the
take a
US, which
country-
is a bigger threat right now?
So in the US, for example, US has not gotten inflation back to 2% yet. According to your latest forecasts, inflation will be above 2%, about 3%, and it will not hit 2% for roughly a decade, if your forecasts are right. So in US right now, the bigger risk is inflation. Inflation is going up because of the tariffs. Growth in the US has held up pretty well. Unemployment's about 4.2%, so growth will likely slow, but the clear and present danger, to quote another movie, clear and present danger now is inflation, keeping inflation expectations anchored. That's the US. If you switch over to Europe, though, the clear and present danger is probably in the opposite direction. Europe is going to be hit by more of a demand shock. Exports will be hit. Growth will likely slow. Inflation is on track to hit 2% and be below 2%. So inflation is not the immediate concern, especially if they don't retaliate and put increased costs on your inputs. Then Europe is looking at more of a situation of less concern about inflation, more concern about.
Except for Germany. Germany's like this darling now of the financial markets, and everyone's excited about the spending. Finally, what took so long?
Well, first of all, I mean, to quote my favorite movie, Pulp Fiction.
Oh, that's good. I know.
And my favorite scene when Harvey Keitel comes to fix the problem caused by John Travolta and Samuel Jackson. He introduces himself and says, "I'm Vincent Wolf, I solve problems." So we probably need more problem solvers rather than the causation of the problem. But what took Germany so long? I would argue against that. I mean, this is now the third big fiscal expansion within 5 years that we are seeing in Germany. The first came after the COVID crisis broke out, and we resolutely launched what was called the bazooka, and launched a 600 billion program to fight the economic consequences of the corona crisis. The second big fiscal expansion was after Russia invaded Ukraine, started sending us gas, and we had to fix a huge deficiency because we had 55% of our gas imports coming from Russia, and we had to figure out new logistics and to stabilize the companies in the very large sector of our energy intensive industry, which also was a several hundred billion program and 100 billion for our defense sector to strengthen. So I would say, yes, we tend to have a reputation as being fiscally conservative, but I do think we've evidenced in the last 5 years that we build fiscal space, but if we need the fiscal space, we actually use it quite aggressively. And so I would say the fact that we are now deploying fiscal space to solve two big problems, namely defense and lack of infrastructure investment, it shows that we are, we don't only cause problems, but we try to solve them. And this is something that we are now addressing both quantitatively by large spending programs, but also qualitatively because we are fully aware that it is a necessary but not sufficient condition to solve the defense and infrastructure problems. We also have to solve our underlying structural growth weakness, because we will only be able to accommodate the additional demand that we trigger if we improve our economic strength to actually supply the goods and services that are necessary for that. So we also need to fix a lot of issues on energy prices, on labor markets, on digitalization, on red tape and bureaucracy to be able to launch that. And last but not least, we also need to give more tax incentives for investment and research and development.
But just in terms of the boost now, how much is it going to do for your economy?
Well, we are expecting for this year that the adverse impact of the tariff uncertainty and potential effect will outweigh the positive aspect of unleashing our fiscal strength and economic reform. So we've just revised downward our growth forecast domestically to 0%, but that effect, with hopefully a resolution of the trade issues and then deployment of the fiscal stimulus and economic reforms, we will embark on a growth path that more than doubles our growth potential to significantly above 1%. So we are really looking for a significant expansion soon.
There are very important positive spillovers from Germany's decision for the rest of Europe. When we look at the downgrade for Europe in our growth projections, it is only 0.2%. And part of it is because by injecting fiscal capacity in Germany, given that the European economy is quite integrated, that helps the rest of Europe. And I can, you're very modest, you wouldn't say it, but I can tell you that there are cheers in Europe because of your decision. Germany is very popular as a result of it. And it adds something that is not tangible, but it is important: confidence. We can do it. And this confidence for the European Union would be absolutely paramount to bring the banking union to fruition, to build the capital markets union, and to eliminate obstacles to trade within Europe. In other words, to complete the single market. I think, are there Germans in the audience?
There have to be.
Germans? They're very modest people. Bravo. How do you say bravo in German?
Bravo.
Bravo.
Very simple.
Minister, would you like to share your favorite movie?
I think this has become a contest on movies. Okay, so I want to I to give my take on that. So everybody knows Star Wars, correct? The Phantom Menace, okay? Anakin is being lured by the dark side. He goes to see Master Yoda, the biggest philosopher of the 20th century. And he says, Mr. Yoda, I'm being tempted by the dark side. What should I do? And then Yoda says, I tell this to my students, the fear of loss is the path to the dark side.
Ooh.
The fear of loss. So what I'm trying to say is, in these turbulent times, you just have to stick to your vision, to your values, to your policies. In our case, as I was mentioning, fiscal macroeconomic stability, deregulation and economic freedom, which is something that I think Latin America as a region in general has been lacking, and this is why Latin America has typically been quite disappointed in terms of growth as a region. And our commitment also to free trade. I think integration for the region is absolutely essential. So just stick your guns to your values and your policies, and you follow Master Yoda, and you'll be fine.
Chancellor, I don't think we heard your movie pick.
You want me to do a movie pick as well?
A movie pick, and what is it? How is it emblematic of your policy? I guess.
I've got 2 young children, so I only ever really go and see children's films these days. So Paddington, Wicked, Harry Potter movies is the sort of genre that I'm not sure it's my choice, but that is what I do. Maybe I'm.
Okay, you'll have to figure out how that relates.
I'll try and
to
think.
the structural reforms that you're.
I could try and do a sort of segue to how Britain is great at creative industries and our film tax credits as attracting investment from around the world in the UK.
Exactly.
Segue.
No, but what I was going to ask actually though is that you don't have necessarily the fiscal space to do spending like they do. Right. It's a tighter situation. So what sort of reforms are you putting in place to boost the economy? As I've learned at the IMF many years, never waste a good crisis. What are you focused on?
So I think you're absolutely right, and Kristalina makes this point that countries that have got the space fiscally should use it. The UK is not one of those countries. Our debt as a share of GDP is around 100%. We've got a set of fiscal rules that say that we need to balance day-to-day spending with tax receipts and bring debt as a share of the economy down. Subject to that, investing in things to grow our economy. So we've taken a capital spending out of the balance rule, the stability rule, so that we can address some of those long-term structural problems we've faced in the UK of a lack of capital investment in energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, and digital infrastructure. But that means there's even greater onus on getting a grip of day-to-day spending. And we're conducting at the moment a zero-based review of every line of government spending to root out waste, drive efficiency, better digitalize public services so that we can deliver better services for citizens at a lower cost for taxpayers. But what we can offer in Britain today is stability. Political stability and financial stability because of that set of fiscal rules. We know what what happens when governments lose control of their public finances. We've had recent experience of that in the UK. It sends interest rates soaring and costs our citizens dearly. And one of the reasons why my party was elected last year into government, the Labour Party, was because we promised to return stability to the economy.
This is the famous Liz Truss moment of the bond market.
Yes,
Some people
exactly.
are wondering if that's happening like in the US again, if we're seeing, you know, treasuries sell off as a result of the tariff policy. Are you having that deja vu, or is it totally different?
Look, I think that there obviously are differences, but I do think, and you know, the US has a reserve currency, and for all the concerns about that, you know, the dollar is in a very different position to what sterling was in 2022 when Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng did that experiment. I think it was on the way back from the IMF annual meetings in October 2022 that the Chancellor was sacked. So I hope that I'll still be Chancellor when I get back at the weekend. So look, we have had that recent experiment in the UK, and the other thing we've had in the UK now for more than a decade is lackluster growth, GDP growth, and lackluster productivity growth. And we are determined as a government to turn that around. That's why we are embarking on some pretty radical structural reforms in the economy, which are facilitated by the fact that we have a large parliamentary majority, which means we can drive through this legislative agenda. And that agenda is about reforming the planning, the permitting system to get Britain building again, energy, housing, transport, digital infrastructure, reform of our regulatory framework. We've set a target to reduce the cost, the admin burden of regulation for businesses by 25% during the course of this Parliament. We are closing regulators, merging regulators, reducing the number of targets that they have to make it easier to get things done in the UK. And we're reforming our capital market system. One complaint that we have from the fantastic startup and scale-up community in the UK is that it is hard to raise finance, especially in later series of finance raising. And so we're reforming our capital markets, most significantly with big reforms to our pension system, where we're consolidating the number of pension schemes, a smaller number of big pension schemes that can invest at greater scale in the productive assets in the real economy and significantly assets in the UK. So those are some of the changes we're making to boost economic growth and in the end to boost the wages and living standards of ordinary working people because, you know, in terms of the politics of all of this, and I guess that's sort of where I started in terms of acknowledging some of these global challenges and people voting in the elections all around the world, really, for change, this feeling that the economies are not working for too many people. And so as we deliver the growth that we are trying to achieve, we want that to flow to the pay packets of ordinary working people with more good jobs, paying decent wages, but recognizing the only way to do that, particularly in fiscally constrained countries like the UK, is to facilitate that private sector economic growth. That's where the growth has got to come from. It's the role of government to remove the barriers that have held back investment for too long.
I mean, isn't everybody here, Kristen, isn't amazing, is talking about deregulation. It's a pretty big change, especially hearing it from Europeans, if I do say so, right? I mean, like that is what is in right now. Clearly, it's happening in Argentina and in the US and now in the UK and in Europe. And I wonder, Kristen, if what does that amount to in terms of growth, lasting growth, and really unleashing the private sector? And how do you do that right when there is risk, right, of if going too far?
Yeah. I actually want to link that question to how you started your question for the Chancellor is, yes, there are areas we can deregulate that will be important to support growth. I think the last few years we have seen a remarkable swing, particularly in the US, away from private sector-led growth to much greater government involvement in the economy, much greater government direction. Some of that is needed. We have seen the vulnerability of supply chains. There's vulnerabilities around geopolitical shifts. We do need to have government step in certain sectors. But as often happens, I feel the pendulum has swung too far. It's probably time to swing back a little and think carefully about where regulation is needed, where government involvement is needed. But where I do worry, I think we need to be very careful about stepping back is deregulation in the financial sector. So back to your question about what's been happening at financial markets. We have seen a lot of volatility in financial markets over the past few months. Some of that is a healthy repricing, painful for people who've been caught on the wrong side, but some of it is healthy. We have had some major changes in the global trading system, and we've seen equity markets adjust as some companies are going to see their expected future earnings fall. So if some of those stock prices are down, we've seen particularly companies most affected by tariffs have been hit harder. We've also seen repricing in bond markets as people reassess risks of what's happening with interest rates. But we've also seen some other moves that are not just a repricing to some of the economic news. For example, the fear index, the VIX, has been hitting records that we hadn't seen since COVID. And before COVID, we hadn't seen the VIX at this level since 2011, which is when US debt was downgraded and when the Euro area was on the verge of their debt crisis and potentially breaking apart. So that is a warning sign. Financial markets have been under a lot of stress. Things have settled down today. But again, there is good news. We've been subject to substantial financial stress and volatility, and transactions have cleared. It's mostly been smooth. Markets have not collapsed. Markets have not frozen up. And again, the number of transactions is at record levels as big hedge funds have unwound positions. So good news, it's happened smoothly so far, but it's a warning that we do want to be careful on keeping strong regulations in the financial sector. So if we have more bouts of this volatility, which we may, we want to make sure the financial system does hold up.
You mean now's a bad time to focus on deregulation of the financial sector in particular?
Right, so I would say be cautious about any deregulation in the financial sector.
There was so much excitement around deregulation in financials in particular.
But I think it has to be done carefully. There were a lot of regulations put in place. We've now had time to test out what works, what doesn't work, what creates new risks. We've also learned a lot about how when you regulate one sector, investors are smart, money flows out another way, or the risks shift to other segments of the economy. Now we're looking at those new areas that are risky and present the next set of vulnerabilities. So it is a natural time to step back. What worked, what didn't work, what can we do better? But that doesn't mean we should deregulate more broadly. We need to think carefully about the bigger picture.
Whenever I hear the talk about cutting of fiscal spending and government spending, I think of the chainsaw that President Milei gave, I think Elon Musk, that President Trump is now trying to do.
Yeah, actually, I take a position with the idea that the fiscal space is the place to go, because you increase government expenditure, you have to increase taxes. So if you have an expansionary effect of the fiscal policy, you have a negative effect from the increase in taxes. Argentina, for example, with the chainsaw, we reduced government expenditure 5% of GDP and the economy grew 6%. But I want to go back to deregulation, if you allow me. I want to tell you a story, okay? Because I agree with Kirsten on being careful with the financial sector and with the ND on intelligent regulation and intelligent deregulation. But listen to this story. I have my email. I ask people to send me emails as to what are the things that are bothering them. So a guy sends to me an email and says, Federico, can you help me with my watermelons? Watermelons, the fruit. Yeah. And I said, what's the problem with your watermelon? They don't taste good. I said, no, they taste great. In fact, I am a big exporter of watermelons from Argentina to other countries in the world. So what is the problem that you have? The problem that I have is that the Food and Drug Administration says that I have to package the watermelons in a specific way. And I say, look, this is not the way my clients want to buy the watermelons. And this is not plutonium, okay? This is not radioactive uranium, okay? This is watermelons, okay? So why do you force me to package? For 10 years, I've been trying to convince the authorities to allow me to package the watermelons the way my client wants, and not the way you want, the state. Okay, to no effect, okay? So what do? I package the watermelons, and then when the boat leaves the port, I send another boat with 60 guys, and they break up the packages, and they package again, okay? And I was reading this in the email, and I turned to my team, and I say, this has to be true. Because if I'm trying to imagine this, I cannot imagine this, right? So it can't be made up. Why am I bringing this story here? Because we've really gone the other way in regulation. We find so many things. I mean, regulation always has an owner, and the owner is some interest, some business person who benefits from this barrier to entry, or the bureaucracy. Because for the bureaucracy, it's power, it's an opportunity to exert that power, it's an opportunity to generate corruption, And so definitely, I don't know what's the particular situation in the UK or in Germany or in the US, but I can tell you that in Argentina, and I'm sure this is true in all of Latin America, we've really gone so far away that that we need to move away from that very significantly. And the problem is that the bureaucrat tends to think that they have to avoid all kinds of risks. So the bureaucrat is thinking, oh, this risk, this risk, this risk. And you're trying to cover those risks, but you're not putting on the table the cost of protecting from those risks. The example I give, it's dangerous to cross the street, but we're not going to forbid people from crossing the street. You have to weigh the benefits, the risk you're trying to contain with the cost of your doing that. And I think that is tremendously, I mean, the cost of the regulation has not been put on the table in the way that they should have been. And I think we need to change the mind frame. And we have to do a little bit like Elon Musk, that he tells his engineer, delete, 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 and he only congratulates the engineers that then tell him that they made a mistake, they deleted too many processes, okay? And then they have to put back some processes.
You think that's a good way to do it?
No, that's what we have to do. We have to err on the side and be attentive and be open that if we make a mistake, we turn back. But if you stay and you stop before, then you may stop very, very far away from the optimal position. So we really need to challenge ourselves. We need to go to the extreme. Look, if you've never missed a plane, you spend too much time at the airport.
I totally agree with that. I always come very last minute. But wait, really quickly, did you change the watermelon law in your country?
No, we changed everything. Look, it was fantastic because I printed everything, and it was 1.5 kilos of regulations to do watermelons and fruit in general, okay? So I said, you have to have a PhD in literature before becoming a fruit producer to read all this stuff, okay? So I sat down with the Food and Drug Administration and said, what should the state do? Because another thing that is a problem is that sometimes we rush to simplify processes without asking ourselves if that process should exist at all. So I'm going to forget about all this. And I asked the Food and Drug Administration, what should the government do on the fruit? And the guy said two things which were very reasonable, which is we need to know who's producing fruit, because if I have a sanitary issue, I need to know who I have to work with. And I also have to do certificates when you export fruit, because you don't want the Germans opening up a container and then all the flies come out of the apples because they're going to close and say nothing else from Argentina. And anything else? Nothing else. I had in the back of my office the 1.5 kilos of papers, the pile of paper. Okay, so I wrote a regulation which only had those two things, 80 grams. So I moved from 1.5 kilos of regulations to 80 grams of regulation. And we really, because the Food and Drug Administration, in addition of doing the sanitary police of the, sorry that I go to the detail, but the detail illustrates what all this is about. They were doing the quality control. They were controlling how you were producing, what was the quality, and the quality and the production function is for the customer to judge, not for the government official to judge. The government official can intervene if there's an externality, if there's a sanitary issue, but not how you produce or what quality of fruit you produce. That's for the market to determine and to assess and judge. So yeah, that's all gone in Argentina, and unfortunately it's working. So,
Managing Director, I know you're very focused on this issue.
I don't have a watermelon story, but I want to go back to, I love watermelons. So, I want to go back to financial regulation and make a very simple point that when there is excessive regulation in one place, money moves to where regulation is light. And what we have seen over the last years is an increase of non-banking financial institutions to a point that, you know, we worry. Is there something that may come out of it that would be a bad surprise? So in addition to concerns about what is regulated, in other words, concerns about the watermelon, we need to think what may be the impact on regulation, things moving into a non-regulated environment whatsoever. So if you have a good balance, if you have a good, thoughtful regulation, then you're likely to sustain under the safe roof more of your financial system.
Thank you. So I think that the point that Kristen makes about being careful and getting the balance right, it is absolutely right, but we have gone too far in regulating for risk and we've forgotten about regulating for growth.
Exactly.
And we do need to turn the pendulum back, because at the moment it stifles innovation, and innovation in the end is good for economies and good for our citizens. But excessive regulation makes it hard for new entrants to come into markets, and it puts up prices for consumers. So I do think that we've gone too far in one direction. And of course, after the financial crisis, we had to put in place a greater set of regulations than we had before, sure. But we are now, getting on for 20 years since the financial crisis, and I do think we've got to think about that balance. But the point I wanted to make was about in other areas as well, where well-meaning regulations that come in for the right reasons end up stopping good things from happening. And in the UK, that is particularly the case with environmental regulations. And environmental regulations are now the biggest barrier to investing in renewable energy in the UK. That is not the purpose of environmental regulations, but they're the things that are holding up pylons being built. They're stopping wind farms from being built. And the number of submissions, and we all get this as ministers, that we get in our boxes every day that, I'm afraid that the minister had to block this wind farm development because of sea bream swimming in that part of the North Sea, or there are some spiders which are unique to this area, which means you can't build the thousands and thousands of homes that we need, or we've spent £100 million in the UK in building a bat tunnel to go alongside the high-speed rail link between London and the north of England, because otherwise the bats would not be able to cross the road. I mean, it is absolutely insane, the costs that are added to essential infrastructure investments. So they may have been introduced for all the right reasons. We all love nature, we all want to preserve nature, but we also all want homes for our families, our kids and grandkids to live in. We want energy infrastructure to reduce the costs of energy, and we want better transport infrastructure. And at the moment, the regulation in the UK holds that back, and we are ripping it out as well.
I wonder about Europe too, and something that the Chancellor said about deregulation for growth and for innovation. I often wonder why all the biggest tech companies are in the US, Meta and Alphabet and OpenAI and all these cutting edge technologies. Why can't Europe produce something like that? Is it because of regulation? And is there something to do to turn that back?
Well, I would say regulation plays a role in that. And we are doing a lot now in the European Union under the competitiveness compass to reduce, for example, reporting obligations, right? I mean, we've seen, for all the right reasons, we've asked companies to report about what they're doing in terms of turning climate neutral, and I haven't met a CEO who doesn't want to talk about what they're doing to turn climate neutral, but we've just piled additional and additive and conflicting reporting obligations on the corporate sector. And now in Europe, they have to subscribe to the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, the Taxonomy, the Due Diligence Directive, et cetera, et cetera. And it's very often duplicative and multiplicative. And that's what's, of course, especially for small companies, causing a very high burden because they have to overcome the high fixed cost. And that is what, for example, the European Commission just in February made a proposal that was passed in record time, and now we delayed the implementation of all new reporting directives. So I think that's going in the right direction. So the Draghi report is not only being read, it's being followed, it's being implemented, and there is a huge consensus in the European Union that we have to be very diligent about what we ask companies to do in order to avoid this multiplicative and et cetera effect. The same goes, for example, for the chemical strategy, where we've gone overboard in, if there's the slightest risk in a chemical, to think about banning entire families of chemicals. We are in favor of revising that in going towards a risk-based approach and to only implement bans selectively and restrictively for really toxic chemicals, but to be more accommodative on the rest. And I think for innovative companies, the cost of entry is always the highest because they don't have cash flows to pay for hundreds of people who are able to cope with all the rules and regulations. So I think we have to, Mario Draghi gave a fantastic compendium of what needs to be done and differentiated approach of what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. The other big topic, though, that I think hurts Europe in terms of financing companies in the tech sector is that we tend to be very strong on debt-based financing for companies that tend to be able to attract debt financing, i.e. have assets that can serve as collateral, have years of cash flows that are documentable, and have established business model. So that's what a lot of established companies have, but new companies tend not to have. The United States is much better at funding companies that have neither collateralizable assets nor documented positive cash flows over years, nor a established soundproof business model. And if you read the history of Amazon, of Google, of Facebook, and all of the companies that got venture capital financing, they would never, if they went to a bank to ask for debt capital, they would not have survived the first rounds of funding. And the fact that our pension systems are much weaker as a percentage of GDP and much less invested in equity means that the pension system in the United States that pools a lot of capital towards the Andreessen Horowitz and the Sequoias and all of the Sand Hill Road venture capitalists simply doesn't exist in even remotely the same amount as it does. It doesn't exist in the same amount in Europe relative to the United States. However, there are examples that show that this is not a Europe-wide phenomenon. If you look at Sweden, if you look at Denmark, if you look at the Netherlands, if you look at the UK, those are examples of countries that have been much more successful at breeding this equity culture. So I'm proud to report that in the coalition contract in Germany, every child from the age of 6 will receive a grant of 10 euros per month to invest into equity to just change the culture of equity investing in Germany. We will also give tax incentives to the corporate pension system. We will give tax incentives to the private pension system, all in the idea that if we want to be strategic about the capital markets union and do our homework in Germany, we have to sponsor and encourage and incentivize the culture of equity investing, because at the end of the day, if we don't do that, then the equity-based business models will simply always suffer from lack of local funding. And in a world where home bias in equity investing is still a reality, and venture capital from Sand Hill Road disproportionately flows to companies in the vicinity and in the United States, we do have to also encourage and grow and make more prosperous the venture capital investing scheme in Germany, in the European Union. And this has to become a pan-European project, of course, because there are no venture capitalists that invest only in Germany or only in France or only in Bulgaria or any single. So this has to be also a pan-European project.
You should also mandate that they watch CNBC if you want to change the culture.
Absolutely.
More.
Absolutely. That's why I keep giving interviews on CNBC.
I have to say, to tie it all together, managing director, I came into this week, thinking that it would actually be very gloomy. Everyone would be fretting, the U.S. is so crazy with the tariffs and we're going to have to deal with it and it changes our outlook. But instead, all the conversations have been like this. It's like waking everybody up into action, reform, regulation, cultural shifts. you know, it's actually pretty amazing. Trading and reducing barriers around the world. Is the U.S. still the engine of growth in the world?
It is really impressive what you heard from the three policymakers on this panel is that they do things that were seen as impossible until not long time ago.
Claro.
What Rachel is doing to lift up growth in the UK, she's tackling very tough issues, getting reprioritization of spending, getting the regulatory environment to be more rational, and then taking on the battle to get it done. And it's really impressive. Germany eliminated the debt brake, but let me remind you, this was not at all easy. It was a very heavy lift. And
we're reforming it, we're not eliminating it.
Okay, sorry, I'm taking that back. Reforming. And we have the same in Argentina. But let me say, what I have seen this week, Sarah, is really a whole collection of the impossible becoming possible. And I think it is that realization that if we are moving in a new era, we better make sure that we protect what works, but also we shape it up differently. With your permission, Chancellor, I'm going to say this. When the divorcees, the EU and the UK, are dating again,
I know, I was thinking that.
We are in a great place.
We'll date.
Maybe you should introduce a referendum.
I don't want to do that again.
Let them just date. Let them just date.
But to the question, and Kristen, I can ask you because you're not you can answer this. Is the U.S. still the engine? Because the U.S. has been the growth engine of the world in the last few years. The U.S. exceptionalism trade has dominated. Is that still the case?
The U.S. is still at least the largest of the individual advanced economies. Growth is holding up quite strong. I mean, look at what the U.S. has weathered the last few years. And the world has weathered the last few years. And when you look at how countries have come out of the COVID shock, the U.S. has actually done remarkably well.
By far.
Most other economies, still real wages are below or have not recovered. U.S. real wages have now sort of recovered to basically where they were before the huge price shocks around COVID and the inflation surge. Real incomes are stronger. Growth has held up quite well. Granted, there are some reasons that has been held up quite well, large fiscal deficits, not sure how long that's sustainable, but the U.S. has held up and been remarkably resilient amongst a range of shocks coming at it. So I wouldn't write the U.S. off.
And you're not worried about the dollar losing its reserve currency status or anything like that? There's chatter around that now.
I mean, there does seem to be a gradual repositioning of portfolios where some are foreign investors not shift gradually out of dollar. It's different in the U.S. losing its reserves. It's very hard to see what other country, what other asset could replace the dollar right now. So we may see some gradual reduction in dollar holdings, but it's hard to see a large-scale shift to some other reserve currency anytime soon, at least.
So, you know, coming from a country...
You're offering the peso.
Yeah, peso reserve.
I was going to say that... Good. I was saying that coming from a country with such long history of instability, you know, you have all this instability, and the moment you see it, you think everything is changing, but the world is a much more stable place than we tend to think.
Yes.
I need to get off protocol for a second, if you allow me. Okay, so...
We love off protocol.
We work in the Minister of Deregulation and State Reform, and then our symbol is this pin, which is a chainsaw, okay? So we wear proudly this chainsaw pin, which paid with our own money and not with government money, just I want to clarify. And as a big supporter of the Argentina program, I want to give as a gift to the MD
Thank you.
Chainsaw pin. Okay.
It's not as big as
I'll tell you, I prefer the pin to the real thing. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Okay, we're under a minute. If everyone could just say their #1 goal.
Thank you.
Economic goal over the next year, what would that be?
Economic growth. Well, what? We haven't had enough of it. We haven't had enough of it in any of our countries. And I think you made the point about what's happened recently is a wake-up call, and countries have got to take some ownership of what we are doing domestically to grow our economy. And if we want to reduce barriers to trade, then some of that is in our own hands. And we want to do that between the UK and the EU. We're seeking trade deals with other countries around the world. But I do think it's a time to take into our own hands what we need to do to grow our economies.
What's your goal?
I would say increase the competitiveness and growth potential of Europe in general and Germany in particular in a very short time period.
Managing Director?
We're putting the pin on.
Oh, the pin.
We're putting the pin.
You know, for last. Oh.
What's the goal, the economic goal of the next year?
A very resilient, well-performing world economy. An economy that is integrated, that can withstand shocks because more shocks will come, and is vibrant and imaginative. I don't know whether you notice, Sarah, nobody talks about artificial intelligence as if it disappeared.
I know.
But it is a big factor in our economy, and it's very exciting that it is there. So that this is what I want to see, a global economy that is well integrated, very dynamic, innovative, and where people can see that private initiative delivers for them, for their families, for my grandchildren, for everybody.
Sorry, my concern is not so global as for the MD. It's on Argentina, and I want Argentina to surprise again with an even larger fiscal surplus than we had last year. So that would be what I would like.
I'm wearing this pin. With this promise, I'm putting the pin.
Okay.
I'll end with your movie theme. So I think Mission Impossible is the movie that comes to mind. Right now, it feels like the start of a Mission Impossible movie where the challenges are very imposing. And so you don't see a way out. You know, some of the challenges around this new terrorist regime, uncertainty, hard to see a path out. And what worries me is the world has lived through a lot the last few years. We've hit a major war in Europe. We've hit a pandemic. We've hit financial crises. Each time these shocks have sort of come from outside, and we've weathered them through good policy responses and good policy choices, and that stabilized the global economy. This time, the uncertainty is not a pandemic. It is from the policy decisions being made by governments. It sort of feels like a Mission Impossible movie where you think the bad guy is some country, and then you realize it's actually within your own organization that the trouble is occurring. But then at the end of Mission Impossible, you know, Tom Cruise always comes up with some neat technology, some neat new way around it. They adapt.
And may I remind everybody, what is Mission Impossible core? IMF.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
But the bottom line, I think hopefully we will end like Mission Impossible, use some new technology, creative, and I think the global economy is adaptable, it is resilient. Once we know the rules of the game, that's the goal. Once we have some more certainty on where all of the new trading regime looks like, I think we will be able to adapt and recover. But hopefully we can have that resolution soon.
Do you want to know my favorite movie? Love Actually, which is classic, and Mean Girls. And there's no metaphor, but both have very happy endings. That's it. Thank you all very much. We've gone over time.
Thank you.
For
Thank you
productive
very much.
conversation.
I can't put it on. Can you put it on?
Too hard.
Yep.
Thank you, Sarah.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank, making you little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at badlandscrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit badlandscrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best performing asset of the decade. That's badlandscrypto.com.
You said that you have spoken to President Xi. When did that happen? China says it hasn't happened.
I spoke to him numerous times. So we're leading and going to Rome, where we'll be attending the funeral of Pope Francis. Some of you are going to go. Anybody going? And it's going to be very interesting. We're going to meet with a lot of the foreign leaders. They want to meet. Trade deals are going very well. I think Russia and Ukraine, I think they're coming along. We hope. Very fragile. And Iran, I think, is going very well. We'll see what happens. We're working on plenty of things that shouldn't be worked on because none of this stuff should have happened. This should have been taken place by Biden. It should have been fixed by Biden, but he couldn't do it, nor could he come close to doing. So anyway, we're going to Rome to pay our respects, and we'll be leaving that same day. We'll be coming back home tomorrow night. And I'll see some of you over there. Otherwise, I'll see you on television.
Meeting this morning. You said you spoke with President Xi. Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did you last?
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times. Yeah. From Japan, I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal. I'll be meeting with the Italians. Yes. Your Prime Minister? Oh, it's possible.
How would you have the First Lady remember Pope Francis, sir? How would you the First
Very well. Good man. He loved the world, actually, and he was just a good man. I met him twice. I thought he was a fantastic kind of a guy.
Time magazine that President Xi called you. When did that happen, and what did you discuss?
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
The Witkoff meeting. Any updates on the Witkoff meeting, sir? The meeting right now. What do you hope to see transpire?
They're meeting with Putin right now as we speak, and we have a lot of things going on. And I think in the end, we're going to end up with a lot of good deals, including tariff deals and trade deals. We're going to make our country rich, but we're going to try and get out of war so that we can save 5,000 people a week. And that's what my aim is. I want to save 5,000 young men. They happen to be mostly Ukrainian, Russian. 5,000 young Ukrainian and Russian men, and that's a big honor if I could do it. I think we're pretty close. No deadline. I just want to do it as fast as possible. What?
12 states have sued over your tariff plan. What do you think of those who voted for you?
I think the tariff plan is doing very well. We're resetting the table. We're going to make our country very rich, very, very rich. It's already happening. Thank you very much. Okay? You okay, New Will?
I still got it. Thinner and thinner. Oh, there he goes.
Actually really honored to introduce the next speaker, who is U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn is the senior senator for Tennessee and the first woman to represent the volunteer state in the United States Senate, which is extremely exciting for me. She serves on the Deputy Whip team and is a member of the Finance Committee, the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, the Veterans Affairs Committee, and the Judiciary Committee. She serves as the ranking member on the Commerce Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security, and on the Judiciary Subcommittee on Human Rights and the Law. Before her election to the Senate, she represented Tennessee's 7th Congressional District in the United States House of Representatives. She's dedicated her public service to promoting opportunities for all Tennesseans, including by breaking barriers for women, which I think is incredibly important, especially in our government, and making America a more prosperous place to live. She's going to join in a conversation with Brett Benson, who's an associate professor of political science and Asian studies at Vanderbilt. So he is a researcher who focuses on international politics and security, political economy of conflict, and Chinese politics in East Asian relations. And so you guys can take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and Senator Blackburn, welcome to Vanderbilt. It's wonderful to have you on campus, and it's my honor to have this opportunity to talk to you about some of the pressing threats to national security that our nation faces. We all know that one of your areas of expertise and focus is application of emerging technologies to national security. One of the things that maybe not everybody knows is that this week you introduced new legislation focusing on the development and application of quantum computing to national security. So I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to talk to you about that a little bit. But first, big picture. How do you assess the current global landscape? What do you, in your view, what are the top security threats facing the United States today?
Yes, and one of the things, let me say first, I am thrilled that Vanderbilt is doing this, and I am just so pleased that your attention is in this area. And General Nakasone, it's always so good to see you, and I find it really quite interesting. Previously, in his previous job, we would have him answering all the questions. And now here I am answering. So you've got me. Turnabout's fair play.
Should
Right.
we invite him back up to the stage now?
Yes, exactly. But I always appreciated how fearlessly he took the lead in defense of our men and women in uniform, and how he worked to make certain that we were modernizing the U.S. military. So thank you for that dedication, and thank you for being here at Vanderbilt. When we look at the global security landscape, I think the first thing we have to look at is what I term the new axis of evil: Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and the participation that they have one with another. And we know that Iran, China, and Russia have just completed their 5th round of naval exercises, joint naval exercises, since 2019. So this is something that we should be paying attention to and realize that they are trying to achieve global dominance. Of course, this is China's goal, and we know this is their goal, and we know that they are working tirelessly on it, and they're using different ways to come at us. And whether it's intellectual property theft, economic coercion, the military exercises that they are doing with people, Iran, North Korea, the way they are looking at that. So when you look at the Indo-Pacific, you have to look at what is happening there with Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, and what that means globally. With Russia, their push, the friendship they have with Iran, how they are using North Korea when it comes to hypersonics. Iran is doing drones, and China is buying Russia's oil, and Iran's oil. So we have to take that into consideration.
So you mentioned the Indo-Pacific. I'm going to want to ask you some questions about that in just a few minutes. But on the point of emerging technologies, given the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, machine learning, how are these technologies, in your mind, both an opportunity and potentially a threat for national defense?
Well, one of the things with the emerging technologies is realizing that China wants to win the AI race, and AI is going to be able to be our biggest development and use from a positive, or if China wins it, they're going to be able to break a lot of encryption that we have and that we rely on. And I was thrilled that you all were able to hear from Sam Altman yesterday morning. I texted with him. He thought you all were a wonderful audience, and he was pleased to be included, even though it was virtually. And the way the work is being done there with AI, helping us break some of the barriers. When you look at what's happening with financial services and medical research, auto manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and then, of course, the threat to content, which we do have here. We have to look at these technologies, whether they're quantum, and quantum is the rails that a lot of your AI is going to run on, and realize that China would like to dominate this market by the time we get to 2030. So, of course, we've got to pay attention to that. That means legislators have got to focus. It means that our private sector needs to be pushing forward with innovation so that we do not fall behind. We know the CCP is going to continue to fund and push. We need our allies working with us on these issues. And I do think that that is an important part of this component.
So you mentioned the role of lawmakers. Let's talk about some of your specific work. You have advocated for a well-funded, a more modern military. In your view, what is the role of AI in this effort?
Well, when you look at preparing the warfighter for being able to synthesize information that is coming to them and doing that in a timely manner, being able to figure out what is an altered image or an altered environment and what is real. AI is going to be useful to them in that process. They need that because we know the CCP tries to conduct cognitive warfare. So this will give our warfighters another tool. Now, there is a great program that Senator Rosen and I were able to jumpstart through the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, and it's called the Pathfinder Program. And Vanderbilt has done fantastic work in this arena because it puts the warfighter right in touch with the researchers that are here at the university. And it allows the warfighter to say, here is a problem set, and it allows the researchers to say, let's solve this, and here is a toolbox that we can use to solve it. We need more of that. And that is a way we're going to be able to strengthen what is happening at the forward operating base or out in the field. And then our warfighters will have those tools they need just in time and be able to make real-time decisions that maybe right now they have not been able to make. So these applications are going to find their way into the warfighter. Many of these are going to be commercially developed applications that will be able to be adapted.
So you see a natural partnership between the public sector and the private sector?
I do. And I think as we continue to move forward, it is a partnership you can see between the private sector, between academia, and also between the U.S. military.
So let's talk about the new legislation that you introduced this week. Tell us a little bit about this.
Well, we are working, you're wanting the quantum information. We've had a busy week.
Oh, okay.
So we've done some AI, we've done some quantum. Yes, at the Commerce Committee is where we're going to deal with the quantum issues. And our nation has had a national quantum initiative. And this has allowed us to target resources into developing and deploying quantum technologies, moving things through this R&D phase and moving them into commercialization. Well, our quantum initiative expired last Congress. So I have been tasked with getting this back on track. And it is completely bipartisan. And I do think it's very exciting. Now, Senator Lujan and I have developed a bill which is quantum test beds. And this would allow test beds for near-term technologies, something that we would like to see more of. And when you look at what is happening in our state and looking specifically at the city of Chattanooga, Chattanooga is developing and deploying the first commercially available quantum network. And they're hoping, and their goal is to be able to house innovators who will come and will be working there. 2 years ago, we did a quantum roundtable in Chattanooga, and we had people from all around the country that came in to participate in that quantum roundtable. So having these test beds for near-term technologies is something that we think will help boost that. And that is something that we as a government should want. We want those innovations to be here. We also have a quantum institute, manufacturing in Manufacturing USA. Senator Peters and I are establishing a quantum institute within the Manufacturing Institute. This will focus specifically on utilizations that can be achieved for different applications here in the U.S. that affect advanced manufacturing. And of course, our state is recruiting so many advanced manufacturing businesses. So we want to escalate the completion of some of these applications and technologies so they can be deployed in order to help existing businesses or to recruit new businesses into our state. We also have the Quantum Defense Initiative, and this will put additional resources into DoD so that they have the ability to look at ways they've traditionally done things. And as we talk about 21st century warfare, say, okay, how could we use quantum? Maybe it's something with Space Force. So that component is filed. And then Senator Warner and I have the standard setting bill, which affects all of our emerging technologies. And this would incentivize keeping the U.S. in that leadership role in setting the standards for our emerging and new technologies so that we do not lose that priority position. We know that we need to be the leader when it comes to quantum, when it comes to emerging technologies, when it comes to AI. And keeping that standard setting capability is going to be an imperative for us.
So I just want to remind folks that if you want to send in questions, please send them to the email that's above our heads here, and we'll try to feather those into the conversation. I have a question that came up yesterday on one of the panels. Somebody made a comment which I thought was thought-provoking. Somebody mentioned that the complexity of these emerging technologies poses a challenge to lawmaking, to selling a voting public on the urgency of some of these, of the importance of some of these technologies. But in addition to that, it also creates some risks and a lack of understanding of what those risks are. So as a lawmaker, how do lawmakers and the policymaking process balance this risk, given the complexity, balance the risks that we don't want to fall behind adversaries, but on the other hand, we don't want to charge headlong into new frontiers that are poorly understood.
And figuring out how to temper that is something that is important. And as we have looked at technology, whether it is in my role as chairman of Consumer Protection Data Security at Commerce, where we're dealing with quantum, or whether it is over at Judiciary as chair of Privacy and Technology, what you have to do is realize Congress moves at a snail's pace. And a new technology can go through a complete generation of its life in 18 months. And so you cannot legislate to the technology. You have to make certain that you're putting a framework in place, but not to the specific technology. Now, the music industry is a great test case on this. When you look at how royalties are written into federal statute, but an overview, and I know Congressman Green talked yesterday, and he and I have worked on these issues a bit to make certain that what you're doing is putting a framework and protections in place. And that's why things like the test bed bill, that's a great example of something that helps get you to commercialization. Or the Quantum Institute in Manufacturing, there again, you're putting that framework together. But legislating to a technology is something that actually will slow you down because the technology will be on to the next generation before the ink is dry on the bill.
It seems like a difficult challenge.
But it's a worthy challenge because we know that our competitors and our adversaries are hard at work trying to be the global leader. You look at what the CCP is doing, global dominance by 2047, 2049, that's a goal of theirs. You look at what they're doing with the Belt and Road Initiative, the Silk Road Initiative. You look at where they're going with debt diplomacy and how they're reaching into these other countries. That is why we have to take this up and then look at these issues. Our no fakes bill that we unveiled this week, that Senator Coons and I have done, that protects our entertainers and protects individuals on their name, image, likeness, voice. So you put a group of protections around that and allow them recourse if their name, image, likeness, voice, their writings are infringed by individuals or platforms.
So do you think lawmakers have a responsibility and a role to inform the voting public about some of these complex issues and technologies? Is this the role of the media? How do we overcome that barrier?
I think that that is a shared responsibility. We spend a lot of time communicating with Tennesseans. We do a weekly newsletter. You all can sign up, blackburn.senate.gov, but we send out a weekly newsletter. We've got nearly 1 million Tennesseans that take this newsletter. We put things up on social media. We do telephone town halls. We respond to letters. We have citizens come in and meet with us on issues. We do things like the quantum roundtable that we did in Chattanooga, where we have individuals that are coming in because we do want them to know about this. And whether it's the local, state, or federal level, whether it's educational institutions or the private sector, it is exciting what is happening with technology right now. And I was meeting with somebody earlier today, and I said, you know, when you look at what we have, the resources we have in this state, Oak Ridge National Labs, where we house the world's fastest computer. And we're so proud of Oak Ridge. You look at the opportunity that exists for TVA to take the lead in small modular reactors for electric power generation. You look at the ability to test hypersonics, which Tullahoma, Tennessee, with Arnold Engineering, that is the only place in the United States that you can test hypersonics. And then just to the south of us at Marshall Space Center, there in Huntsville, you look at what is happening with Space Force. You look at the great work that NASA is doing. You look at the push they've got, not only for the moon, but Mars. And you realize right here where we are, there is so much opportunity to develop these technologies that I think it's great for our citizens to be aware of this. I think it is wonderful when we have schools that are doing STEM labs and students that are being exposed to these technologies and these opportunities. And to me, it is a very exciting time, not only for the work you all are doing here at Vanderbilt, but for our state and for our region.
I'd like to talk a little bit about China. So
sure.
How is the competition between the United States and China on these emerging technologies? How is that, in your view, reshaping the way that we should be thinking about national security?
And we know that regardless of what we do, China has had as their goal to achieve this global dominance. We know that China is trying to buy friendship around the world. And more countries are realizing that with Belt and Road and Silk Road and debt diplomacy, China comes in and tries to take control. When you look at the Pacific Island nations where they've been really aggressive, and you see how they went in to strengthen their position there in the South China Sea, and how then they've moved over into the Horn of Africa, into Djibouti, with what was a commercial port, but has turned into a deepwater Navy port. And you can fly over and see how expansive that is. You realize that they're trying to buy their way into these friendships. I do believe it behooves us to continue to work with our allies and our adversaries, and our allies and our friends, and make certain that we continue those programs like foreign military sales, and that we continue these training programs that we have shared with many of our allies, so that they stay with us on the development of the technologies. And as Senator Warner and I have worked on the standard setting, see, this is one of the reasons it's so important that we capture that ability to hold those standards here and to keep people working with us.
So you speak of allies and some of the concerns posed by China. What do you think the role of the United States should be in the Indo-Pacific, in the Taiwan Strait, in the South China Sea? How should the United States be functioning there?
My position is that we should be standing with Taiwan. Taiwan has declared their independence. They have a president, they have a cabinet, they have a military. They celebrate their Independence Day. And recognizing that with Taiwan, I've got a couple of pieces of legislation that are specific to Taiwan, which deal with a Taiwan Lend-Lease program that we could do defense-wise. Lend-Lease programs have been very successful with our military. And then Senator Brian Schatz and I have one that deals with travel and tourism, that strengthens some of the vetting that goes into visitors that are coming into the U.S. from some countries, and also provides some additional protections from Taiwan. But being able to keep them as our ally when it comes to chips and what we need for semiconductor chips, we're looking at Taiwan, and they want to be a friend to us, and they want to be a friend to our allies, and they want that recognition of their independence. I had the opportunity a couple of years ago to be on the ground in Taipei and to meet with the president and to do some work there. And one of our best allies and strongest points when you look at that region is Taiwan, because the other Pacific Island nations, they're waiting to see what happens with Taiwan. It doesn't matter if it's the Solomon Islands or if it's Papua New Guinea or Fiji, they're all watching to see how we respond to Taiwan and if we stand with them.
So just as a quick follow-up, are you saying that you think the United States should deepen its commitment to Taiwan?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
And then what does that look like in concrete terms?
Well, the Lend-Lease program that I mentioned,
yeah.
And then more recognition of their participation. When it comes to national organizations, UN organizations, Taiwan would like to have a seat with that. They already have some recognition. They would like to broaden that. I feel like supporting that effort would be a good thing. It would help
supporting
strengthen
their
them.
participation and membership
Yes.
in international organizations.
Right.
Okay. Another question related to China. By the way, for those of you who have questions, please be sure you send them in. I have a couple here that I'm going to ask in just a second. So how do you respond to concerns that some of the economic tensions right now between China, the United States, some of the economic tensions, even between Taiwan and the United States, might have some adverse implications for for national security?
When you look at the economic tensions between the US and China, they have been on their push for global dominance for many, many years. And an economic tension is not going to change that one direction or another. I think it is imperative for us to just keep focused on what we do to strengthen the United States and how we continue to work with our allies.
We only have a couple of minutes left, and I have 2 questions that I'd like to ask you. One of them is coming from the audience. The question that I want to ask goes back to the beginning, the first question that I asked. I asked you then what you consider to be the top security challenges now. As you look forward to the next 5 to 10 years, where do you see the biggest challenges going? What does the United States need to be thinking of as the big issues in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yes, you know, it's so interesting to me. In July of 2010, Admiral Mullen, who was chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was asked this question. What do you think are the biggest challenges? What keeps you up at night? And he gave a very unexpected answer. He said the greatest threat to our nation's security is our nation's debt. And making certain that we get our spending and our nation's debt under control. In addition to that, we cannot take our eye off what China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are doing. Because as you look at a graph of what China is doing, the amount of money that they are putting into their weapons, and into ships and into aircraft, it is astounding. The percentage of their GDP that is going into building that. And we have to pay attention to that. And we have to realize they are committed to that goal. You do not know where their Department of Commerce ends and their Department of Defense begins.
Last question. So here we are at Vanderbilt University. We have an Institute of National Security here. We have a focus, as you can tell, on these national security issues. What is your recommendation for us? What should we be working on? How can Vanderbilt University play a role?
And Vanderbilt is playing a role, and each of you are playing a role by being here, by caring about our nation's security and caring about emerging threats, educating people about these threats and where to be looking for the threats and awareness. You know, it's so interesting to me that sometimes people will talk about TikTok and they'll say, well, TikTok is just a simple app, but they don't realize that TikTok is actually spyware. And when TikTok goes on your phone, it travels to every other app on your phone, and it gathers information, and it basically builds a virtual you. And that data is held in Beijing. I think protecting the privacy and security of our nation's people is vitally important. And it comes from having a strong military. It comes from an awareness of what happens with things as simple as TikTok. And certainly it comes from educational and research institutions like Vanderbilt that say our nation's security is so paramount that we're going to have an institute and do a deep dive on these issues and continue it every day.
Senator Blackburn, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for engaging with me on these issues.
Thank you.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required. For the termination fee apply.
Honest Association dinner. You're watching live coverage on C-SPAN 2.
His first instinct to invite the press into that room to talk about the executive orders he was signing and what he intended to do for the country for the next 4 years. So I think we have never seen this level of transparency and accessibility. And the press who cover the White House beat every day, they will tell you, maybe not on the record, but they'll tell you off the record that we allow them in, we welcome them in our offices, we talk to them on a daily basis. You see them going into the Oval Office on a near daily basis to talk to the president. And we have welcomed so many new voices into the White House press briefing room as well. So I do believe that we've absolutely held that promise, and we intend to continue to do so.
What do you like best about legacy media reporters and least?
It's a good question. Look, there are reporters who have covered the White House beat for a very long time, and they have institutional knowledge. I think it's fascinating to talk to them about the administrations of the past and all of the presidencies that they have covered, and to hear the differences amongst the presidencies. And again, one of the major things learned from the legacy media is just how it's changed and evolved in that room, and how different it is, their experiences from the last 4 years under the previous administration, who did not talk to them, who did not take questions in the same fashion that we do every day.
This administration uses the phrase fake news a lot, especially on social media. What percent of the news that you personally consume do you think is true?
Well, first of all, I, as the spokesperson for the White House and for the president, try to have to get ahead of it, and you have to read everything. That includes the legacy media print papers to watching every cable station. If you come into my office in the we'll see a quad of every cable outlet on my television. And that also includes understanding the digital age and seeing what's happening on X and trending stories and picking that up. So my predecessor, Dana Perino, who's become a friend who worked for President Bush, told me there's no shortcut. You have to read it all. And so my office, we do that every single day, and the president does as well. Look, he is hostile with the media. There's no doubt about it. He calls them out, rightfully so, when he believes their stories are fake, when they are fake. And I also promised in my first briefing we would hold media accountable when they get things wrong. But we also do recognize and respect that legacy media is speaking to millions of Americans across the country, and we want them to get it right, which is why we engage with them so frequently every single day.
As you look around that room and you think about the country and you think about the truth, who do you feel comes closest to finding the closest approximation of the truth?
Well, it depends on the day, and it depends on the issue, and it depends on the story, right? And, you know, there are reporters who get it right sometimes. There's reporters who get it wrong sometimes, and we have to call them out. It just is what it is. I think the best reporters who cover the Trump beat and the Trump White House understand that you have to give us ample time to let us know what you're writing. Come to our office when you think of a story, when you come up with an idea to write about, and we can work with you to shape that story. We can get you the facts. Fake news is not just wrong information in a story, but it's also acting in bad faith as a reporter and not giving who you're writing about and your sources ample time to respond. There's nothing worse than when I see a reporter in my inbox 20 minutes before a deadline with an entire story written and panned out. That's acting in bad faith. They actually don't care what we have to say. They don't care about the facts in our point of view. They're just emailing us to check the box to say they reached out for comment. So that's fake news, not just, inaccuracies in their reporting as well.
So you just mentioned President Trump is a voracious consumer of news. You and your colleagues dog the media a lot. but the president devours the media. He loves the Time. Time magazine again this morning, an interview.
Cover story.
Watches Good Morning America Sunday. How do you square that with constant complaints?
Well, he has constant complaints because he watches everything and reads everything and consumes it all. But I think, again, it speaks to his transparency and accessibility. I mean, yesterday he sat down with Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic. And we all know the story that Jeffrey Goldberg at The Atlantic recently wrote. It was quite a big news cycle. But the fact that President Trump was willing to talk to a reporter who wrote a story that we absolutely disagreed with, and many stories that we absolutely disagree with, we have condemned because they are false, they are hoaxes. The fact that the president is still willing to welcome that reporter into the Oval Office to have a direct conversation with them is exactly what we should expect in a leader of the free world. And you had a previous president in Joe Biden who hid from the press, who didn't do press engagements, hardly did sit-down interviews. And so I think this is exactly what the American people want. President Trump has revolutionized the way a president communicates. Not only does he engage directly with reporters, but he speaks directly to the public. Truth Social, there's probably been one since I've been sitting on this stage, right? I mean, he puts statements out directly. He writes them himself. He dictates them to us as staff. And I think that level of transparency is quite refreshing. And I think it's a big reason he was reelected again.
How did the Atlantic interview go?
It was cordial. It was okay. And, you know, there was disagreements. They are writing a story in which the reporting will be revealed, and I'll let you all read it.
And did the president make news?
He always makes news.
What did he
He's
say?
a news maker.
What did he say?
I won't get ahead of my boss, Mike Allen.
You've curtailed access to the Associated Press, which reaches half the world's population every day. The most definitive photo of President Trump, the fight, fight, fight photo after the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, was made by Evan Vucci, who's the chief photographer in Washington for the Associated Press. Do you worry about history being lost with these new restrictions?
I don't view them as restrictions. We view them as opening access to more outlets, more voices, more news journalists and outlets. We shouldn't have a few outlets who have a monopoly over the briefing room or over that 13-person press pool that covers the president. And so we've actually ensured that more print outlets like Axios have a greater chance of being part of that 13-person press pool. There are thousands of outlets who have White House press credentials. There are hundreds that actually show up every day and cover the beat. Why should a single outlet have the privilege of being in that 13-person press pool every single day? And so the changes we've made have actually created more transparency, more accessibility, and greater access for a broad variety of outlets and a diversity of journalists, which I think is a good thing. And we've seen that play out. I mean, we started this. I think you're all still getting your news, right? You're still hearing about what the administration is doing every single day because we have good journalists who are in that room covering the president every single time.
The counter to that is in a White House Correspondents Association statement about the White House changes to the position of wire services in the pool. And the statement says the government should not be able to control the independent media that covers it. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I think that a small group of journalists who comprise the board of the White House Correspondents Association should not dictate who gets to go into the Oval Office and who gets to ride on Air Force One. There should be equal access for all outlets, and that's exactly what we're doing. And if we were trying, by the way, to create positive press for the president, if we were trying to make it easier on him or on the administration, we wouldn't allow some of these fake news leftist outlets in, but we continue to do that. No one has been restricted. We've just given more spots to more outlets and more voices. It's not about ideology. It's just about increasing the wide array of outlets that have access. And we live in a digital age, and we're recognizing that at the White House. The president ran a non-traditional media campaign, which propelled him back to the highest office in the land. And we felt it was our responsibility to continue that in our coverage at the White House.
Smart brevity. What is the one word that you would use to describe the media?
The media right now, exhausted and busy, because we're keeping them very busy.
And as you think about the 100 days, that milestone coming up Tuesday, what's the one word that you would use to describe President Trump's mood, approach, setting?
He is in problem solver mode right now. He inherited a lot of problems, no doubt about it. That's why, again, the American public elected him back to this city to solve those problems. And I watch him every day thinking about the challenges we are facing as a country and as a world, as big as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which continues and he's focused on daily, which the trade deals that he's trying to negotiate abroad, to problems as small as cleaning up the homeless encampments right here in Washington, D.C. He sees one, he calls the mayor's office, he gets it fixed. He is truly a problem solver at heart. And that's, I think, what drives him every day. He shows up early, he stays late, he works 24/7, hardly sleeps to just solve all of these problems, no matter how big or small. And that's, I think, really the mindset the president is in right now.
Bucket two, you. What is success for you in this job?
Success to me is being as, again, transparent, as accessible as we can, successfully messaging the president's perspective on the issues of the day. And I view that as my ultimate goal when I go to the podium, is knowing the news, knowing what reporters want to hear, knowing what the American public need to hear, and making sure that I'm talking to the president and reflecting exactly what he sees and thinks about the issues that are pressing our country.
How often does a question at a briefing surprise you?
Not very often, I must say. I have a very good staff and I read everything. You have to, there's no shortcut for preparation. You have to read and consume all of the news. There have been times where I don't know the answer and I am upfront about that in the briefing. And I say, look, I don't know where the president stands on that. Let me go check and get back to you. And by the way, in my office, we take pride in the fact that we do, in fact, follow up with the reporters after the briefing, and we try very hard to do that.
I mentioned you ran for Congress in 2022 in your beloved New Hampshire. What did you learn as a candidate that serves you as a communicator?
Sure. Well, being a communicator for yourself is certainly much different than being a communicator for a principal. In a way, it's actually much harder because when you're communicating for yourself, you're messaging what you believe, or when you're a candidate, you're thinking about, what do my stakeholders believe? What do my constituents believe? What are my beliefs? What does the media think I'm going to say, but what do I want to say? And so you're grappling with all of those value sets and coming up with a decision and then messaging it, right? But when you're a communicator for someone else, for a principal, in my case, the President of the United States, my job now is to message his beliefs and his opinions and what the administration is doing and getting the truth out to the public. So in many ways, it's actually easier because when you're a communicator for someone else or for a business or a company, an organization, any principal at any level of government, you just have to get in their head and understand the message they want to say and view yourself as the messenger for their cause.
Your approach at the podium indexes more toward combat than persuasion. How did you think? How did you come to that calibration?
Look, I think we live in a combative media environment that has come to fruition over many years. And I think while combative, it's also can be cordial. And again, while the president and I and our White House are the first to call out fake news, I believe as we should, we also try to work with our counterparts in the media to make sure the coverage is as accurate and fair and truthful as possible.
Who in the White House can say, Mr. President, I get where you're coming from, but that's dumb? Or, Mr. President, that could be dangerous?
Probably contrary to popular belief, everyone is invited to share their opinion.
Would you do that?
I have done that. I have said, sir, I don't disagree. I disagree with that, or I agree with that, or maybe we should say it this way, or we should put the statement out that way. And something that I think President Trump doesn't get enough credit for is his ability and willingness to listen. He is an incredible listener. And if anyone's ever been in a room with him, you know he goes to every person in that room to understand their perspective, and then he makes a decision. He doesn't care if you're the highest on the totem pole or the lowest. He likes to hear from people and understand where they're coming from and to help inform his decision. So he's always asking, not just me, but my colleagues at all levels, what we think, and he takes that into account when making decisions.
When you gave that tough advice, did he take it?
Depends which time. He's the decision maker.
You're quite open about your faith in a very secular job. How do you balance those parts of your brain and your soul?
Sure. Faith is surely what grounds me in a, as you said, a secular position and a challenging job and a challenging workplace. And having faith in yourself, but also in God, something bigger than yourself, I think helps keep perspective in this crazy, chaotic, 24/7 challenging environment that we work in. And it's very easy to get consumed by that. But I think having faith in God kind of brings you back down to reality, makes you remember this is a season of life. It's temporary and gives you good perspective.
This is a weekend that celebrates a free press and the power of the First Amendment. Do you wrestle with whether any of this administration's policies have been impinged on a free press or the First Amendment?
No, again, I would.
You don't wrestle with it.
Well, we always want to respect the First Amendment, but I don't wrestle with the fact that we're infringing on the First Amendment in any way, because I don't believe that we are. Again, we have a president who speaks to the press daily, who puts out statements daily. The press are hearing from someone in this administration, whether it be the president or me or our cabinet officials every single day. I mean, the president has now held 3 cabinet meetings in which he invited the press in, and he went around the room, and each and every cabinet official at the highest level of our government directly informed the American public about what they were doing in their respective jobs. And that's very exciting to see, to have a government that's so passionate about the work they're doing and so upfront in messaging it.
What could the media do to improve public trust?
Report the facts, report the truth. It is true. There's no doubt that the majority of the legacy media in this city are left-leaning. And anyone who wants to take me to task on that, I am more than happy to do so. It's just a fact. So I think, again, we have to welcome a wide range of media voices, but we also have to continue to work with our counterparts in the media, especially those who are left-leaning, to ensure that they understand
Make it sound like a ministry.
our perspective. What was that?
You make it sound like a ministry.
Well, we just want to get the truth out there, and we want to make sure that the public sees it and sees what we're doing with no bias, unfiltered, just the facts.
One for the road, the official Trump store is now selling hats that say Trump 2028, $50. Even though the Constitution doesn't envision a term 3 for President Trump or any president, is that just a hat?
It's just a hat. The president was asked and answered this question yesterday. It's not something he's thinking of, though I hear the hats are flying off the shelves.
And finally, you're an athlete into fitness. You were a college softball player. What's your current favorite health hack?
Oh, I wish I had more time for health and fitness these days. I did play college softball. I played sports my whole life. I think athletics prepares you for the game of politics in many ways: discipline, hard work, teamwork. I wish I had more time for the gym these days, but I enjoy it. Long walks in the city. DC is beautiful. And I have a young son who I enjoy taking out for walks any chance I can get.
Thank you to our hosts at the International Spy Museum, to the incredible Axios events team, to C-SPAN, to all of you personally and virtually for your early morning, and Caroline Leavitt, thanks for a great conversation.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe, with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world, one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world, one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution. Explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Hosted by the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. Introductions underway.
Supervision is pretty important. And when you don't do it well, bad things happen. And so that's why we invited Claudia Buch to join us today. Claudia was named chair of the European Central Bank Supervisory Board, which oversees its single supervisory mechanism in January 2024. And the main aims of the single supervisory mechanism are to ensure the safety and soundness of European banks and to increase financial integration and stability in Europe. Now, for the last decade, the European Central Bank has supervised 114 of the significant banks of the 20 participating countries in the Eurozone. They hold more than 80% of all the banking assets in these countries. And I think it's worth reminding Americans just how big the European banking industry is. The banks they supervise
I would just like to start by pointing out that David has achieved such rock star status. When you usually go to a conference, like you're in the green room for 30 minutes before you're getting ready, this guy at this point rolls in about 20 seconds before, like a full G, and just walked in. So let's just acknowledge David and who he's become.
You are the rock star. You're on TV every night.
I am. But I woke up this morning because I wanted to learn from you. We all do. So I want to start with getting your assessment. If I were to ask you, let's say January 1st of this year, give us a snapshot of how you see the global economy. I'd love to get it from you January 1st, and then we'll do today.
Well, despite what was said in the campaign, at the time at the beginning of the year, the global economy was in reasonable shape, and the U.S. economy was in reasonable shape. Think about it this way. The U.S. has roughly 5% of the world's population, but we have roughly 18% of the world's GDP. So our GDP is roughly 3 times our population would suggest it should be. So we're in reasonably good shape at the time. Last year, the U.S. economy grew at about 2.4%. Unemployment is like 4%, pretty low. Inflation was coming down, not quite at 2%, but maybe slightly below 3%. So generally, a reasonably good economy. And so I would say the economy, despite what was said in the campaign, was reasonably good in January 1. Today, there's uncertainty. What business people like is certainty. Just tell me what the rules of the game are, and I will kind of figure out how to deal with it. But right now, there is uncertainty, obviously, because the policies of the administration change from time to time, and the people are reluctant in the business community to say critical things about the administration. So they tend not to do it in public, but in private, they have been telling the president, from what I understand, and from talking to some of them myself, that there's uncertainty and the tariff policy is not going to produce the kind of results that the president originally thought would produce.
Does that give you any concerns that people, business leaders, are unwilling to voice their views publicly? Throughout modern history, business leaders, especially in the last 10 years, regularly speak about how they see the world, how they see whomever is in the White House. And now this silencing, what you say, business leaders speak to you privately. I'm amazed in the last 2 weeks how many business leaders are sounding alarms who I speak to privately and who won't say a word.
Well, it's not the business leaders only.
Sure,
It's
of course.
the congressional leaders have not been, at least on the Republican side, been willing to criticize the president publicly at all, or the administration. So clearly, the way this president operates is that if he disagrees with you, he will call you out in a very visible way, and people don't like to be called out and criticized in public. So it's a very effective technique that has worked to quiet people. In private, they're telling him now the economy has some real risks, and if changes aren't made in the tariff policy, you risk going into a slowdown or a recession.
It's an effective technique But do you believe it's one that should be employed in a democracy in the most powerful country in the world?
You don't get the people. People don't change their approach when they're in their late 70s. I'm in my mid 70s, and generally, people.
You're really open-minded right now. In a
Right.
couple of years,
So
it's all
I think
gonna change.
people, President Trump's way of dealing with things is not to do it as subtly as maybe some of his predecessors did, or do it as privately. If he has a disagreement with people, he will say it publicly, and that has been an effective tool, rightly or wrongly, to getting what he wants. Now, he doesn't get everything he wants, obviously, but clearly, think about this. President Trump was a businessman who was, reasonably successful, but not the most famous businessman in the United States. He had a TV show that got him some attention, and he took that and parlayed it into being the Republican nominee in 2016, and to the shock of everybody, gets elected president. After 4 years as president, he later found out that he was, impeached twice. He had the results of January 6th, 5 indictments, I guess, or convictions, and 2 convictions and so forth. I don't think anybody has come back from as far as he came back since Napoleon left Elba. Napoleon was put into Elba, and nobody thought he'd ever come back, and he came back and ruled France again. So that Trump came back from Elba, Mar-a-Lago, and has run the country again and won the election is astounding. So he's obviously got an enormous amount of skill to be able to pull that off. He won the election. It was an election that he thought he would win all along. If he thought he would beat Biden if Biden ran, but who knows what would have happened. It's clear the election was closer than some people say. If 230,000 people had voted differently in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris would have won, which would have won those 3 states. So it wasn't a landslide, but it was enough for him to feel he had a mandate, and he's acted fairly decisively trying to get things done. It hasn't been as easy as he thought to get things through Congress, and clearly getting a peace negotiation in Israel and Gaza is not easy. Getting an Iranian agreement is not easy. Getting a peace of settlement in Russia, Ukraine is not easy. And getting the Chinese to do what he wants is not easy. So he's not going to say all this publicly because it's not his personality. But I think he's obviously gotten the attention of a lot of people, and I think he'll get some things done, some things he won't get done.
Given that he was elected president twice and everything that happened in between, I would argue he's probably the most skilled politician we've ever seen. But many people have said they were excited about this president because he was a great businessman. When he was a businessman in New York, did Carlyle ever do business with him?
We did not, that I'm aware of. We have a real estate business. We had not done business with him, but many leading business people in New York had not done business with him. I don't think he was well known at J.P. Morgan or Blackstone or Apollo for doing business with them. He was an entrepreneurial businessman who basically built a small real estate business that his father kind of had built, and took it to Manhattan and built the business there. But think about it. He came from really relatively nowhere. I remember one time I interviewed him at the Economic Club of Washington. I had gotten to know him a little bit from some things. When my parents retired from Baltimore, they moved to a suburb of Baltimore called West Palm Beach, Florida. And when I used to do family events, I would rent out a suite at the Mar-a-Lago. I think it was
Where most people have their family events.
right. So yes, but you just needed a credit card. I wasn't a member, and so he would come and he introduced himself to me, and I met him a couple of times. And as the head of the Economic Club of Washington, I said, I'd like to interview you. And he said, okay. And he came into the green room. I think it's in December of 2015. And he said, ask me anything you want, but for sure, ask me 2 questions. What are they? One, ask me if I'm going to run for president. And I think I said, president of what? And he said, president of the United States. I said, look, Donald, I don't know you that well, but I think, going from being a businessman in New York to being president of the United States, that's a big leap. I didn't take it that seriously. Obviously, I was wrong. He also asked me to pull his hair. He said, people don't think the hair is real, and then you show them it's real hair.
And you pulled it?
No, I said, I don't feel comfortable. I asked you about your hair, but I didn't pull it. And, he had a good sense of humor about himself. And, but think about it. We've had, 47 people serve as president of the United States. He was the first one who never had any government experience. Everybody else had either been in the government or had in military or civil experience. He had none. And to be able to go from that to be president of the United States was an incredible leap. And to do it a second time is is quite something. So I know a lot of business people say, hey, I'm more talented than him and I should be president of the United States, but they didn't do it. And he had the courage to run. And so while I don't agree with all of his policies, and I think he's got some challenges, and clearly there's uncertainty, you have to admit he came from nowhere and has a force of personality that is unusual even in the business world.
He sure does. How would you assess how things are going with the trade war? Ken Griffin was on this stage just 2 days ago, and I believe he said he thinks it's devolving into nonsense. And one of the big concerns is how it's making us look on the world stage and how people view the United States as a global superpower.
Well, I want to preface my remarks by saying I have no animus towards the president. I was the chairman of the Kennedy Center for 14 years. I'm no longer the chairman of the Kennedy Center. Been succeeded by the president. I'm the first person ever fired by a president and succeeded by him. So he's got the job. And so, but I was ready to retire anyway. So I don't bring that into my calculus. Clearly, the global economy is not doing as well as President Trump thought it would do. I think the reaction to the rollout of the tariff policies hasn't worked as well as he thought. And I think no one in his administration, if they're being honest, will say that this is working exactly the way we want it. Clearly, you have to get the president off of a ledge. He's not famous for saying, I made a mistake. He's not going to do that. So you need to find a way for him to pivot. And I think his advisors are looking for a way for him to pivot, which will give him the ability to say, I got something for what I did, and I didn't just waste my time. And so I think if he can negotiate some deals with our trading partners, that'll be a plus. The biggest challenge in the tariff world is China. When you can beat up on lots of people in this world and they can't fight back. If you're dealing with a subcontractor in Queens who's building a building with you and you don't like the way they're handling it, you can say, look, I'm not going to pay you the full thing, and maybe you negotiate a settlement. It's hard to beat up on the president of the biggest country in the world with the second biggest economy in the world, and who's going to be president for a long time after President Trump is president. And so I don't think you can intimidate Xi Jinping in a way that, I think, some people might have thought. I've met with Xi Jinping, and he's a pretty imposing person. And the first time I met him, I was a chair of a Chinese investment group or advisory board to a university business school. And I happened to be the chair of it. And we get to the meeting that day and they say, okay, you're the chair of this now. And the first thing they said was, we're going to go meet with a Chinese leader. Okay, so we get on a bus and people like Tim Cook and Steve Schwartzman and a whole bunch of very famous people, more famous than me. And I happened to be the chair because nobody else wanted to be the chair, I think. And so the first thing that happens, they show up with the senior leader, and it turns out to be Xi Jinping. So how am I going to have a conversation? I didn't really know him. So I felt like saying, well, there's a saying that a trip of 1,000 miles begins with a first step. That's a Chinese, saying. I told him, and he said, well, that's a Chinese fortune cookie statement. So I realized I shouldn't be quoting Chinese proverbs to Xi Jinping. But he's a tough man, and I don't think you can intimidate him.
You gave him a fortune cookie line?
Well, maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I read things in the fortune cookies. Maybe I thought they were Chinese proverbs. You never know where these proverbs are coming from. But he's running an economy that is the second biggest economy in the world. And Americans have said repeatedly, China economy is weak. China's economy is going into recession. And we've been saying that for 10 or 15 years, and they don't quite go down as much as we think it's going to go down. And China's economy has an enormous amount of resilience. Also, the people in China, they've lived through the Cultural Revolution. They're used to suffering. They can take a lot of downtime and adversity, maybe better than we can. So I don't think you can intimidate China into agreeing to what you want. In the first term, the president began with tariffs, and there were negotiations. There was a trade agreement. Probably wasn't really honored by the Chinese, in part because of COVID. This time, I think having tariffs of 145% are just unsustainable, as people have said. Well, I suspect there'll be some negotiation that kind of change that. But in the whole, the president is getting a lot of what he wants done, not everything he wants done. I suspect he'll have more success in getting some things through Congress.
What do you think he's getting done?
I think there will be a tax bill at some type. It won't be exactly what he wants, but there will be some tax bill. Clearly, he's made a difference in things he wants to make a difference in. Whether they're right or wrong is another issue. But DEI, for example. DEI is something that was part of the fabric of the government of the United States, and I'd say society. And now there's been a pullback on that. And I think it's had some impact on corporations moving away from DEI, rightly or wrongly. So he's had some impact there. Clearly, he's had some impact in cutting some spending from the federal government, but probably not in the way that he may have initially anticipated.
What do you think about that? What do you think about DOGE when you think about all of these federal jobs cut and even how they're going to impact regional economies around the country?
Okay, so the federal budget is roughly $8 trillion, and we run roughly a $1.82 trillion annual deficit. And the result of that is that we now have roughly $36 to $37 trillion of debt. That's unsustainable on a long period of time. And the only way you can solve the debt problem 5 ways. One, you can just cut spending. That's not easy to do, but that I'll get back to in a moment. You can increase taxes. Nobody wants to do that. You go to the IMF for a bailout. That's not realistic. We're too big. You can basically say we're going to default. Well, you're not going to default because the U.S. government, the debt is the center of the global economy. Or you can simply say, I'm going to let my grandchildren and great-grandchildren pay it off in devalued dollars. And that's essentially what we're doing now. So I don't have any great-grandchildren yet, but my grandchildren will start paying this off down the road in devalued dollars. And eventually the dollar will devalue. The bigger risk we have in the global economy is, the biggest risk for the United States is that we borrow so much money that if people don't buy our bonds, ultimately we're not going to be able to sustain this debt.
Are you concerned that's about to happen?
I'm concerned that the value of the dollar, it may not be as strong as we would like it to be. It's lost 3% of its value since January in terms of values against other currencies. So we've got to keep the dollar strong because that enables us to keep borrowing all this money. We don't have a sovereign wealth fund yet in the country. We have a printing press. We print dollars, and that's how we've sustained this lifestyle we have. But President Trump has been trying to cut it, and I think DOGE has been an effort to do it. It hasn't worked as well as I think anybody in DOGE thought it would work, or even the president thought it would work. But it's obviously an effort to cut some spending, but it's not going to have that much of an impact. I think Elon Musk said he was going to cut $2 trillion out of the budget at one point, $2 trillion out of the $8 trillion. Then he said, I think $1 trillion. And now I think it's below that.
$150 billion.
So it's not that easy to cut spending, and it's very difficult. And Congress tries all the time to cut spending, and it hasn't really worked. So I can say I have some experience with DOGE, and I'd say it's complicated to think that they can get all these things done. And if Elon Musk leaves at the end of May or reduces his time at the end of May and he kind of is part-time, it'll have less impact than probably it doesn't have now.
I want to ask you about a former employee of yours, Jerome Powell. Has his job gotten, I thought his job was really hard post-COVID. Has it gotten exponentially harder now?
Jay Powell worked for Carlyle for 8 years. I hired him he left the George Herbert Walker Bush administration. Very nice guy. He was a lawyer by training, not an investment banker, not an economist. I think he's actually done a pretty good job for these reasons. One, he explains what he's going to do before he does it, which many Fed chairs didn't do. When Paul Volcker and Alan Greenspan were the chairs of the Fed, they would take action, and you had to figure out later what they really did because they didn't have press conferences. After the Fed takes action now, Jay Powell comes out and explains it within a half an hour exactly what they did, and I think he's got the confidence of the board and the confidence of the people setting interest rates. I think he's done a pretty good job. If there was any mistake, I think many people made the mistake of using the word transitory when COVID began to infect our economy. And we spent, the Trump administration and the Biden administration spent roughly $5 trillion of money that was not correspondingly dealt with tax increases. So we spent $5 trillion more than we otherwise would have spent. And by doing that, you produced inflation, and it wasn't transitory. When they recognized the Fed that it wasn't transitory, they began increasing interest rates. And now they've gotten interest rates down, or inflation rate down to slightly below 3%. Getting it to 2% is difficult, very difficult. Before, when all of us were, many of you my age, were in college, the college textbooks would say the standard rate of inflation in a global economy is probably 3 to 4%. But under Paul Volcker, when Paul Volcker came in, he increased interest rates 200 basis points one weekend, and interest rates ultimately went down to about 2%, and we had 2% for 25 years. But we also had a recession or two, and as a result of that, initially, Jay Powell has avoided a recession. We haven't had a recession for more than 7 years. In our economy, usually you have a recession roughly every 7 years. except for a technical recession during the COVID period of time, which wasn't really a recession. We had 2 consecutive quarters of negative
Do you
growth.
think
But
we're
if you
in
leave it
one
at
or
that-
heading
I'm
into
sorry?
one now? Do you think we're in or heading into one now?
When I worked in the White House, there was a inflation advisor named Fred Kahn, and he went into the White House briefing room one day and said, I think we're heading into a recession. And Carter hauled him into the Oval Office and said, look, I'm running for re-election. Do not use the R word. It scares people. But he said, I'm an honest guy. What am I supposed to say? Just don't use the R word. So from then on, he went and said, I think we're heading into a banana. And he used the word banana as a different word for recession. So the reporters wouldn't say, we're heading into a banana. They would put that in the headline. I think the economy is slowing down. If you
have the wackiest stories.
If you have $8 trillion in a budget and you chop it too much, you're going to probably reduce government spending by enough so that it slows down the economy. If business people don't want to do deals, if business people are afraid of taking companies public, if there's a freeze on spending because we don't know where the rules of the road are and what the policy is going to be on tariffs, you do have a slowdown, and that could produce a banana. We don't know. I think it's too early to say. Usually you don't know you're in a banana till the banana's already in place. But as to Jay Powell, I think he's done.
If one were to say, do you think we're banana bound?
I would say at some point there will be a banana.
In this year?
I don't know. I'm not good enough to predict. I'm a lawyer by training. I'm not an economist. But I would say if you scare business people into not spending money and not investing, you scare consumers into not spending. And if prices go up very much and you get high inflation, you will probably produce a banana or some other fruit. But so I don't want to say it's going to happen because I'm not an expert in that area. But I would say there's yellow lights going on now in the economy. And I think it's not irreversible, though. Tomorrow, the administration could say, well, some of the things we wanted to do, we're not going to do them right now. We've got higher priorities, and we're going to put them on the back burner. And I think some people would say, let's focus on getting the tax bill through and getting a budget through Congress and dealing with the kind of day-to-day issues, the bread and butter issues that American consumers have to face. So I would say it's challenging. As to Jay's job, I think one of the things he's done very well is not respond to criticisms. How many of you here would like to be beat up by, the leader of the free world and just not say anything in your defense? But Jay has been very good at basically keeping his head down, not criticizing anybody who's criticizing him, and just dealing with the problems that the Fed sees. And I think the Fed has done a pretty good job of getting inflation down. Interest rates are higher than they were, 8 years ago. But, that was because COVID came in and basically we saved the economy from really devastation because of the things we did in spending money. And we had interest rates that had to go up as a result of that.
We are out of time. I appreciate this Baltimore lawyer, baseball fan, David Rubenstein, joining us this morning and sharing his expertise.
Well, it is an absolute delight to be here and to join Vanderbilt University's Summit on Modern Conflicts and Emerging Threats. I will say, I'm not so sure about the word emerging, though. I'm a fly fisherman. And when you think about fly fishing, the water column, the bugs sit in the bottom, and they go through their various nymphal stages, and they emerge from that aquatic environment into the air. I think we're past that. I think our enemies are inside the gate. And we'll talk about that a little bit today, but I know you've already talked about it, but I want to say this university is uniquely positioned and led to bring the policymakers and the tech experts together to have us think at the whole of government level how we handle the threats that are in front of us. And in my world as chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, right now that's cybersecurity. The creation, actually, of this institute is, I think, forward-thinking, because the university has the resources to make an incredible impact. From the history department that informs us on how nations will behave to the tech guys who are writing the AI, utilizing the AI. Hell, we're at a point now where we're having AI tell us how to ask the questions of the AI. And your school, this university, is the right place to lead this effort, and I commend you, and it is an honor for me to be here. And it's really an honor to get to see someone that I've known for many years, General Paul Nakasone. Now, this guy's a legend, just so you know. I mean, you probably know this, but I mean, he's a legend in the cybersecurity space, both offensive, defensive, but he's also a great human being. And I want to tell you, thanks for choosing Nashville, and thanks, Chancellor, for going after the guy. But hope you're settled in and enjoying it. And the stage, for me, I don't own stock in it. The stage is my favorite bar downtown, just so you know. I'm also proud to represent this institution because of your chancellor and the leadership. And I remember when the board was recruiting him to stick around. And I mean, it was a no-brainer for everyone. And I'm especially proud of his efforts to refocus institutions at this level back on the purpose of education. And the recent work he's done, taking out ads, full-page ads in national papers and marshaling his peers to redirect the thought centers of our nation back to their purpose. And I'm also excited to see a dear friend and sit and have a fireside chat. Although I don't, Nathan, I don't see the fire anywhere. But look, I've known this guy for a very long time, and we're not related, okay? But we're good friends. I think my staff just gets a chuckle out of when you come in and we're hugging and slapping each other. It's like, we are brothers from another mother, as the phrase goes. But it's good to see you, and thanks for what you're doing here. There are a lot of people that have to work to put on an event like this, so to all of you, thank you for doing it. Summits like this are critical because of what was just mentioned, the dialogue that occurs in between the sessions. That's the real value. Our world is in an incredibly dangerous place. And I would submit it's more dangerous than at any point in my lifetime. And I was alive when it was a bipolar world with the Soviet Union and the United States and the West pitted against one another. But the uncertainty of the moment we have in front of us today and where technology is and how it can be used against us is frightening. And I want to talk a little bit about history at the 100,000-foot level and what's gone on for a very long time. But if you go all the way back to the 30 Years' War, the Peace of Westphalia, which ended that war, created a paradigm in at least the Western world and most of the world about sovereignty and nations, but it also began what I like to use the term the polarity cycle. And that's where, after a massive war, you have exhaustion of the various nation states. They come together, they make agreements that become this legitimacy phase based on those agreements, and everybody's equal. And if you look specifically at the way that peace treaty was held, they had this one room with 30-something doors so that each nation, regardless of the size of the nation, regardless of the power of their armed forces, would all enter the room at exactly the same time. That is an equality that occurs in the exhaustion phase after a massive conflict. But that doesn't last. Stronger nations begin to build their own power because they fear other nations, and in that balance of power quest, the smaller nations begin to align with the bigger nations, and before long, we have a bipolar structure in a region of the world, and that ends almost exclusively in a major conflict or war. And that scares me to death. Because right now, we are in an alignment phase. We need allies. The unipolar moment is gone. And we need to educate our policymakers especially, but our businesses as well, our global institutions, that it's about allies. And I fear that we have leadership that doesn't understand the importance of having allies. In this great competition with China, I think cybersecurity is the one place that the enemy can hurt us the most without triggering a massive response. And the sad reason for that is we as a nation have never defined what our cyber response will be. We have a second use policy on chemical and biological weapons. If you hit the United States, that's when we'll hit you back with those. But we will not use a first. On nuclear, we reserve the right to say we will first use nuclear if we have to. That's a stated policy of the United States. But if you hit us with cyber, we don't have published to the world a response strategy. And I think that is a failure of our leadership, and we got to fix that. I think one of the other failures that we're coming out of right now, something we're fixing now, is this notion that our private sector can defend itself. We protect our borders as a nation, we protect our ports, we protect our ships at sea. But for years we thought, in terms of cyber, the private sector has the responsibility to protect itself. And against nation states, that's a fallacy. And it is time for the federal government to step up and defend the cyber sovereign border of this country. You look at the attacks that have already occurred, and I mean, in terms of the enemy, China, or that no one likes to call them an enemy, okay, great power, competitor, whatever word you want to use, the conflict is real. And we've missed some of the important things, like if you've ever heard the DIME paradigm, diplomatic, informational, military, and economic warfare, right? So we missed a lot of this for decades. The economic warfare that stole the intellectual property from Motorola and put a multi-billion-dollar company out of business in the cell towers business. We lost thousands of jobs, and we lost billions off our GDP. It takes GDP to buy tanks. It takes GDP. That conflict has been going on for a long time, and we missed it. Diplomatically, I hinted about the current polarity of the world in this competition for alliances. The Belt and Road Initiative has been going on for a very long time, and it is stealing our allies from us with dollars. The assault on the U.S. dollar from the BRICS nations is just a further step of that. But the information and IT, the cyber stuff, is probably the boldest of all. If you look at Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, they're in our infrastructure, they're in our telecommunications systems. But do you hear Americans talking about this? Imagine if the Russians took a satchel charge and placed it next to a cell phone tower and had a clacker in their hand, a triggering device that could blow that tower up anytime they wanted. But with China still in our telecommunication systems, that's exactly what we have. And that ought to piss every one of us off and motivate every one of us. And that's why I'm so thankful this university is addressing this issue and leaning forward. We've got to get the rest of America awake on the threats that are out there. But it's not just with cyber, great power competition. There's criminals out there. The Change Healthcare ransomware attack took 1/3 of Americans' personal, sensitive data and put it on the dark web. I mean, it's time to act. Well, let me tell you a little bit of what we're trying to do in my lane. When I took over as the chair of Homeland Security, I sat down and said, okay, what are the big issues? The southwest border was the 25-meter target at that time. We had all sorts of people coming across the country. I asked the FBI director, can you assure me that Hamas is not in that? And he said no. The gangs, the cartels, the fentanyl that was mentioned earlier, killing thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans, that was my 25-meter target. But that's been addressed with executive orders. The next most important thing in front of me is cybersecurity. And as we sit down and look at what can Green and the Committee of Homeland Security do, well, we can address 3 critical problems. And the most pressing issue I see in cybersecurity is solved by this university and others like it. And that is the workforce shortage. 500,000 empty jobs, cybersecurity jobs in America right now. I asked FBI Director Wray, I said, Director Wray, tell me about your staffing and how you stack against China in this space. And he said, Chairman Green, if I took every single cybersecurity expert I had and put them on the China desk, I'd still be outnumbered 50-1. The cybersecurity workforce shortage of 500,000 people is our nation's, as far as I'm concerned, #1 issue. And so we passed a piece of legislation to create an ROTC-like program that would pay for kids and adults to go back to school, get a cybersecurity degree, and you pay back the obligation by working for the government. And we're doing something unique, despite the fact that it's federal dollars. We're going to let you pay it back at the state and local level too, and the tribal level. Why? Because it's the state and local level, especially the local level, that's probably the weakest link. I think our second biggest challenge that I can address that's in my lane is harmonization on compliance. Right now, the federal government has all of these requirements for compliance that keep companies, universities, state and local governments from actually doing cybersecurity. And the efforts are duplicative. They're oftentimes contradictory. And many of them just simply don't make sense. The SEC came out with a ruling, and it's just a department, in the government that decides it wants to do something well-intentioned. And if you get hacked, you have to report within 4 days. And I don't know what the exact time frame to detection and fixing, getting the patch in place is. There's a debate about this. If you ask Nikesh at Palo Alto or you ask the Avanti guys, everybody's got a different opinion. But it's more than 4 days. So the SEC is mandating that all the businesses in America report, hey, the door's open. Come on in. We haven't gotten it fixed yet. It's stupid, bureaucratic. I mean, Ronald Reagan had it right. The government's the problem. So we have got to get in there and synthesize and harmonize all these requirements. CISOs are saying that they're taking 70% of their time to meet compliance requirements. So one, we want to define what is compliance, what's it supposed to look like, what do we need to be asking, what are we asking we don't need to ask. Define that, and then let's do it with AI. Why do we need to have people checking a box for cyber compliance? Nikesh, build a continuous monitoring system that checks all that. There's no reason why we can't have a software package we pull off the shelf and bam, it meets all the compliance needs. And all the individuals that have been back checking boxes and not doing real cybersecurity, defending the network, defending the institutions, can get back to doing that. So that's my second biggie. My last one, my third, is a little more difficult. And I ran a healthcare company. I get the concept of first to market, but first to market results in rushed applications with vulnerabilities. It just does. You know, businesses don't want to, you know, I know the president of Microsoft. I mean, we don't want to talk about all this, Apple, but it does. We've got to figure out how to reverse that economic model and ensure that when software, applications, other things hit the market, they're safe and they're not going to create a vulnerability. And there's another economic model we got to fix, and that's the $3,000 laptop, a bottle of Mountain Dew, and a kid in Russia getting a $5 million payoff with a ransomware attack. And these are the hard ones, right? This economic model piece is the hard one. You can't extradite from Russia, despite the fact that we created an ambassador at the State Department just to try to do that. These are the tough ones to tackle, and I welcome your ideas on how we can address the first to market economic model and how do we fix that. And we've got some courses of action that we're looking at, but this is where I need thought leaders to help us. And then, I mean, ideas on the ransomware piece. I mean, what do you think about just outlawing ransomware payments and a government fund that helps rebuild your system? And we'd only probably have to do it a couple of times. And then the ransomware attacker isn't getting a payoff. I don't know if that's the right course of action. But these are the kinds of things we got to think about if we're going to take on an enemy that is resourceful and never sleeping. And that's where we are in the world today, whether it's China or whether it's a criminal who wants a payoff. I thank you as a university and the leaders of this university for holding this summit. Having these kinds of dialogues, getting into the nuts and bolts of it all, or digits and electrons, is what we have to do. I mean, this is critical. And I hope you'll make new friends here today. And I see a bunch of people in the room that are friends of mine. Let's keep this dialogue going, and let's make sure this nation is truly defended, our institutions are truly defended, and that we're resilient, and that, quite frankly, we're here as a country 50 years from now. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Everybody hear me? Yeah, it's usually not a problem. First of all, before we get started, I want to remind everybody that you can submit questions like you did yesterday, for those of you that were here, to modernconflict@vanderbilt.edu. We will certainly, in our discussion, take a few of those. Congressman, it's like you said, it's always a pleasure to have you on our campus, and for you represent our campus. You are our advocate in DC. You made, we talked a lot, had a lot of industry leaders that talked a lot about artificial intelligence and its role in this process. You gave us a compelling kind of description of where we are, some of the concerns that you have in the area of responsibility. So we've got this clear level of competition. You made it absolutely clear in your address. It's multidimensional in many ways. So you've made a compelling argument that we're not ready, that we're behind, that there's some things that we need to do. So digging a little deeper on that process, what in your seat in Congress and from a policy standpoint with artificial intelligence in mind, how can we catch up? How can we be more competitive? How can we regain maybe an edge that we don't have right now? You talked about synthesizing and harmonizing a lot of our efforts. Where does AI play into that? And what would be some of the next steps from your standpoint that Congress might want to take or need to take?
Well, that's a very broad question, Nathan. I would expect nothing less from you. It's a lot like the 12-step program. Part of your question. The first step to fixing an issue is to know you have a problem. And I think we're still in the phase of educating Americans that, even in some of our biggest multinational corporations, that China has nefarious intent. And you don't have to convince the folks in the Philippines or in Vietnam. But unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans who don't. So to get to that particular issue, we have legislation that tries to prevent technology from going to China. But DeepSeek scared everybody to death, right? About chips and all of that stuff. Josh Hawley and I have a bill that would require a licensure. It's another step to make sure that technology doesn't get over to China. We have to protect our intellectual property. And so I guess recognizing the problem is something that's really important. In terms of AI, we just have to beat them. And we will. I think we're ahead. You mentioned that I implied that we're behind. I think we're behind in some areas, but we're ahead in some areas. In AI, we're still ahead. Despite what you see with DeepSeek, we're still ahead. But there's a lot of places where we are not. And we just need you guys to do what you're doing, innovate in the lab, but we also have to recognize the problems there. A lot of people, Americans, look at World War I. We're isolationists, right? We don't want to go to World War II. It took us all the way to being attacked ourselves. This debate about what's happening in Ukraine, it's in our country, it's divided our country. It's because we're not the bully in the world, and we don't like the fact that there's a conflict going on. And so it's hard to convince us sometimes, if you look through our history, that there's a bad guy out there. But there are bad guys out there. And we need people standing watch on that border and in the cyber border that could very well be a machine. And probably, not even probably, it has to be a machine. Because to defend against the AI attack, you need an AI defense. And so AI is a huge part of it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, and as usual, you gave a very concise answer. So this is going to go like our usual, most of our conversations in DC go here. I'm thinking of an ask here while I've got you on stage. I haven't quite. I've got so many conversations.
Well, it is reconciliation. Everybody else is coming up to the.
Well, now that you mention it, that's for the walk when we leave. One question that I frankly wasn't thinking about possibly asking you, but based upon your comments and so forth, I think could really resonate with the group is, does Homeland Security extend into space? And, should we be doing stuff to protect our critical infrastructure, in orbit? We've got a Space Force now and all that. Where does Congress, where are policymakers going with that?
It's interesting you asked that. We just recently caught a Chinese national fleeing the country after flying a drone over one of our space bases. So the answer is yes. The Department of Homeland Security, right now I have a bill, an anti-drone bill, basically that would empower local law enforcement. You got a Vanderbilt stadium here, right? Imagine a drone and a terrorist. But local law enforcement doesn't have the authority to take down that drone. It's the same with, these incidences of, it happened at a space base, and of course, DOD has its own authorities, but we've got to address that issue. But yes, absolutely, there's a piece to play. I mean, I don't, not out at a satellite somewhere, but in the controlling mechanisms of those satellites. One of the things we recently had a classified briefing on, so I have to be a little bit careful here, but I'll say what's in the open source information. Bitcoin mining is a massive drain on our power. And if you build a big enough, Bitcoin mining site, you can actually put the grid in that area at risk. Well, guess what? Some Chinese-backed companies have done, built massive Bitcoin farms right next to our nuclear silos and right next to space command places. So your question was, does Homeland Security have a role all the way out there? Well, not on the satellite, but clearly protecting the systems that are out there that we're using to defend our country.
We saw a report maybe earlier in the month. Secretary Wright was at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and spoke about these AI data centers that he would like to create at maybe at each national laboratory. The administration clearly sees a benefit there. What are your thoughts about what the secretary mentioned and about how Congress can be a partner with the administration, and tying these to the national labs that we have across the country?
Well, AI advances our ability to, it does advance our ability to reason and to think. And, when you marry it with an innovative human scientist or mind, it is synergistic. It's that old saying about the sum and the parts, right? So I think Congress obviously can authorize these things, pay for these things, and make sure that they're happening. But with AI, we can also make sure that the dangers of AI are protected against. And I loved my West Point classmates. Mark Esper was my West Point classmate, Secretary of Defense. And he came up with I think the first time the DOD came up with a policy on AI. And his principles, and I can't recite them, but I'd encourage people to look at them on how we control and regulate. I hate that word, even though I'm in Congress, AI, and make sure that the bad things don't happen. But Congress can play a role in that.
We had like a bipartisan task force that looked into this and made some recommendations to the speaker and the minority leader. We haven't reconstituted that task force in the 119th. Is there plans for Congress when considering things like AI and that dreaded word regulation, that maybe this would be either very similar to a bipartisan task force or better coordination between your committee and other relevant committees?
Well, one of the things that I've done is, it's the nodes in between, the silos, that are now the big threat. And so when I came in to become the chairman of Homeland, I created what I call the Cyber Subs Committee, because not only is our federal government siloed, our institutions siloed, our businesses siloed, the Congress is siloed. And each committee has its own sort of subcommittee, if you will, on cybersecurity. So the Energy and Commerce Committee has a cybersecurity, DOD has a cybersecurity, and they weren't talking to one another. And so I started this quarterly meeting of all the cyber subs. And honestly, that's where we got the solution for the workforce shortage. Now those cyber subs meetings are focused on harmonization. But we have to think of this as a whole of government. So your question about, is there a caucus or is there a, leader who's bringing it on? I think that cyber subcommittee can be a vehicle for that, specific to AI, at least from an AI defense standpoint. But what you referred to right now, we're focused on the budget and reconciliation, and there is some cyber and AI stuff in that reconciliation. But yeah, I think having a get together of what the group you're talking about isn't going to happen for probably 2 more months.
You've given speeches before, and I know you've actually articulated this to some degree, and we hear this a lot from General Nakasone, the need going forward for policymakers to know how to write code and for code to better understand the perspective of policymakers.
I got to learn how to write code?
Well, I'm not advocating that every member of Congress go to computer science classes, even though we are creating a new school and be glad to work something out here at Vanderbilt University.
Yeah.
But talk about why that's important and how in your role you've seen that perspective really matters.
So absolutely, every job I've ever done, you have to have to be a leader. You have to have a degree of competency. Okay, you just do. That's why actually I'm thinking about, no, maybe Chancellor, you can put this together and I'll do it here. But there's an 8-week short course master's program at MIT on AI for business leaders that I'd hoped to take last fall. But life didn't allow it. So sometime this year, but this is how you can take politicians. Like I did several of these with LSE, London School of Economics. I'll just take night classes on, the political economy, or I think it was Teddy Roosevelt who died with a how-to book on his chest. If you stop being a learner, it's a lot, and I forget, maybe it was Ray Kroc who said, if you stop learning, you're like that grape, you're ripening, you're green, you stop learning, you start to rot. So I think some kind of 6 or 8, you guys have, I did your financial, back when I was running my business, you guys have a master's level, 6-week, 8-week class on that. My undergrad degrees, economics, and, don't ask an economist to run a business. That was intended to be a joke. But no, seriously, something like that on AI, and I bet you get state legislators come into that. I bet you get businesses come into that. How can they leverage AI in their business? And then we get to understand it, right, a little better. But yeah.
We've gotten some great questions from the audience, so I'd like to dig in a little bit here, if you don't mind, Chairman. And a lot of it's in response to your compelling comments that you made earlier. One question is, can you expand on cryptocurrency, how cryptocurrency is an apparent enabler of nefarious behavior?
Well, decentralized can obviously be used, decentralized currency on the blockchain. You can have it either centralized or decentralized. Decentralized can be used just like cash. It's hard to regulate. So yeah, whether it's terrorist financing or illegal behavior. However, I would submit to you that a centralized digital currency scares me more. And the reason a centralized digital currency scares me more is because it can have smart contracts that are built into it that dictate your behavior. And that cannot be tolerated. That's a loss of freedom. Despite the fact that Ripple's built the digital dollar and it's ready to go. But the decentralized can be used just like cash, just like gold, just like rare coins that are worth $5 million and drop in your pocket and you can leave the country. I get it. But what scares me more is centralized digital currency where the government can tell me, no, Green, Tennessee's bought too much diesel, take your F-250 home. Believe me, that could happen. Or Green, you bought too much ammo this month. Freedom, centralized digital currency, freedom's gone, or could be.
Congressman, we've had several questions regarding, your description of of the world, of where we are, and the importance of allies. You know, so in the next 5 years, what countries do you see as allies that we need to cultivate?
Cultivate. Well, when I was running,
or maybe even retain or strengthen.
Yeah, I was about to address that issue. When I was running my business, we used to have my company. I used to have a thing I would tell my people: our best customer is the one we have right now. And so, look at who helped us respond to the Houthis. You know, there were just a few nations that were in the Red Sea firing missiles and flying jets and bombing them when they were launching missiles at shipping in the Red Sea and redirecting the entire supply chain around the south of Africa. It was England, Great Britain. And obviously that is probably our number one alliance. And it's fascinating. We got into a little kerfuffle there at the beginning of our relationship with England, if you'll recall. But since that time, the blood of our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines has been together on battlefield after battlefield. And I will tell you a personal story. I was a part of a Tier 1 task force, and we did a joint mission Halloween 2003 with the British SAS. I was the casualty evacuation aircraft, and as the ER physician in that aircraft, I'm there to help when it goes south. And the Brits were hitting a part of the target, and the bad guys blew a charge after the breach charge. So these guys breach the door, they go in, and a charge goes off, and 4 of them go down. And I get called in. She mentioned the air mantle with the V device. That's where that came from. So we fly into the target, and we pull 4 British guys who are there because we got attacked, Nathan, onto our aircraft. And I lost one of them. But alliances matter. And we cannot forget our friends. And that one is number one. Now, NATO and all the others that have been traditional alliances are critical to the security of this country in a bipolar world. That unipolar moment, very unique in history, is gone. And now we sit and people are aligning, and we need our alliances. When you think of a nation with, if their per capita GDP equals ours at some point, their economy will be 4 or 5 times the size of ours. Alliances are critical. We're losing Latin America. I mean, the election in Honduras and the loss of the recognition of Taiwan by that country, and I think we're down to like 7 nations that are with us with Taiwan. Latin America is very concerning. Recent success in Argentina, very good, but Brazil is disintegrating, one of the largest economies in the world. And so I think Latin America, the Caribbean, very critical. China is influencing the Caribbean nations. And we have to be careful of some of the policy decisions we make that trickle down on, for example, on tariffs on shipping and things like that, impact the cost of goods in those countries too. See, so it's hard to make friends when you're creating an inflationary situation in a neighboring country.
So is there a risk maybe that as the president's looking at these trade imbalances and so forth, that there's a tariff policy that could result in allies of ours becoming more of a trading partner with China and changing that paradigm? Is that what your possible suggestion might be? You think that's a possibility?
I thought we weren't going out on the thin ice. But I did kind of tee it up a little bit. But look, you know, fair trade should happen. And it is a true statement to say that the United States, you take Airbus and Boeing, for example, they're protectionist and have been. And Boeing is, when Boeing reports its economic data, you actually see a GDP move on for the United States of America. Yet they can't compete fairly in the world. That's unacceptable. So look, what's driving this is important and critical, right? We have to address this issue. But we have to be aware of the complexities of it, the trickle-down effects on friends, and we need to make sure we have a plan for that. How's that?
Yeah, sounds great. I just want to remind the congressman that I'm also on the stage, so this is a fellowship here
I got you,
that we're engaged with here quite a bit. Yesterday, there were several references by a lot of people dealing with, the concerns of AI, and in many ways they reference what you said, and that is that the United States is achieving great success with AI, is far advanced than some other countries may be. But the concern is that our military has elements of foreign technology through the supply chain elements, and that supply chain kept coming up in a lot of our conversations.
So it's not just the military, but yes.
Yeah, and it's just not the military.
You take what's in my lane, right? It's our port cranes. And we did an investigation into what's going on in the port cranes. And we found that China, the company building these, had a modem and a way to communicate with images what's happening at our ports back to China. So they didn't even need a spy balloon. They got it at every port crane, right? So we have a bill that basically says you got to fix this issue. Think about if we were to choose to defend Taiwan, we would have to move military equipment over railheads, over barges to the sea to get on boats in a port. Well, it's nothing like having the intel of knowing exactly what your enemy is bringing to the table. Yet somehow we were, again, asleep at the wheel, and we bought port cranes with Chinese technology in it that can do just that. And so, those are the kinds of things that we're having to address at my level, and we're doing it. So I don't know. There's more to it on the DoD side.
Yeah.
But that's more Mike Rogers kind of question, the chairman of HASC. But having served in the military, having a son who now commands at Fort Campbell, that is a critical issue, and we have to ferret it out. And I do think the current administration is a dog on a bone on that.
Mm-hmm. These are great questions. First of all, keep them coming, everybody. These are really, really good ones. There's a lot of similarities in a lot of this stuff. You talked about creating a fund to help businesses impacted by ransomware attacks rebuild their systems. How do you help the people who have already already had their data stolen from these businesses and these attacks? Is there any retroactivity? Is there any way to kind of help those? Is that tough?
Well, first off, that I was using that. Let me make sure I clarify the impression of my presentation of that. That is a considered option. We're not creating a fund tomorrow to address this, right? I'm doing my military background courses of action brief, right? So what are the potential courses of action to address this particular problem? And one could be to make it illegal for an American company or an American person to pay a ransomware attack as a means of completely interrupting that economic model, right? But that wasn't your question. Your question was about retroactively addressing data breaches. I have LifeLock, and they tell me all the time about my X and Y on the dark web. Get my little alert. Well, shit, nothing I can do about that now. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what you do to go back and protect someone. I guess we could put a random number generator and change everybody's. We had these radios when I first came into the Army that had no security to them in it whatsoever. The Prick 77. This is a Vietnam era thing. I came in the Army in '82, right? I started West Point at '82. That was 7 years after the fall of Vietnam. The equipment was still, Vietnam stuff. So they innovate this radio that hops frequencies, right? It hops frequencies. So, if you're trying to listen in, Singar's radio, it's changing frequencies constantly. Well, maybe what we do is we do that with Social Security numbers. Somebody smart enough out there to figure that out so that my Social Security number changes every other day and I have a key somewhere and maybe that does it. I don't know, but it's on the dark web. It's on the dark web.
Good question, in response to a lot of the comments you've made here. What are your thoughts on who should defend U.S. sovereign cyber border, the U.S. sovereign cyber border, the Department of Defense or the Department of Homeland Security? The preponderance of capable cyber maneuverable forces reside currently in the DoD. Do you have any thoughts on that, Congressman?
No, I mean, I think we work together. We have all these task forces that address cyber attacks. CISA sits as a very powerful organization and with a lot of capability, and it's a nascent organization. The organization led by the esteemed General Nakasone has been around for a little longer, if I understand it correctly. We have to develop CISA. We have to, I think, protect it, focus it on its core mission, and then those two have to work in tandem. But the FBI has a piece in this when there's a cyber attack, particularly if it's a criminal. So it's all about the task forces. Interestingly enough, Tennessee Congressman who now sits on my committee, Congressman Ogles, has a great bill that actually will help strengthen those task forces to work together for the defense of the cyber border. But I think that question is coming from my comments that were about it's time for America's political leaders to accept the fact that our private industry cannot protect themselves against a cyber attack from a nation state. And that means we need to start with a policy that says if you hit us, we're going to hit you back. And we might reserve the right to go kinetic. But we need a disincentive for what's happening right now, and we don't have one. And so I've drifted off the intent of your question, but the task forces, that's how I think it should be done when it's a cyber attack against the homeland.
You mentioned Fort Campbell, which, by the way, is, we share Congressman with you. That's the interesting thing. And since the lines were redrawn, is that Fort Campbell and the wonderful people up there are in the same congressional district were represented by you, which is symbolic of the great partnership. A lot of our researchers have initiatives with Fort Campbell, Pathfinder, and all that.
I meant to talk about this in my comments, and I forgot. What your business school is doing, to build solutions, and other parts of the university are doing to build solutions to problems that soldiers identify at Fort Campbell. This cooperation that's going on, I don't know. Maybe we need to move Futures Command here too, Chancellor. But look, I mean, Nashville, Austin. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this school, what it's doing, just phenomenal. I mean, empowering our warfighters to solve just small problems, big problems. It's fantastic. But you ask your question, Nate.
Yeah. Well, how can we expand those type of research opportunities and what, from our standpoint as a top research university, we're seeing the federal government reevaluate, just what are the research initiatives and doing kind of a broad review of that. Is it your concern that we kind of lose our focus on these research initiatives, not only the ones that we have at Fort Campbell, but the ones that maybe other universities have? And if not, how do we expand what we're already doing now? Because it's a win-win for everybody.
My advice would be Palmer Luckey. Do you know who that is? I bet there's some people in the room who know who Palmer Luckey is.
I think Palmer's, I know Palmer's.
Andrew,
yeah,
right?
Palmer's
Okay, so
brother,
before that,
Luckey.
Oculus. So he's totally reinventing the whole military industrial complex by saying, we're not waiting for an RFP, right? We're going to build all the great ideas that we can come up with, and we're going to set them in front of the military guys and say, wouldn't this be cool? And to do that, you have to see how the military's domain warfare structured, the doctrine, all that stuff. So you have to be really into the system and knowing what's going on and how we're fighting and thinking yourself before the Army or the Navy or the Marine Corps or the Space Corps or the Guardians ask for it, you got the idea to the solution.
Mm-hmm.
So from a research standpoint, I would say you're already at the tip of the spear at Fort Campbell, right? Get beyond that. What is the next problem that the military guys are going to face? And can we be doing the research that gets the solution before they even ask for it? Be the Palmer Luckey of research, you know.
Here's a really good question. This is, how concerned are you with China's widespread hacking and pre-positioning on U.S. critical infrastructure by Volt Typhoon, and has already essentially succeeded in deterring the U.S. from defending Taiwan? Has that already essentially succeeded in deterring the U.S. from defending Taiwan?
Okay, there's a lot of different ways to answer that question. I think there are two issues with with military, and it's the will and it's the capability, right? So you have to have the willpower to do it and the capability to do it. And sometimes you can have all the capability in the world if you don't have the willpower, right? You can't create deterrence, or you can't create an action to go and defend someone. Well, I would submit to you now that China is looking at the current leadership of the United States and the capability of the United States and going, we ain't messing with that guy. Now, that doesn't mean they won't, but I'm telling you that that's a huge shift from where we were. Would we defend Taiwan? I mean, I think it's in the position that I sit right now, it is the most important thing for me to say to answer that question is absolutely yes. And do we have the capability? Absolutely yes. And would it be hard and extremely costly? Absolutely yes. But sitting where I sit today, the only way I can answer that question is we will defend Taiwan and we will win.
Another great question here. Has the stand down of the FBI foreign malign, I should have brought my readers up here, foreign malign task force and reduction of CISA's work to counter foreign election disinformation weaken U.S. defenses against foreign malign influence? Or was the refocus wise and our defenses still strong enough?
So I think, if I heard you correctly, you asked if our efforts to ensure foreign governments' elections were legitimate, and removing that is bad for our national security in some way.
It says the question is the reduction of CISA's work to counter foreign election disinformation weaken U.S. defenses against foreign malign influence, or was the refocus wise and our defenses still strong enough?
We want CISA focused on protecting our infrastructure, right? That's what it was formed for. That's what it needs to be focused on. This disinformation campaign puts the federal government in a place of deciding what is and isn't justifiable speech. And I, as a freedom-loving federalist, don't like that. Now, were foreign actors and bots and all this stuff involved? Yes. Is there something that we could do to block that? Yes. Should we? Yes. Leave it at that.
Leave it at that. Time to talk about reconciliation, I guess, right? Great questions, everybody. Keep them coming. These are really good. The UK, this is a question from I think from one of our international partners and guests. The UK National Cybersecurity Center, along with CISA, has a policy of encouraging secure by design in companies building tech systems. Do you have views on how we can do more to prevent companies building systems that still include fundamentally basic vulnerabilities? You referenced this just a little bit. And what do you think about penalties for companies found to have basic vulnerabilities in systems they build?
So we're in the course of action development on how to address this particular issue. We're back to that economic model question of how do we confront the first to market economic model? And the challenge there is that you can over-regulate in that space and stifle innovation and disrupt a free market, right? So we have to build courses of action to address this issue that incentivize. I'm a carrot guy, not a stick guy. So are there certifications, for example, that we could have, this company does X, Y, and Z to make sure there are no vulnerabilities, and therefore they get the highest level certificate. And as the consumer beware looks to make a purchase, they can purchase somebody who at least someone has accredited as a superstar. That's a course of action. That's not the decided course of action. But we're developing all of these ideas on how do we address the first to market without interrupting free markets, being overbearing, and stifling innovation. So this one's hard, and honestly, I'm asking for your help on this one. So my email address is on the website. It's easy to find. And as I said, all my other stuff's on the dark web. So you can find me pretty damn easily.
I'm sure we have some talented people in the room that have already attached that information.
Oh, darn it. I meant to delete that photo.
Right. That's right. One final question, and then what words of advice would you give our graduates who wanted to get into national security work?
I'll just say this, you just never know. And I'll put it to you like this. If you're a student and you're here and you're in the cybersecurity space or in this national defense space, you just never know. As the old Dr. Seuss, the places you will go. And so make yourself, you've been gifted with the ability to get into Vanderbilt University. Make yourself an expert at every single thing you can possibly, because someday you just might be called on to be the chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security. And I hope you do a better job than I'm doing. Okay? When I was on the plane at West Point, I never imagined that standing next to me was a future Secretary of State, a future CIA director, a future Secretary of the Defense, CEO of 7-Eleven, CEO of Mercedes-Benz, the head of the Army Corps of Engineers, the second in command of the United States Army, CEO of all these different companies, the Falcons, right? You never know where you're going to go and what challenges you'll face. So build the foundation now in a place that has incredible opportunity. Don't squander it. Don't squander it. It's a gift because of your hard work to get here. Learn every single thing you can because you never know where you'll be someday.
One final question. I know you're working behind the scenes. Are you going to get the Army-Navy game to national?
Ralph, where's Ralph? I think he's in the room. We're doing everything we can to make that happen. Cadets and midshipmen walking up and down Broadway would be a beautiful sight.
That'd be fantastic.
As Army beats Navy, hopefully in Nashville.
Thank you, Congressman, for the time and for being here and for the leadership that you provide. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Mark Green.
Thank you, guys.
It's been said that there would be a new energy force in finance. Today, we believe it's here. BadlandsCrypto.com, in partnership with Block Trust IRA, offers a secure path to convert your IRA or cash to cryptocurrency, protected by a revolutionary AI technology called Animus. Unlike meme coins or scams that prey on the faithful, the patriots at Block Trust IRA offer real managed accounts with AI Animus technology that navigates the market with computer-based precision, reducing the risk of the volatile cryptocurrency market. Animus AI Technologies was named the #1 crypto trading strategy in the world in 2023 by Bitcoin Magazine. Clients across the globe are utilizing this technology within their own accounts to outperform the market. Whether you have a retirement account like a 401k or IRA, or just cash savings sitting in the bank making you little to no interest. With best-in-class military-grade technology, Block Trust IRA's clients are 100% insured for up to $200 million. In fact, at BadlandsCrypto.com, they are so confident in their ability to help you succeed that for a limited time, they are offering up to a $2,500 bonus in crypto when you open an account. Visit BadlandsCrypto.com and find out how they can help you out-return the best-performing asset of the decade. That's BadlandsCrypto.com.
Pause. 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 Close. Pause. 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 Close.
Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Today's hearing is entitled, again, Decades of Dysfunction, Restoring Accountability at HUD. I would like to thank the Acting Inspector General for being here today to discuss persistent waste, fraud, and mismanagement at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. For decades, HUD's IG has investigated, uncovered, and highlighted severe deficiencies plaguing the agency. HUD's core mission is to provide safe and affordable housing, something very, very important, and it's something we all support on this subcommittee. However, HUD continues to very often waste taxpayer funds while failing to meet its most basic responsibilities and has little to no mechanisms to track and report these issues. This is a fact. Year after year, HUD's appropriations are squandered, mismanaged, or lost through fraud and improper payments. In 2017, $1.7 billion was lost through improper payments, and there's no evidence to suggest anything has been corrected or improved. Accountability is in short supply, and a lack of transparency has eroded public trust. Yet HUD spending increased from $45.4 billion to $78.4 billion from 2021 to 2024. Unfortunately, HUD's failures extend beyond the risks of fraud and its inability to track and report improper payments. The agency relies on outdated IT systems, some designed and built in the 1970s, and in turn lacks the data collection processes required for effective oversight. When I served in Pennsylvania as the Revenue Secretary, we modernized our IT systems, and the improvements in tax revenue were so significant, people actually asked what we were doing differently. How were things improving so much? It wasn't magic, it was better data, better oversight, and better decision-making. While HUD faces many challenges, its minimal oversight of programs and grantees also raises serious concerns. Requiring grantees to have a fraud prevention plan as part of the grant application, along with enforcing enhanced data sharing across HUD programs, would be beneficial steps towards achieving a more efficient, accountable HUD. Public housing authorities under the supervision of HUD have operated unchecked and without consequence.
Good evening, everybody in America, all our fellow patriots, our fellow parents, all of our fellow citizens who love their kids. And I know there's millions of you out there across the country tonight. Thank you for tuning into this live stream. This is the most important live stream I've ever been a part of. The information you're going to hear tonight is absolutely critical. I can guarantee you, when you get through watching this presentation tonight, you are going to spring into action. You're going to realize, like I did when I learned these facts for myself, that there are things you need to be doing right away to protect your kids from the most dastardly, evil monster types in our country and really around the world that have made a profession out of targeting our children, our most precious resource, the one thing we would die for in a blink of an eye. They're coming at them, and they're coming at them every single day. So as we get through this live stream and you're watching this, I would encourage you, number one, to repost this. If you're watching this on X, hit that repost button. I don't care if you have 50 followers, 5 followers, or 1 million, hit repost, because the information tonight is critical. It literally will save kids' lives. It will keep kids from having their futures destroyed, their psyches destroyed. This is important, way more important than music, way more important than politics. There's no politics when it comes to protecting our kids, whether you're left, right, in the middle, or otherwise. We all love our kids, and that's what tonight is all about. When you want to pose a question tonight, and we will be answering some questions at the end of this live stream, towards the end, the way you ask a question as you hear things being said, go in the comments section and just type in your question. And we'll be monitoring those questions. And at the end, we're going to pick several of those questions to answer live on this live stream. I'd like to thank all of my friends and influencers out there who have reposted this, that took my phone calls earlier today and my emails and texts and agreed to repost this for us. It's that big of a deal. So thank you to all you guys out there for pushing the button and making this happen. You know, we've had viral moments in this country over the past several years around politics, around cultural events, around silly stuff sometimes, like just dumb things that happen. We'll turn them into viral moments, and you look up and there's millions of impressions and millions of views on things that aren't that really important. Tonight is actually important, actually critical. So I'm asking you, all of you that are watching tonight, make this a viral moment. Make this a moment where American parents stand up against predators in this country coming for our kids. Push the button. It's that simple. If you're watching on your iPhone, if you're watching on your laptop or otherwise, boom, hit that button. Make this a viral moment. Millions of people should see this tonight. That is our hope. That is our goal. But whoever does wind up seeing it, we hope that you take it to heart and you put it into action, what it is that you learned tonight. And I'm just going to give you a heads up. You're going to hear things tonight that are disturbing, things that are going to anger you, things that are going to put a knot in your stomach. When you start to understand the tactics being deployed against American children right now, and the way they are entering your home without ever opening the front door, without ever breaking a window, and you find out how they're coming at our kids, you are going to become furious when you understand what they're doing. And because of that furious feeling that you're going to have, you're going to stand up when this is over, and you're going to start making changes just like I did the first time I heard this presentation. I would also like to thank the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, for reposting this live stream. I made the request to the President. I told him what we were doing, that I was going to be with Homeland Security, and we were going to have a very serious discussion about how to keep American children safe. And you know that part of his platform when he campaigned was, I am going to help American children. I'm going to keep them safe. I'm going to rescue the ones that have been abducted and that are being trafficked. That is number one on the list. And guess what? The First Lady has made it her mission to make sure that American children are brought back home and are taken care of. So thank you, Mr. President, for reposting this. You're doing a favor to the country tonight. Okay, so I'd like to thank a very special lady. someone I've gotten to know over the years very well. When she heard that we were going to have this exercise and do this live stream, she signed off on it, gave it her blessing, and was very excited that this was going to happen. Basically, you have a civilian, me, reaching out to a government agency, DHS, and saying, why don't we join forces here? Why don't we do something out in public in front of all of America and let them hear a conversation, not between a country singer and a federal agent, but a conversation between two dads, two guys that have teenage kids today that we're raising in this environment and knowing what the threat level is. That's what you're going to hear. There's nothing fancy going on, nothing slick. This is going to be very straightforward. You're going to catch every single point and be able to move on these things. So I want to thank the Secretary of Homeland Security, Miss Kristi Noem, and she's going to give our opening remarks tonight. God bless.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank John Rich for joining us for this important conversation about the safety of our children. It's a topic that should unite all of us, and I appreciate the opportunity to highlight the work of Homeland Security investigations and all that they do to combat online child exploitation. At the Department of Homeland Security, our mission is to protect the American people, and that includes protecting our children. The internet has completely changed how we connect, but it also has opened new doors for predators who want to harm our kids. That's why we launched Know to Protect. Together, we can stop online child exploitation. This national campaign is designed to help arm parents, help kids, and trusted adults with the knowledge and the tools to prevent online exploitation before it even happens. Now, as a mother and as a grandmother, I know that by having the right conversations, we can make sure that our kids and our teens understand all the risks out there, and we can equip families with resources. We can help stop online predators right in their tracks. As governor of South Dakota, I was very aggressive and took a strong stand against terrible crimes like this. I signed legislation into law that enabled tougher prosecution of those who wanted to use AI to generate child sexual abuse material. We're going to continue to work closely with our states and with our local law enforcement partners to go after child predators, but we also need all of your help to help prevent these crimes. President Trump has made it a big priority to protect America's kids. Online and off, we're going to bring the full force of the federal government against those who want to harm our children. I want to thank President Trump for declaring April National Child Abuse Prevention Month. We can highlight this month everything that we're doing and raise awareness to help stop the threats to our kids. The Trump administration is going to aggressively arrest and prosecute those who sexually exploit and abuse our children. Now, this fight requires all of us, law enforcement, parents, educators, kids, and community leaders. We're all going to work together. And thank you to everyone for tuning in tonight and for being a part of the solution. Again, John, thank you for your passion and your friendship and for fighting for our kids. Together, we can make this a safer world for all of our children. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Secretary Noem, we appreciate you signing off on this and allowing it to happen. We know that that this is a huge focus for you as a mother, as a grandmother, keeping American kids safe. So thank you for allowing this to happen tonight. I think it's pretty cool that civilians can reach out to a major federal agency like Homeland Security, and they actually respond, and then they act, and there's not a bunch of red tape or protocol to go through. They say, yes, this is a great idea. Let's get the message out to the masses. So thank you, Madam Secretary, for allowing this to happen tonight. So I'd like to introduce to you our guest tonight. I'm gonna read you his stats because it's pretty impressive. Department of Homeland Security Special Agent Dennis Fetting, over 23 years in federal law enforcement, over a decade leading child exploitation investigations. He's also conducted hundreds of iGuardian presentations like this one to thousands of youth and adults over the past 10 years all across America. This is a dedicated man. This is his full-time job, is to get the bad guys and to tell us how to protect ourselves from the bad guys. Agent, it's great to have you. Welcome to Nashville. welcome to the house.
Thanks so much, John. I appreciate it. I've been excited about this for about 2 months. So the fact that we get to do this now, I'm pumped. This is information that every family needs to hear. This is stuff that every parent, every teen needs to hear. And so I thank you so much for allowing us to use this platform
Absolutely.
and to discuss this very important information.
And you're a father.
I'm a dad. Yeah.
You're a dad, and so you have a son close to my son's age, 16, I believe.
Yep, that's right.
I've got a 15-year-old. So our boys are right in the mark where a lot of these guys come for that age group.
100% right.
Of boys, especially. I mean, they're coming after boys a lot.
Yeah,
boys and girls.
This crime type is equal opportunity.
Yeah.
It's children, both genders, but it's race, religion, politics, all that doesn't
They
matter.
don't care.
This is equal opportunity offenses against children, and these predators, basically their main goal is to target these kids for either more content or financial gain, things that we're going to talk about tonight.
So you've given these demonstrations, these seminars, sometimes to groups as little as 3 or 4 people.
That's right.
You've driven an hour to 2 hours just to sit in a room with a community, and maybe 4 or 5 people show up. You still give the same presentation. You're a patriot. You love your kids, and you know what a problem this is. So thank you for being here tonight. Let's get into this tonight. And before you get started, just give us a broad stroke overview of exactly what parents and teens are going to learn about tonight.
Sure, absolutely. So we're going to talk about a bunch of different topics, and the way that this presentation is broken down, this presentation is appropriate for both adults and teens. We are going to talk about heavy topics, as you spoke about in the intro. We're going to talk about things like sexting, nude and inappropriate images. Where do those go? The fact that there's a permanency to that type of data. We're going to talk about topics like child sexual abuse material, which by statute is called child pornography. That's sexual images and videos of children. But what we're really trying to do is to turn that terminology into what it really is, call it what it is. So if I say CSAM, that's child sexual abuse material. That's horrible things happening to children, basically being transmitted amongst offenders.
So when they hear the phrase CSAM, that's what that means.
That's right. Yep.
Got it.
Yep. So we're also going to just talk about how does exploitation happen. We're going to cover the different steps, grooming tactics. What is an adult predator? Where do these images live? And then most importantly, and this is going to seem like, it's a lot of doom and gloom throughout this presentation, but we have tons of resources throughout this entire presentation. We're going to give you tips to protect. We're going to talk about ways that parents and teens can stay safe. And all of them are extremely easy. All of them are free. Even though this is a very difficult topic, the solutions are actually not as difficult as people think. And so our aim is to bring them to that point.
And if someone is watching tonight that is a victim of exploitation, if they're watching live on this live stream, I would really like to focus on them just for a minute.
Yep.
Where should they go right this second if they are a victim of it? Or if you know of someone who's being victimized by this, where should they go to report this?
So we're actually going to have on the live stream, there's going to be resources that are going to be shown. There are also multiple different outlets. You can go to knowtoprotect.gov. That's KNOW to protect.gov. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has a hotline, a tip line that you can call. Those are 2 great resources. And those are going to be showing up, while you and I are speaking throughout this presentation.
Okay, great. Well, let's get into it.
Excellent. Yep. So again, can't thank you enough. This is such valuable information that you folks are going to hear tonight. What I would like to do is sort of kick this off right at the top with the resource that the federal government has come out with, and that's knowtoprotect.gov. So I'm going to show a very quick 1-minute video. Real law enforcement, federal agents from Homeland Security investigations that are going to talk about the problem that we're seeing, but then also the solution. So we'll kick into that, and then you and I can just get into this conversation.
Okay. When predators are targeting a child, they're most likely going to go after the most accessible child that they have to them.
So they'll look at their social media, they'll look at their school, they'll look at the pictures they're posting.
They will either befriend this child or become part of their friends lists or become part of their contacts and followers. You've got to get involved. You've got to make sure that things are appropriate and that their friends lists are checked, the people they're playing games with are checked.
Have these conversations so that it is a safe environment, so that if an individual does contact them online, they know that they can talk about what has happened.
The Know to Protect campaign will educate and empower children, teens, parents, trusted adults, and policymakers to prevent and combat online child sexual exploitation and abuse.
Because of how vast this problem is, it's not one that we can arrest our way out of. We need your help. To learn more, go to knowtoprotect.gov.
We're going to be going through our Project iGuardian presentation, the same one that your family heard that sort of spurred you to move forward on this. So this is the same one that we go out and do in the communities. We have special agents around the country and really globally around the world that are conducting these presentations, sometimes, you know, at night in free time. And like you said, I've done these presentations for 10, 11 years because I've seen some of the worst things happening to kids. I'll drive hour and a half, 2 hours, and I will literally sit down. It's happened. 2 parents in a rural elementary school, and we just have a conversation, head home, do it all the next day, because this is a really valuable thing. And so we've put a lot of heart and effort into this Project iGuardian, which folks are seeing on the screen right now. So if I can describe, you know, for the people at home, just so you understand, you know, who am I? What is this agency? You know, why should you even listen to us? So Homeland Security Investigations, we're the primary investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security. We're a global agency. So of course, because we're a federal agency, we have offices all around the United States and territories. We have 30 special agent in charge offices and then sub offices covering the entire continental United States. But what we also have, and something that we're very proud of, is we have over 90 offices in over 50 countries, because our mandate and what we're supposed to be doing is targeting transnational criminal organizations. So whether that's Mexican cartels pushing fentanyl across the southern border, whether that's Tren de Aragua sex trafficking rings that we're dismantling, whether it's Chinese money laundering organizations that are committing elder fraud against US citizens, domestic terror cells that are looking for the next, you know, terror attack in the United States, national security investigations, or even foreign actors that are trying to enter the United States to steal our sensitive technologies. Those are all things that we work, and that's why we need that global entity. But it is never more true than in this crime type, which is child exploitation investigations, that we need to start focusing. And we have been focusing. It's basically our second largest case category. It's something that we've put more man hours to, other than narcotics trafficking, because it has become such a problem. And that is basically the online child sexual exploitation of our youth.
I heard a stat when I was digging into this a little deeper, that is it true that the number is in 1 year was 36 million tips that were called in?
That's right.
About kids being targeted online.
Yep, that's correct. And so, and actually in a minute, what I want to do is sort of show the evolution of that exponential growth from, let's say, even the year 2014 until now. But that stat is actually true.
Unbelievable.
Yep, and that's what we're facing. And so what we have also is we have the DHS Cybercrime Center, the Department of Homeland Security Cybercrime Center. They're doing amazing work up there. We have a victim identification lab that is nothing but forensic analysts and agents combing through the worst of the worst footage, looking for any small piece of information, any clue that can rescue a child. So DHS and HSI are putting so many resources into this fight. But what I think parents need to know, this is a global problem, and we now have true transnational criminal organizations that are banding together to target our kids. So you and I have talked a bit. I'm in my mid-40s. Both of us came up in a generation where we didn't have cell phones. If we had some, you know, predator in the area, it might be somebody driving around in a white creeper van or something like that. These are isolated individuals, sort of lone wolves. Well, what the internet has done is it has brought together like-minded individuals into communities, full-blown communities, where they can discuss their attraction to children, how to avoid law enforcement, how to groom children, how to solicit offline meetings. And so that is a giant problem that we're seeing. That's the global problem, is we have sophisticated IT professionals. They're operating on Tor, on the darknet, on these Tor networks, which is the onion router and anonymizer, makes it very difficult to figure out who these individuals are. Very sophisticated now. And that's our mandate, is to sort of dismantle these crime groups.
Well, let's get into this.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet: the end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci-War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's Let's make it official.
And let's start showing these parents what they're up against.
Absolutely. So I want to set the stage. This is an amazing video that was put out by Child Fund International that basically it really depicts in a great way that thing we were just talking about, which is this day and age, what is the online predator?
When I was just starting out, it was harder. You really had to keep things hush hush. But then the internet came along and everything changed. Now we hide in plain sight and share all kinds of things. We review, rate, make recommendations, just like anything else out there. Pre-internet, do you know how hard it was to pretend to be a 9-year-old girl? Now I just roll up looking like their BFF. And the best part, the only people who could stop me pretend I don't exist. You ask me, there's never been a better time to be a monster.
So we're going to take a little 90-second pause. Live streams are interesting. There's a lot of weather blowing through Nashville. We're going to take a 90-second pause. Do not go anywhere. We're just going to recalibrate and reset the live stream. So hang tight. We'll be right back. We want this to be perfect for you guys.
Folks through all different socioeconomic spectrum, different job types. These individuals are sort of all around us, and so it's important for parents to remain, vigilant. That was a depiction, but the folks that you see on your screen right now, those are real monsters. These are real-world monsters. Like we told you at the top of this thing, we're going to be talking about real investigations. So the two individuals on the screen there were basically the two most wanted offenders against children at any one time. Not only were they running the largest CSAM, child sexual abuse material website that ever existed. They had multiple of those going on the Tor network. They also were hands-on offenders of children. So unfortunately, they were sexually abusing children, creating CSAM imagery and uploading that to websites. Now, because they were operating on Tor, they were only known by their monikers, which was Warhead and Crazy Monk. It wasn't just the United States government that was looking into these guys and trying to figure out who they were for years. It was also the Australians, the Brits, the Italians, the Germans. This was a whole global effort trying to figure out who these monsters were. It was actually our office in HSI Boston that cracked this case wide open using some amazing investigative techniques, tracking some cryptocurrency and some other things that they were able to figure out who the individual on the right there was. They figured out the Crazy Monk was this individual named Patrick Faulty. And then on the left, they figured out that that individual Warhead was Benjamin Faulkner. Now, there's a few reasons why I highlight these individuals. Number one, it's important to understand for parents and for teens, these are sophisticated IT professionals that were running a global enterprise, multiple CSAM websites, hosting content, sexted images, basically things that were being sent out by children, but also produced imagery from hands-on offenses. So knowing that these individuals exist and that they're targeting us and our families is number one. Number two, I think it's hugely important to understand these guys could have existed anywhere in the world that there was an internet connection. And yet Benjamin Faulkner was a Canadian citizen and Patrick Faulty actually lived right here in Franklin, Tennessee.
He lived in Franklin, Tennessee.
Yep, Franklin,
so
Tennessee.
About 25 miles south of where we're sitting right this second.
Yep, that's correct. Yep,
and you're saying one of the most notorious on earth.
That's right.
Multiple countries looking for this guy.
Yep. And so we had one of them right here in the United States. And so of course, as soon as we figured out who these guys were, this was a global effort in trying to figure out how are we going to arrest these individuals. And so this case sort of plays out like a movie. It's an extremely interesting case. So we don't have the time to go through the whole thing, but I don't want to leave folks hanging, especially if you're interested in true crime. I'll sort of wrap it up for you. So we were having these global case coordination meetings trying to figure out how are we going to take these guys off together. They had encryption fail safes. If they didn't check in certain times, all of their data would be wiped. All of these rats were going to basically disappear into the dark, and we were going to lose a lot of what we were working towards. Well, maybe by providence, one day, Benjamin Faulkner crossed the border and traveled south into the United States. And we had been watching Patrick Faulty every single day, monitoring all of his movements. And for the first time, he left our local area here in Nashville and he headed north. So the two of them met up in Virginia. with the unfortunate intention of sexually abusing a toddler, a young girl whose father had allowed them access to her so that he could be a VIP member of one of their websites. So
wait. So the father offered up his toddler.
That's right.
To these guys.
Yep. That's the level of monstrosity that we see time and time again in our investigations.
I mean,
So,
that's a level of evil that you can't even comprehend.
Agreed. Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all.
That just shocks me.
So the great outcome of this investigation was our SRT, our SWAT teams out of Virginia were able to execute search warrants on the location that they were at, take both of them off at the same time, infiltrate the network. The results of this investigation were so amazing. So many children rescued, so many offenders that were put away for life. Both these individuals are doing forever in prison. They were prosecuted in Virginia for the hands-on offenses of the children. They were prosecuted here in the Middle District of Tennessee for the global enterprise that they were running. That was an amazing outcome. However, the damage that they did in terms of training other offenders on how to meet children, hosting message boards where these individuals could chat and talk with each other, that impact is still out there. And there are still people right now that are running that exact type of a scheme at any one time on the dark net specifically. And so, what I'd like to do, I'm a big believer in seeing is believing. So here are some of the examples of things that linger on after monsters like Falte and Faulkner. There's our agents uncovered this sextortion guide online. We're going to talk about the crime of sextortion, but if you see that slide right there, you can see the chapters that are highlighted. These predators have put together a guidebook for other predators that talks about, hey, here's a great way to earn money easily, how to manipulate your child victims, how to blackmail anyone, and then even more importantly, how to avoid law enforcement. So these folks are teaching each other in every way that they can how not to get caught. These are intercepted chats that were basically from an offender to another offender where they talk about how your top priority should be acquiring your target's Instagram username. And I want folks to remember this because we're going to talk about Instagram and Snapchat and the correlation between the two, especially when it comes to predators.
The top priority is acquiring the target's Instagram, specifically Instagram username. Not to say that's the only way they target them, but Instagram, that's their go-to.
Yeah, correct. I mean, that's one of them, right? And it's because it's a primary platform for teens, right? So it's a great point. We're gonna cover all sorts. We're gonna name apps and things like that. And it's not that we're vilifying these apps. The fact of the matter is predators go where the kids go. This is the modern day playground. So again, when you and I were growing up, you go to a playground, some creepy guy lingering. Well, the digital environment is the modern day playground. So whatever successful platform kids are gravitating towards, guarantee there's going to be adult offenders there too. And so the other thing that's of interest though in this chat is that these offenders say, once you get that Instagram account, get that username, check and see if their Snapchat username is linked in the bio. And I'm going to cover a reason why that's important later on, things that kids don't understand about the data that their phones are giving away at any one time. But this is real evidence. This is real chats, real things going on. And this is a bit shocking for folks, and it's sort of hard to see, but this is what one of these CSAM websites looks like, sanitized so that you don't see anything. Every one of those blurred out images is something horrible happening to a child. But what I want folks to understand is these fully functioning sites have advertisements for other sites. They have chat boxes so that they can discuss usernames, how to find children, what's the newest platform, what is very valuable to children right now, what we call grooming tactics. You name it, that type of stuff is hosted on these sites. And so, I believe folks need to see this to understand this isn't theory. This isn't something, that we're inventing. These are the things we see in our investigations.
So these are highly produced think tanks of pedophiles.
Correct.
They're pedophile think tanks.
Sure. They work together in concert.
I would phrase that.
Sure.
Networked together.
That's right. Yep.
Wow.
And so going back to the point when you were talking about how this is an exponential problem. So we talked about, me and other agents in our agency going out into the community. So in 2014 is when we first rolled out Project iGuardians, sort of in its infancy, not at all what it looks like today in this amazing product. That was about the first year that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received its very first million leads of individual child sexual abuse online. And as you can see by that graphic on there, year over year, the exponential growth to the point that you made, which was in 2023, that number eclipsed 36 million individual tips. Now, those tips come in from tech industry, law enforcement, concerned citizens, victims. So it's a conglomerate, but National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, is sort of the clearinghouse for that data. They assist law enforcement with so many different things, cataloging and housing child exploitation material, helping us locate and rescue unidentified victims. An amazing entity. But the thing that I was saying at the beginning of this is 36 million tips. You could take a full law enforcement entity with no other responsibilities and you still couldn't tackle that number of leads and tips. And so that's why we're doing this. That's exactly right. We got to get ahead of this.
So the way we chew into 36 million is by educating parents and young people as to how to not become a victim in the first place.
100% right. And it's easy. And there's actually easy solutions. I know this sounds like this is a insurmountable thing. It's not. And we're going to go over the different ways. So the first bucket, we talked about doing these buckets of information, is just knowing the threats. And so what I want to throw to the viewers and to you, John, is sort of just what's going on in the digital environment. So one of the things I love to highlight, it is never too early to start talking to your kids about the digital environment, just what's going on. You're not going to talk to your, to your young elementary school kid about the Foltes and Faulkners and the CSAM websites, but just talking to them about being a good citizen online, what they call netiquette, not trusting that everyone that they meet online is who they say they are. That is one of the biggest takeaways that you can think of. Look, when in society now, we go to a restaurant and, you look around and you'll see toddlers that sort of have an iPad in front of them or they're placed in front of a screen. Our children have Chromebooks and things that they're learning on. They're on their phones a lot. So our children at very young ages are sort of ingrained into this digital environment. It is really interesting to talk to a child victim about, for example, when they're playing a video game like Fortnite or a popular game, they have a very hard time differentiating a real friend like you and I sitting here speaking versus someone that they've squatted up with on Fortnite, let's say 5 or 6 times. They will say, that's my friend, but they've never met that person ever.
So maybe the lesson is you tell your kids, if you haven't met this person in person,
correct,
you don't know who they are. So stay away from those people.
That's right.
Because what they'll do on video games, I'm sure you'll get into it, but some predator will act like he's the age that of the person that they're talking to. And he'll say, for instance, on Fortnite, he'll say, hey, I'm going to gift you a new skin. I'm going to give you something cool because I think you're fun to play with or whatever. And then the kid getting that new skin or getting those coins or whatever, those credits, goes, wow, this kid's great, man. He just gave me a free skin.
Yeah.
I like this guy. And now they're in. Now they're having a conversation.
You just described grooming to a T, which we are going to cover, but that's 100% the way it goes and the way it looks. So talking to these young ones about that concept is huge, and starting to plant the seed that everything that they post, everything that they send out from a tablet, from a device, even an email, a text, there's a permanency to that data and it goes somewhere. And once it leaves, you lose control of that thing. And that's a big one, talking to the little ones about that. When our kids become teens and tweens, even if it's an uncomfortable conversation to have, sexting, nude images, inappropriate pictures, where do they go? How are they harmful? How long do they last? How can that come back to haunt you later on when you're trying to get a job, internships? That's the type of thing we need to start talking to our tweens and teens about and having very open and candid conversations about that.
Okay.
So moving on,
I'm officially flipped out.
There's a lot more.
I know there is, but I think I want to just pause for a second. And if you're watching right now, last I checked, there's over 200,000 Americans watching right now. Repost this, okay? If you're watching this right now and you find this valuable, I promise your followers will too. Just hit that repost button for us. We want as many people as possible to hear what we're talking about tonight. This is absolutely crucial. Thank you guys for tuning in. Repost. All right, please continue.
No, thank you for that. So, we've collected up some interesting media articles over the last 5, 6, 7 years to sort of show this cultural shift in society where people are starting to wake up to the issues that are happening with screen time, with pairing young kids with devices. Celebrities like Selena Gomez, for example, talking about how social media has been terrible for her generation, pointing out, that it's impossible at this point to make social media platforms safe for users. Top investors at Apple, iPhones, talking about how they're now recognizing, and it's not just iPhone, it's Android devices, it's screen time in general, but there is a toxicity of having our kids in front of these screens all the time. Number one, because it really does open the door. The more they are online, the more of a chance they're going to meet some offender, but even just the mental health aspects. And you're going way back even to a guy like Sean Parker, right, who was one of the founders of Facebook with Mark Zuckerberg, openly admits in the media that when they created Facebook, that they were exploiting a vulnerability in human psychology. And I find that very interesting because now we do see this dopamine-driven effect, this desire for likes, followers, reposts, retweets. And, you know, we as adults, the adults that are watching this, if you're on social media, you know, you have to admit yourself that when someone posts something that you don't like, or if you got left out of the block party, or it hurts you, right? It sort of impacts the way that you feel. Imagine that magnified through the lens of a child who's going through hormones or who's not quite settled into society. That's a really big deal, and it's a problem. And so what that has led to, and I really enjoy this slide that's up on the screen, because now folks in law enforcement, parents who are engaged, counselors, you know, doctors have known about this for quite a while, but now we have studies from folks like the American Psychological Association, the American Surgeon General, that have connected a real thing called basically iPhone addiction or technology addiction. TikTok's a great example of something like that. So TikTok was one of the very, very clever, one of the very first apps to understand that when a user logs into TikTok, if I just instantly start playing a video, I've got you hooked, right? So the children log into TikTok, video starts playing. Well, what's happening in their brains, and something we don't really realize, is every time that if we're scrolling through Instagram Reels or a kid's looking through TikTok and we see something pleasurable, our brain is giving us a little dopamine hit, just a little happiness, whoop, every single time, right? The problem is that is like a drug in a certain way, where now what we're seeing is we as adults have it, but the children have it even worse. There's a withdrawal and a need. Kids are having a harder time feeling just being bored, just sitting there, making up games on their own. They constantly need to have to reach for that device. We ourselves as adults, we feel phantom vibrations in our pockets. We think this is something affecting all of us, right? And so, but so much more to these kids whose brains are being developed. And so the last point on that, so last I checked, you're not a medical doctor, right? You and I have talked about our backgrounds.
I'm not.
And neither am I.
I do take a lot of vitamins. I do my best.
Neither am I, but thankfully, and I learned this about 6 or 7 years ago. I was talking to some clinicians at the Nashville Sexual Assault Center here in Nashville, and they kind of keyed me in on the brain development and the way that works. And so this slide up here is really great, because what it explains is that frontal portion of our brain, that's the thing that controls things like empathy. You know, if I post something, how does that affect someone? Long-term consequence thinking. If I post something now, how will that affect me in 5-6 years? Something like that. Even the risk reward factor. I want to do something now because it's pleasurable. I don't really think about the result of the consequence. That's not fully formed until about the age of 22 or 24 years old. So I really need parents to think about this. If you are going to place a supercomputer, an Android or an iPhone, into your child's hands at the age of 12, how can you really expect them to navigate these waters fully with a brain that simply can't do it? Our kids are smart. Our kids are great. They're brilliant, but they're not ready for some of the heavy consequences.
Let me ask you a real-time question about that, though, because so let's say your son or daughter are in sports.
Yep.
And they have practice after school, or you drop them off at a practice at some point, and you're not really sure when the practice is going to end. It's within this 30-minute window to an hour, and they need to be able to contact you and say, hey, practice is over, come pick me up. Or we got rained out, or something just happened, or I'm sick, or whatever, come pick me up. And they're unable to communicate with their parent. I know for me, that's why my boys got an iPhone when they were 13.
Me too.
With a lot of rules put on that iPhone. But that was the main point of it for me, was I want them to be able to contact me if something's wrong. Right. So how do you strike the balance on that?
So great question. And, you know, you had talked about this in the beginning. I'm a parent. My wife and I have gone through the struggles that every single parent goes through. Things like, when do we get our kids a device? What social media should they have? What's safe? What's not? I sit here as a government guy, but I'm a dad, and I have those same concerns. I'm not here to tell anyone how to parent. My job is to essentially make them aware, let you folks choose how you want to do it. But it's my personal opinion, and having talked to child victims, from having talked to counselors, to forensic interview specialists, the slow rollout approach appears to be one of the best ways to do it. So like you said, I did the same thing. My daughter was a swimmer, track, cross country, my son, baseball, ice hockey. And what we did was they got a device at the age of 13, like you said, with the idea that when you need to contact us, you have the phone, you have text messaging.
Yeah.
The browser, Safari browser, locked down, no social media. Through showing us that they can be responsible, not mess up for a period of time. All right, maybe now all your friends are on Instagram, you're a little bit older, we'll roll out Instagram. Mom and dad are going to be following you on Instagram. We're going to check your posts. We're going to be snooping. And by the way, this sounds like I'm on a soapbox, but the fact of the matter is, if you as a parent are paying for that device and you're paying for that cellular plan, should not be a password that can keep you out of that thing.
That's correct. You own it.
You got to keep your kids safe. And
I made my two sons sign contracts.
It's a great idea.
With me.
That's
and so
right.
this is an idea for parents out there that that I did, and it's worked very well. That I go, I bought the phone. I'm paying for the service on the phone. I'm loaning you the phone. Here's a document. This is a loan document. And there are stipulations for you to maintain the loan, or I can repossess the phone at any time if you break any of these stipulations in the loan. And it's about a page and a half long, but it's everything from you cannot download apps without my permission. I will always have the code to your phone.
Sure.
I can check your phone anytime, and on and on and on and on. And then I make them sign the contract, and I sign the contract.
Yep.
And if they break something in the contract, I go, well, let's go see what the contract says about
Sure.
what you
It's
did.
a great way to do it.
Then I pull the contract and we read it. I go, you're in breach of paragraph 4.
Yep.
Give me your phone back. And then I'll hold the phone for as long as I need to hold it, a
Sure.
couple of weeks or longer. And then they'll get it back and they go, okay, don't do that again. So there are practical things if parents will engage their minds a little bit, understanding what a dangerous device that is. What a dangerous device. We don't hand them a pistol when they're 13, do we? No, because something terrible could happen.
That's
They're
right.
not prepared to handle a firearm yet. You hand them an iPhone, there's all kinds of things in the iPhone they're also not prepared to handle.
Sure.
So I think there are practical measures.
Yeah.
Parents can get creative with how to do this.
100% right. And there are devices that are actually set up so that you can't access the internet. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but I think the slow roll approach, I don't think it's a realistic expectation nowadays to have your child abstain from that technology, because the fact of the matter is we live in a technology-based society. They're going to fall behind in certain things, but monitoring and rolling out slowly is a great practice, to your point. And so, to kind of move on a bit on this, one of the things we want to talk about is just what are kids doing online right now? So obviously social media, and we're going to delve into some of the specific social media sites. The big three right now: Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. They sort of rule the day with teens, especially middle schoolers. When I go and talk to a group of middle schoolers, high schoolers, and ask them, hey guys, tell me what you're on, almost the entire auditorium, 250, 300 kids, is on almost all three of those platforms. So that's a big one, right? But they're also on online games. So we're talking about PC-based game, console-based games. Of course, now we have VR-based games. So the gaming environment is a big one that we're going to discuss. Video hosting sites. YouTube is another big one. Not only are kids creating their own content on YouTube, streamers have become almost like the A-list celebrities of our kids' generation. They care more about the most popular streamers than they do, let's say, like the box office celebrity. That's how YouTube is sort of taken over culturally. And then, of course, lastly, we have things like altered reality, augmented reality. We have the glasses from Apple. And now we have AI, generative AI, and these large language models and deep learning entering the realm as well, which we are going to talk about. But really fast, there's a couple things I want to highlight about the different types of social media. So number one of the threat points that we see is apps that are basically chat-based apps. And there's a bunch. I could name them off. There's Chat Hour, Teen Step, Chat Step. There's a bunch, right? And the point is, and they come and go. Some of them are fly by night, but there are a bunch of apps that are designed for children that are just basically different chat groups to talk about different things. Just like when the internet first came out.
Like, for instance, baseball cards.
That's correct. Right. And so
that's a big thing right now. I bet a lot of parents out there, especially if they got boys, their boys are into buying cards, trading cards, selling cards. That's become a big thing again, is sports cards. Both of my sons are big into sports cards right now. And it's a whole massive community of everybody from 60-year-old men down to 10-year-old boys that are buying and selling and trading cards. It seems rather innocuous, but not necessarily.
Well, correct, because what you will get is in any of those chat groups, and it's usually an offender posing as a same-age boy or girl, just talking about the things that the kids are interested in, and then usually trying to move them off that platform and into some place that they control. So chat apps specifically are very problematic. Kick Messenger has been a very problematic one for us, where a lot of child exploitation leads come for a long time, for years and years, as another example of one. But I think overall, parents need to understand, if your kids are in those chat-based apps, you need to find out what chat rooms are they in, who are they chatting with, who are they connected with. That's a big one. And another one is live stream. So, we're very familiar. We're on X Live right now. We're doing a live stream, but there are a bunch of different live streams that are geared specifically towards children. even group chats, like there's an app called House Party that's very popular with kids. The big vulnerability with any kind of live stream, and parents really need to pay attention to this, is a lot of them are set to public by default. So let's say, and we see this play out, let's say you and I, 12-year-olds at a sleepover over at your house, one of the friends brings a phone and they decide to do a live stream. Well, what happens on that live stream is on a map with a radio button, it will show exactly where that person, geolocation, where they are broadcasting from. So anyone can jump in and out of that live stream. If I'm some offender, I jump into that live stream. I know exactly on a map where these children are broadcasting from. But worse than that is I can solicit to these children and say horrible things. You and your friends look hot. Why don't you take your pajamas off? Whatever, sexual things. And these kids, if they don't do it, I just jump out and go on to the next stream. And if they do, I've just succeeded at no cost to my time. So when live stream is in play, live stream takes places where we used to have a reasonable expectation of privacy, bathrooms, locker rooms, school bus, and turns it into a public forum. We need to be paying attention to what our kids are doing in live stream and lock that down from public to private. That's a big one. So
lock it down from public to private.
That's right.
I think that's a big thing. So it's not that your kid can't have Instagram. They can have Instagram if it is locked down to private. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And why is that? So what does a predator think when they come across, they're tracking some kid, let's say they find them on Minecraft, and then they track them over to Instagram and figure out where they're at, and then they see that it is locked. What do they do at that point?
Well, you're going to move on, because that child you would consider a hard target. If it's locked and things are set to private, I would move on to the next child.
A hard target. So you guys at Homeland Security, you really look at a child that's a target as a soft target, hard target, not unlike how the military
Thinking
would talk
basically
about
how a predator would look at a child.
Right, right.
Easy access, or this is too difficult.
They're going to take the easiest route.
That's right.
So if parents make it difficult for them to get to them, they generally just move on.
That's right. Yep. And I'm going to give a live demonstration of how vulnerable Instagram can be versus how locked down it can be. We're going to do that in a little bit.
Okay.
But I want to talk about the gaming environment specifically. The slide that's up on the screen, nothing wrong with those games. Those are just very popular games, but I do need to highlight for parents that every single one of those games, we have worked child exploitations that have stemmed from those games. The game is the meeting place. So what I want parents and kids to understand is that's not where we're seeing a lot of the transmission of CSAM material or anything like that, but this is where offenders meet kids. They groom them through gifts. It could be offering Robux or or V-Bucks, some kind of an in-game currency or gift cards, you name it. We've seen all types of things. And then moving the child off platform to social media, to a cell phone, something like that. And so parents need to understand, talking to your kids about staying on platform is huge. Not playing these games with headsets out with a bunch of different strangers. And if they do that, understanding what is grooming, what does that look like? That's a big one. And it's not just the games themselves, but it's also the various software and locations that support those games. Discord is an extremely popular gaming chat site where kids go in and chat and talk. But because it's so popular, there's a lot of adult predators on Discord right now that are chatting with children as well.
So listen, knowing what the downside is to having some of these apps, like you just mentioned, Discord, would it be crazy to think that a parent just goes to their kid's phone and says, I'm sorry, but we're deleting Discord? I mean, what's the downside to that?
Well, I mean, it's really, again, I think what that comes down to is, what is the child using for entertainment? How are they using it? Are they using it responsibly? Does the adult use that as the reward for good behavior type of thing? But
I guess the safest thing you could do would be, I'm sorry, but this is actually a dangerous app. You just don't realize it, and you press on it till it starts to wiggle and then hit X.
I think the key to that really is the idea that there's a lot of great functions that come out of these different apps. Again, to not fully vilify them, it's just the concept that because they're popular, that's where predators are going to go. And so
I understand that, but I guess I would say, if you knew that driving to a certain location put you at greater risk or put your kids at greater risk, would you continue driving to that location?
No, I fully understand.
I just want parents to just consider that and go, is it worth it? That's it. It's not that any of the apps are inherently bad. It's just where the predators use to enter our lives. Listen, I said this before. What would a mom or dad, I'll ask you guys out there, what would a mom or dad, the mom and dads watching right now, what links would you go to keep a child predator from coming through your front door or breaking out one of your windows in the middle of the night and taking your kid away from you? What would you be willing to do to keep that from happening? I think I know the answer. Anything and everything within your power, you would do that. But these predators, the same ones that you would never allow into your house, are coming into your house anyway without you knowing about it, silently subverting the security that you put at your home, and you're not even aware of it.
Right.
I mean, that is the most unnerving thing me as a dad can think about. Who has entered my house that I don't even know about?
Sure. And actually, we're going to be showing a video in a little bit that depicts that exact thing.
I'm sorry to jump ahead,
not at
man.
all.
I'm like I said,
No,
I'm
you're
just,
on it.
I'm talking like a
You're
dad
on it.
asking questions. So
No, and now we talked about AI, and I think it's so important right now to tackle this, this new topic. This is basically coming to the forefront. It's becoming very problematic for law enforcement, for school officials. It's generative AI. And so the slide that you see up there on the screen really does a good job of sort of depicting how you can take any image now and alter that using generative AI platforms. The biggest problem that we're seeing in law enforcement is, number one, is now we have adult predators that are creating AI generated CSAM imagery, taking real images of kids and turning them into sexual situations. AI generated CSAM. There's an amazing investigation that I want to highlight really quickly. Basically, our office in Boston, but specifically our office HSI Tampa, recently arrested an individual who was for the longest time a hands-on offender on the darknet. We have individuals going back 6, 7, 8 years that was trying to identify this guy. And ultimately they were able to. His name is Justin Colmo. And basically he just pled guilty to these charges that he was charged with. So number one, he's a hands-on offender of children.
that means he physically.
That's right.
abused
He
children.
physically abused children, filmed it, and created CSAM content and posted it up on websites.
Mm.
But the interesting thing about him and why I'm highlighting him is because not only was he a hands-on offender of children, but when he was arrested by our HSI agents, he had over 8,000 CSAM images created by generative AI. But even more so, and this is very disturbing, is he was going to public places. He was taking pictures of middle schoolers outside of a middle school, regular pictures. He went to Disney World. This is a man out of Florida with a GoPro, and he was taking videos of children. He was taking those normal pictures and videos, feeding them into generative AI and creating CSAM generated images from regular kids. So what we're seeing now is the nexus between the hands-on offender and the generative AI to create entirely new content from real children that weren't even in a sexual situation. So that is a problem that we're seeing now.
And they could probably, if someone was targeting a specific kid, if they could find a picture of that kid, probably take that picture and generate CSAM material, then send it to that kid and go, look at this video I just made with you on it. I'm going to post this to everybody. If you don't do A, B, C, D, E.
Can be used for sextortion tactics.
I'm
That's
sure that
exactly
happens.
Right. Yep, and it's a big problem. But that case is a great one that our HSI Tampa office worked. That individual pled guilty. He's awaiting sentencing. So I don't want to talk any more about that investigation, but that's a big one, and it sort of shows parents, what we're looking at. But even more so is in the schools when we talk to school counselors, school resource officers, what they're encountering in that slide up there that I want to reference sort of shows some highlights. Is what we're seeing now, unfortunately, is a lot of peer-on-peer creation of horrible pictures on AI, bullying, threats, harassment, even extortion.
When you say peer on peer, you mean like a kid you go to school with?
That's right. So it would be like a child in the classroom, 2 juveniles preying upon each other, or one juvenile preying upon another juvenile. And we're seeing that time and time again in schools now because of generative AI, taking normal photos of classmates, turning them into something horrible. And I get asked this question a lot from parents. So number one, federal agents, federal agencies, we don't prosecute juveniles. In these investigations, and I'm not talking specifically about the peer-on-peer AI, but in all these investigations, we look at these children as victims. These are kids that we want to help, kids that we need to rescue and save. But when it comes to something like this, which is this peer-on-peer predatory behavior, state and local authorities have any number of different measures that they can use: court-ordered counseling, juvenile sex offender registries, seizure of devices, placed into alternative learning centers. Really, a lot of that is left up to ADAs, district attorneys, and how they want to handle it, local sheriff's departments. But the point is, I really want to highlight for teens, if you're doing something like this and you're generating photos in AI that are problematic for other students, that there's a consequence to that. So I think that's an important thing to highlight because we're seeing more and more of that. So teens, be smart, don't do it. And parents have an understanding that's becoming a problem, in our schools. All right, so we got to, that was heavy, right? And we sort of already talked about a lot of things, but what we do is at each one of these is we do this tips to protect. And so the highlights real fast, we talked about the fact that Technology is the modern playground, that these adult offenders are going to be wherever the most popular places online. Knowing who your kids communicate with is a big one. So checking friends lists, getting rid of all of those strangers, removes all of those strangers that are pretending to be somebody that they're not, and really mitigates those risks. And then lastly, and this goes to your point about looking into those sites, finding out whether they're even worth it or not. Should my child even be there? Is do your research. It takes 10 minutes at most at night. Just do a quick search. First thing you're going to get is advertisements. Skip those. You're going to see lots of great resources and sites that we're going to cover that talk about what's an appropriate app. What are the horror stories? So that is a really important thing. So what I'd like to do
So
now,
you're
go ahead.
advocating on that, sir, just to back up a second. You're advocating that a parent would be very wise to take their child's phone and, for instance, go to their Instagram account. And if they've got 800 followers, you go, that's a lot of friends for my kid. I mean, there ain't 800 kids in his school, maybe. And so you go line by line by line and go, do you know this person? Do you know this person? If you don't, delete, delete, delete,
It's great to
or
have that
block,
conversation.
block, 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 block.
Yep.
And you're probably more than likely blocking at some point a predator.
I mean, yeah, the chances
It's
are
very
if you've
likely.
got 800, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 followers,
And you're in the ninth grade.
it would make much more sense to get rid of all those prying eyes that have no
Right.
business seeing what's going on in your family.
So you get rid of them and then you make it private.
That's right. And you've done so much work, right?
Just doing that.
Just doing that. And that's simple.
Are
It's
you
free,
listening,
it's
guys?
easy.
I mean, put that camera on me. Are you listening to what the man just said? One of the simplest things you can do, go through your kids' social media with them, ask them if do you recognize this follower? If they say no, block. What about this one? Yeah, she sits next to me in science class. Okay, she's good. What about this one? No, block. And once you've purged their follower list, privatize the channel. Make it, lock it, and privatize it. And you basically cleansed it of any possible predators. And then future predators can't even get in.
That's right.
I mean, that's a simple step, because I think we're horrified right now hearing these stories, as we should be. And the question is, okay, I'm freaking out right now. What can I do? That is something you can do.
Very simple.
That's an afternoon of sitting down and going through it.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
So now let's talk about how does exploitation happen. We talked about exploitation, but really quickly, let's go how does it work? So this is a great video. It actually references exactly what you're talking about, which is when we sort of allow our children to have unfettered access to the internet, let's say at night in their room, statistically, that's when the worst things are happening, how literally and figuratively we are opening the door to our home. So this was a great video that was put out by the Internet Watch Foundation out of the UK. Let's watch this video really quickly and then we can discuss it.
Dinner in 5 minutes, Evie.
Don't be shy. You look so pretty in your picture, Evie. Just want to see what you've got under there. Just for me.
Dinner's ready.
Okay, Mum.
Girls are increasingly being groomed by adults to create sexually explicit images and videos. Make sure your home doesn't have an open door to child sexual abusers. Talk to your child. Agree boundaries and set device controls together. Visit talk.iwf.org.uk for guidance.
Important to highlight, that video was very specific to females, to girls, but like we talked about, this is an equal opportunity offender thing, so don't let your guard down, I think is the point to that. So how does this occur? How does this roll out? We talked about it's always going to be an online meeting place, social media, gaming sites, chat rooms, and eventually, and it's usually a fake profile, same-aged boy or girl, grooming tactics begin. So what I'd like to do is walk you through a local case example that we worked here, just so folks have an understanding. This is a real investigation. I keep it sort of general so that you'll never identify the victim who was in this case, but early teenage boy playing Minecraft. He's playing the Minecraft console-based version, so he's out in the world playing Minecraft with other individuals in the world. He befriends this, who he thinks is a kid online, when in reality this is an adult in Canada who is now grooming this child because he says, hey, look, you and I were the same age, we're friends. And they begin playing Minecraft together. You know, he's helping him with skins and other things, and they become buddies on Minecraft. So eventually, as they're playing this game together, this guy asks him, hey, do you have social media? And the kid said, yeah, I got social media. And he goes, hey, why don't you, friend me, and then we can become friends on social media. And folks at home know, and teens at home know what we give away on social media. Now we can see pictures, where we live, where we go to school, where we vacation, what do our pets look like? These are all the things now that have opened just from that, moving from a platform to social media. So this child begins complaining to this guy that his laptop's not working right. He's having some issues with it. So this offender, who's acting like a child, says, hey, look, I can fix your computer for you. He's a very tech savvy guy. Just download this software. I'll remotely access your computer. I'll fix it for you. So he actually attempts to fix the computer. And there's a reason why. I know folks would think, oh, he installed malware. He did. No, in reality, this is a grooming tactic. So he's done this for this boy because now this boy owes him something. And so he says, hey, look, we're friends. I helped you fix your computer. We've been playing games for a while. Here's my cell phone. Let me get your cell phone. Why don't you just text me some pictures of you and your friends when you're at school, when you're hanging out, whatever. Kid doesn't think much of it, begins sending this guy pictures, right? So now they're texting, they're on social media together. This is an adult male posing as a teen. He's got a profile on social media that looks just like a teenage boy. He's stolen photos from other people. So now this guy starts the grooming habit. So he's sending gifts, different things to the kid's house via Amazon. The kid gets the packages when parents aren't home. And now this guy says, hey, look, I've been sending these gifts. Why don't you get on webcam for me? And maybe it's in a compromising situation or maybe a little less close. And this is a gradual introduction of risky behavior attached to a reward. Now, this early teen child doesn't understand if I go on a webcam or I do a live stream and I'm not wearing a shirt, that's just going out into the world. They don't understand that there's software that these predators use to capture that. Fast forwarding through grooming behavior, eventually this guy has this child doing different sexual things on video. When other kids come over to this kid's house to play video games, he's now asking this child to introduce those kids from the neighborhood to him, and the grooming continues. And so all of that started from solicitation through Minecraft and led through the creation, virtual creation, the self-production
diabolical
of CSAM. But even more than that, and this is something I think it's really important for folks to understand, is those videos, so that perpetrator was arrested, but those videos live on in other predators' collections. That child is out there. So every time that our agents knock in the door of some predator and go and collect the evidence and find that child's images, those videos, the National Center for Missing Exploited Children will send a notification to that family, letting them know that the child's been victimized, that these images exist somewhere else. And so parents need to understand that a quick meeting online can evolve very quickly in those exact timeframes, in that exact way. And so talking about what is grooming, sometimes it's just compliments. Somebody that you don't know talking about, hey, you're smart, you're pretty, you're cool. And if a child doesn't have a lot of friends, or maybe they're coming up in a hard environment, sometimes that's all it takes to make them gravitate to you. But we have seen in our investigations anything of value: peer-to-peer payments, Cash App, Venmo, plane tickets, bus tickets, perfume, jewelry, you name it. We have seen all football cards. Anything a child finds of value, that's a grooming tactic. That's a red flag. Children need to know that's a red flag, but parents obviously need to know that that's a red flag. And so that is exactly how exploitation happens, where it doesn't even take an offender ever physically touching that child to basically damage their lives, their family, and it lasts forever.
So what do you tell the kid who's online playing games? Is it as simple as, if you haven't met this person in person, do not trust them, do not engage with them?
Yep, that's number one. And then number two, because look, I think it's a reality that as our kids get older and they start playing these online games, that they're going to encounter strangers playing these games. When they're young, I think it should be a rule that they only play games, even the online ones, they're on the console, they're talking, but it's with kids they know from their school, from their sports teams, from their church, from wherever, right? But they know them, family. When kids get older, I know they're going to be playing games, but the biggest thing is, don't leave that platform. Don't go from a game to a social media, because that is where the extra things start to happen.
It all stays on the game.
That's exactly right.
Because on the game, they don't have an image of the kid. On the game, they can't see where the kid lives. They can't find out any of that information.
Yep. And so the tips to protect on that is talking to your kids about grooming tactics. The teens that are watching this, that's creepy. That's not normal behavior. So knowing that that's a red flag. And then again, I get this question all the time: is this app safe? Is this a good app? Is this a good game? The bottom line is, any app, any game that has a communication feature, whether that's a text feature, a talk feature, there's a vulnerability there that a parent and a child needs to explore. And you need to at least look at that problem. Because if there's a communication to the outside world, it's a vulnerability that must be explored.
Is it true that when a predator finally does migrate a kid over to social media, that they can cross-reference that kid's profile and find out who their parents are, where they live, where they go to school? Like if mom has been posting pictures of the kid and you can find, you know, the kid's name is whatever, John Smith, and he goes, okay, I know where he lives now. I'm going to go cross-reference that. Oh, there's Mrs. Smith, Mr. Smith, there's his siblings, and all of those things where then when they lower the boom on the kid, when they make the demand, whether it's extortion, sextortion, or even worse, that they're proving to the kid that I know where you live, I know where you go to school, I know who your parents are, and they make the threats based on that.
Correct. Yeah, because they can see the contacts and the friends
and
list.
then the kid is going, how does this guy know all this about me? He's got me under his thumb
That's
at
right.
that point.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That's exactly. And so leading into that, and you know, you always bring up the valid point that we move right into. So talking about personal data and what are our devices giving away at any time. So on the screen is really elementary stuff. So I go and I talk to 4th and 5th graders as one of the lowest age groups that I talk to. And we don't talk about these heavy topics. We just talk about, hey, what's something you shouldn't share online? These kids will name every single one of those things up there that you see: addresses, phone numbers, full names. They know that. But I've gone and talked to all the way up through 3 seniors in high school. And in the entire time, I've only had one senior tell me what is metadata. And I've still yet have a kid explain how does geolocation work. So up on the screen, we have some screenshots from Instagram and from Snapchat. So what I want to do, you know, this should come out not too clunky, is what I'd like to do is I want to do a live demonstration for parents that shows in a very short number of clicks, how quickly can I access everything that you just talked about. So let's just go through this exercise really quick. So let's just say that I'm a sex offender that just moved into the local area. I don't know kids, but I'm wanting to reach out to kids.
Right.
All I need to do is essentially I can go into Instagram and I can go into the search feature and I can type in, as long as I know my local high school as an example. If I know the name of that local high school, I can search that local high school under places, and I can click on that local high school. And what I'm going to get on a map, of course, is where the school is. Now, that's not amazing. You can Google a school and find out on the map. But what I'm also going to get is I'm going to do this quick because I'm not trying to put a school or anybody's profiles out there into the world, but I'm going to get every photo that geolocated to that school. So that could be parents taking pictures at a graduation, students who are hanging out at a football game and they're posting pictures on Instagram. Now, I'm a stranger, but now I'm starting to look at all these. If I go to the recently posted photos on Instagram, and it's loading for me right now, but it's going to eventually populate what I'm going to get. And if I click on this, I can tell you that at this school, which is local to us, the most recent photo was uploaded 3 hours ago from the school. And it's actually about some plays that are going on there. But as I scroll through these different pictures, I have students in sports games, I have kids in classrooms. And if I just keep scrolling down, and I'll just use an example as I come across, you know, an image. So there's an image on here and it's basically 4 cheerleaders at this particular high school, right? The problem is, so now that I've looked at this image and I'm some stranger, I do not know this girl who posted this account. 9 times out of 10, these teens are using their full name as their Instagram handle, as their profile.
Handle.
So this girl's using her full name. So it's, you know, blah, 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 right? So now I know this girl's full name. I know where she goes to high school. Instagram will also, using the photo, it will show me in bubbles the names of all of her other friends in the local area. Still not the worst thing in the world, but if I were to click on her account, so now I've moved from the school-based search to this girl's account. Her account is set to public, and now I have access to every one of this girl's Instagram pictures. Everyone. It has nothing to do with the school.
Right.
So I now see her family, her vacations, bathing suit pictures, family. So this particular girl has 1,611 followers. You and I talked about this idea. So if I were to create my own fake profile, follow this girl, and I become the 1,612th follower,
nobody's going to know.
Not going to scrutinize it. Now I can direct message this child looking like a same age boy or girl and begin conversations. And all I did as a sex offender in the local area was go through about 4 steps to begin direct messaging this girl through her public.
So 4
profile.
clicks away.
About 4. Yep. Like we just did it right now. And now I have full access.
Within 60 seconds and 4
even
clicks.
one more step is now that I'm in her personal Instagram account, if I click on one of her pictures and she has 30 likes and I click on one of the people that likes it, I open the next child's account
And you can
the
do it
next child's
again.
account. That's right. Here's the key though. Public account. On the screen in the middle there, private account on Instagram. If this account is set to private, you have the block right there with the lock. That's it. That's all I'm going to see when I do that search. That's a hard target. I'm moving on because, again, the unfortunate truth is 8, 9 out of 10 kids have this public account. Locking it down is the biggest thing, but that's geolocation. That's personal information that these kids don't think about. From public to private is a
So
big
that
one.
one feature alone to make the account private is going to block almost 100% of any predator that would ever try to get
Correct,
it.
unless they accept a follower. If they accept a follower, then now they have access,
Which-
but at least they have
which-
to accept that follower versus me blanket just
Well,
seeing.
which that would get their attention.
Correct.
If somebody said, I want to follow you, request to follow, and you look at it and go, I don't know who that is.
Exactly right.
Deny.
Right. Now let's take it a step further though. So Snapchat, right? So Snapchat has a functionality called Snap Maps. And Snap Maps is essentially, if you're enrolled in Snap Maps, you have all of your followers on Snapchat basically real-time following you in little avatars like what's shown there on the screen. So again, if a child has 1,600 followers, and this is where that predator conversation in the very beginning, which is get their Instagram handle and figure out if they're linked to their Snapchat. So now I become friends with this child on Snapchat and I can see their movements every day on Snap Maps. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that everywhere that little icon sits at night is their house. Everywhere it sits all day is their school. That's personal information that this thing is getting rid of.
And again, Dennis, why would a kid have 1,600 followers?
Good
Okay.
point.
I mean, I know singers that don't have 1,600 followers. So why would a local kid have 1,600 followers? The chances are, let's say a kid has more than 500 followers. What are the chances, especially if it's at 1,000 or more? What are the chances that at least one person in that follower count is a bad
That's right.
actor?
That's right. And
Well, what do
just
you think it
one-
is? What do you think the percentage chances is?
I mean, it's
High?
hard. It's hard to know, but it's a high percentage. And why would you take that chance? Because that one individual could be very problematic.
Correct.
And so
Wow.
with Snap Maps, you got to unenroll. You got to go to ghost mode and basically toggle that off. Don't let these strangers follow your kid around on Snap Maps. That's a big vulnerability as well. But those are two functionalities in two of the most popular apps that teens don't think about. They don't even realize the problem. So, and for folks that are wanting to understand, how do you turn off that privacy setting on Instagram? Up on the screen right now, you can see you just go under account privacy and you change it from public to private. That's step number one. It's super easy and it's something that we recommend. So now metadata. So metadata, I've asked teens, nobody can tell me what it is. It's a simple concept. Basically, in every single picture that you and I take with our device, there is hidden digital information inside that picture. It's an exact date and timestamp down to hundredths of a second of when we took that picture, an exact GPS location of where you took that photo, and a bunch of other little information about the phone and the lighting and things like that. So to do another live demonstration, while we were setting this studio up, I took a picture of us, right? And so I'm gonna text you this picture on your phone.
You took a picture without my permission? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
So
in my own home.
In your own home.
I feel violated.
So I'm gonna text you this picture.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is, this is an extremely important thing. And I want to highlight something to the folks that are watching this. And this is a very important anecdote. So I recall so specifically, we went out and we did a search warrant at one of these predators' houses. Now, this guy was using Kick Messenger to groom children, young kids, and then he was sextorting them and trying to solicit offline meetings. 50% of these search warrants that we go on are like, they're the worst of the worst things you can see. There's mold and food and hoarder situations, dead animals, rats running around. So our office did this search warrant at this location. We're sitting down with this offender, me and another agent, Andy Hendricks, who's a great guy. We're sitting down at the kitchen table with this guy, food stacked up, mold everywhere. Now, this is a guy that would love nothing more than to bring a child into that horrible environment to do horrible things. We began talking to this guy, and he began cooperating. We built a rapport with him. He started explaining what he was doing. This whole time, we're sitting there writing notes, little cockroaches crawling across our hands. We're flicking them off. And I asked this guy two things. Once we had gotten everything we needed from him, and I said, number one, why were you using that app? Like, what drew you to it? And he said, I love social media because I can be anybody that I want to be. I can create 50 accounts and I can talk to any child, and then I can move right on and they don't know where I'm at. And the second one is he was using cell phones to get kids to text in images. And when he said that, he said, you can get a lot of information out of a texted image. And I keyed in on that. So what I want you to do, and we'll show the folks at home as a live demonstration with metadata. So for this demonstration, I turned my camera app's location function to on. So I texted you this image. If you don't mind calling up that image that I texted you.
Okay, it came through. Let's see.
So the image that I texted you, it's in the studio here. It's with our
Got
backs
it.
turned. There you go. So what
Yep.
I'd like you to do is scroll up on that picture. Just scroll
Just swipe up
That's
on the
right.
picture?
Yep.
Okay.
So what you're going to get.
I've never seen this before.
So what you're going to get, and if you don't mind, maybe just describe to the folks at home what you just got when you scrolled up on that image. So let's just say you're the predator. I can't always be the predator in these situations. It's too creepy. So this
Right,
time,
I agree.
This time you're the predator. I'm the kid. We met on Roblox, and you told me, "Hey, we're buddies. Just send me a picture." And let's say I'm a little nervous, and so I just take a picture of my body, not even my head, which I've heard kids say they think that solves that. I just sent you that picture. You don't know me. Now, what do you have?
So, okay, you sent me this picture. I just swiped up on the picture, which I've never swiped up on a picture ever.
Sure.
That anybody's ever sent me. It tells me the date, the time. And then at the bottom, it has looks like a map, like what you'd have on Google Maps or something.
That's right. So if you click on that map.
Click on the map.
Now,
there's the picture.
Sitting on this address.
At my address.
That's right. Now, so the point being,
okay,
is a child who never said their name, never said where they go to school, never said
Right.
anything, but texted a picture with metadata. I slide up on that because that's the functionality of iOS. I now know exactly
So
where
they
that
have
picture was taken.
pinpointed the location
to their
of
house.
where the kid's at when
That's
he
right.
took the picture.
That's exactly right.
What happens if I click on that location? Can I drive to that
Well,
location?
so great point. There are apps out there that will sort through the metadata, and it's up on the screen for the folks to see.
But
'cause
if I
think
just keep zeroing in on
it'll
that,
take you right there.
No, I can see the cross street.
Yep. But
wow.
there's also functionality on here now where basically I can click on the link and it will get Google Maps or Apple Maps, whatever we like, to drive me to that house.
So
And
now this monster can just go sit out in front of the house and wait for the kid
precisely
to
right.
walk
And
outside.
it all came from basically the app enabled
Just
or the
from
device
sending
enabled.
one picture.
Right. So how do we turn that off?
Wow.
Because that's alarming, right? So up on the screen,
Yeah, I want to turn mine off.
iPhone device, you would go into settings, you go into privacy and security,
Yeah.
you go into location services, and what you're going to get is you're going to get every app, a list of every app that's using your location.
Yeah.
Turn off all of those unessential apps, and on the camera app, change it from when in use to never. What
never.
that's going to prevent is when I text you an image, that metadata is not going to be readily available to you. It's as simple as that. That's how you solve that problem. But that's
They'll swipe up and nothing
there
will
won't be
happen.
anything there. That's right.
I mean, these are simple steps.
Simple.
I want to stop and say, if you're watching this right now, I think we're over 300,000 people watching this live. Again, I want to thank President Trump for reposting this live stream with myself and Agent Fetting from Homeland Security. Thank you so much, Mr. President, and all of my friends and influencers and followers who have reposted this. Thank you very much. I would ask you to repost this. If you haven't yet, repost this. Also, we're recording this, and so it will live permanently here on X. It will also be put on YouTube. It will be put on Rumble. It will be put on websites through the Homeland Security website. So if some of your friends couldn't see it tonight, trust me, they'll be able to see it. I want you to ask, I just want to recap for a second, because this has been a ton of information. You just gave a really simple way, two really simple ways. One, to guard your kids on Instagram, for instance, is to set it to private.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's across all social media, public to private, all location settings,
all
and
social
all
media,
privacy. That's right.
public to private.
That's right.
That's literally one click private.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Then you said on social media, go through their follower accounts one by one by one, and if they don't know who it is, you get rid of them. Okay, and then when it comes to picture location services, same thing.
Yep. Turn off the metadata.
Turn it off.
That's right. So the location service
Location
won't show up in
services are
photos.
just off.
That's right. So if you text them, if you email them, that location.
So these are things that any parent watching right now, within 5 minutes of having their kid's phone or laptop, can do those things.
Simple. Yep.
And how much safer are they at that point?
You've
than before they
mitigated
did?
almost all of the risks when it comes to the exposure that we just talked about.
You've almost locked them all out at
Yep.
that
And
point.
it was all very simple and very.
You guys catching that? It's as simple as that. Okay.
All right.
Please continue.
No, I will. And folks, we appreciate it. You know, we've had such good conversation. I know we're starting to sort of get close to button up with time. We had that little delay in there, but hang with me because we have some more case examples and some really important stuff. And then at the end, we have all the resources.
I'd like to say before we get into that, if you have questions for Agent Fetting, go to the comment section on this live stream at Joe and Rich. Type in your question. We have other agents from Homeland Security sitting in the room right now monitoring the comments. So if you have a specific question, type that question out And we're going to pick a few of the best ones, and we're going to answer those at the end before we close up. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so let's talk about the permanency of data. It goes from that personal information to just thinking about the permanency of data. The things that you see up on the screen right there, pranks, drinking and drug use, fight videos, bullying, that's the kind of thing that, so the predatory thing is probably the worst thing that can happen to your child, but it is not the highest percentage thing. It is the things like this. It's the silly and goofy things that kids choose to post. It's the things that teens want to send out there, maybe because they think it looks cool or whatever the fact may be. But what we see time and time again in the news is, how do these things come back and haunt celebrities, athletes, politicians? You know, something that was tweeted or sent out or put on X 10 years ago, someone reposts that when someone is running for office, or maybe they just won an award, or for a teen, you're trying to get a scholarship at a major D1 university. And these things will come back to haunt you. Major universities are rescinding offers because as they look into these children's backgrounds, they realize their timelines show something that they don't want to offer a scholarship to bring into their program. That's a big one, but it's important to understand, especially for the youth, that something like Snapchat, right? So Snapchat sort of breeds this fallacy that data is impermanent because, you know, in theory, snaps disappear.
Right.
That's a very naive thinking, and I want to, you know, really explain to teens why that is. If I have another device, if I take your phone and I'm hanging out with friends and you send me a snap and I take a picture of that, it's now saved forever, whatever you just sent. I, in law enforcement, can subpoena servers and Snapchat and get a bunch of data back. There's still forensically available data on devices that sits there for a while. But on top of that, there's also apps on the App Store that are designed to capture snaps. I don't want kids to fall into this idea that any app, whether they're an encrypted app, end-to-end encryption, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, that encryption is only as good as the ends to ends. So if someone is not trustworthy, if someone gets brought into a group chat, if someone takes screenshots, don't believe the idea that everything you send out doesn't have some kind of permanency.
If they want to get you, they will.
Correct. And there's always a way to do it. And I think that's important, but that's just, and that's not even the predators. That's just the long living stuff, the thing that can come back to stop us from getting a great job, a great career, an internship. This is not even the predatory practices. This is just the stuff that gets put out there, the garbage. How do we want to represent ourselves in the future? That's a big one. And it's really important for parents to sort of shepherd their kids through. And this is sort of a humorous depiction of that, but it's important for folks to understand, like, once you send something out, you can't get it back. The power of the United States government cannot retract an image once it is out there in the collections, in the population, you know, and out on the timelines. So talking about, we've hit on this a lot, but turning off the location features on all apps and social media is huge. Talking about the permanency of data is huge. Creating clear expectations. You talked about the contracts with children. That's a really great way to do it. Social media is set to private. All of those things are huge. And get rid of those strangers off those friends lists. So the last topic before we hit the solutions, we've talked about sexting and sextortion a bit. There's two types now. So for the longest time, we've seen in sextortion, which is basically some offender gaining compromising images or videos of a child, then turning around and blackmailing them for either more content, or now what we're seeing is financial sextortion, which is for financial gain. So NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, has a great video that they put out. It's a 60-second video that basically depicts what does sextortion look like and how do we see it in our investigation. So I'm gonna play this video really quick and then we'll discuss it.
Hey, Zach. It's me. I can't stop thinking about you. I know you've been waiting for this for a while. I wanted to give you something special.
Got it. And then we'll do a couple of questions.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
This is a real case example. This is an individual that you arrested here in Tennessee, Kendall Carter. So why we highlight this is because basically Kendall Carter was an individual who had created dozens of profiles on social media looking like same-aged boys and girls. Those images that you see up there that are blurred out are some examples of images that he stole from children and basically created profiles. This individual was sextorting a bunch of young kids, not just in the Tennessee area, but in the United States. But what's important to understand and why I depict this is what the real offender looks like. On the right there is what the child sees and who the child thinks is their friend or the person that they can trust. And we have seen in these investigations dozens and dozens of profiles to the point where we had one instance, one case where one of these girls was being sextorted by one of these individuals. She was trying to protect what she thought was one of her friends on social media to tell that other girl, watch out for this guy. She was talking to the same guy. He had created another profile. She was speaking to him about him, saying, watch out for this guy. So
these guys, I mean,
100%
they know
right.
no limits.
So that's an important thing to highlight. And now what we have up on the screen there is real pieces of evidence. This is real sextortion chats that were sent out. I'm going to let folks read this as I talk. FB is Facebook, Kick is Kick Messenger. I think it's important to highlight. So this particular text string was being sent to an 11-year-old little girl by a group of individuals, one individual in particular. And you can see that horrible and harassing language. We're all around you. Your parents are going to find out. You have no choice but to obey us. Threatening, go in the bathroom, take these images now, or I'm sending these out to your friends, your family, your followers. This is classic sextortion. This is real information. But in that investigation, and why it's important to talk about this is there were 52 little girls that were in the US and Canada that were being extorted by this individual who was down in Louisiana, and 4 other individuals. Only that little girl told her mom about this. And that's the only reason why law enforcement was aware. The local sheriff's department contacted us. We very quickly found that individual who was doing that, Matthew Walker, down in Louisiana, arrested him. He's doing federal prison time as well. But I think it's important to highlight, and that kid was a first-year law student at a prominent college down there. Again, going to the idea that you can't just think you know what a predator might look like. It could be just about anybody. So that's sextortion. That's what it looks like. But now that's all content-based. That's these predators wanting more content. Now what we're seeing is true transnational criminal organizations out of the Ivory Coast, West Africa. This is exactly how it looks. We're getting a ton of these leads. We have been now for about 2.5 years, targeting oftentimes boys our son's age, that high school age range. It looks exactly like this. They'll get a message on Instagram from maybe a same-aged female or an early 20-year-old female. It'll say something like, hey, I think your profile looks cute, or I know Mark or Jim, because they've looked through the contacts because these are public profiles. They will then send an inappropriate image that they've stolen from these females. These boys, being hormonal, whatever they're, being silly, dumb, will send a compromising image back. These organized crime groups will take a screenshot of the image. They'll take a screenshot of the contacts, and they will tell this child, if you don't now send me $500, $800, $1,000, I'm sending this picture to all of these contacts. And then they're telling these children, these kids, how to do it. Do you have Cash App? Send me a peer-to-peer payment. Go down to your local Walgreens and load a prepaid card. Give me the prepaid card number. They're even guiding them to cryptocurrency sites. Take money out of your bank account, put it in cryptocurrency, send it to this wallet. So the number one thing that teens need to understand, and I'm talking directly to the teens right now, and that's boys and girls, don't pay. So the first thing is don't pay, because in reality, those images are out there. If you pay, all you're doing is perpetrating the crime. And really, what's to stop them from turning right around and asking you for more money? Instead, stop contact, block that offender, tell a trusted adult. And I know that's embarrassing, and I know that's hard, and I know it may seem like this is a big deal and it's more than it is. Talk to somebody that you trust, and then get that person to talk to law enforcement.
And it could be a coach.
Could be a coach.
Could be a teacher.
That's right.
It could be your uncle. It could be the next door neighbor. Somebody that if you're like, I just can't bring myself to tell my parents. If there's anybody that you feel like you can tell, you have to tell them. You had told me something too before we started, that when parents have a child that has been targeted and assaulted like this, I believe you said, don't delete the information. Is that correct?
That's right. So
because that helps you in the investigation.
That's right. So that's to my next point, which is, I know the mama bear, the papa bear, and us, you want to just get rid of that device, get rid of that social media, get rid of that thing. But the problem with that is a lot of that is critical evidence for us. The images are critical evidence. IP addresses are critical, usernames, phone numbers, any kind of data that we can extract is really critical for us. So the guidance is stop contact. Don't go back and forth with this offender. Don't answer anymore. Block. Save the evidence, contact trusted adults to contact law enforcement. And then we will take it from there. And oftentimes, and I mean oftentimes, and this is for the teens that feel like something just happened and they're overwhelmed and they want to go to extreme results. Unfortunately, we've seen a rise in teen suicide because of this type of behavior, because they think they've made such a mistake that they can't overcome it. That is not the truth. We can work through this. There are ways to weather that storm. We can catch these offenders. There are counselors that can work through this stuff.
Right.
It should never be that result. And I can't stress that enough.
You're a
to the
victim
team.
of
You're a
this.
victim.
You did not perpetrate
You are
this.
not a criminal. You are a victim. And if they tell you that you're a criminal for sending images, that is 100% a lie, just like everything else they've told you is a lie.
There you go.
So we will protect. We will.
That
help.
is good to know.
Yep, that's right. So tips to protect on sexting and sextortion. Just remember, once you send a compromising image out, it lasts forever and you can't control it. Saving the evidence is a big one for us. And I really want to highlight something, which is this is going to oversimplify this, but it's actually the way to stop this is if you never send an inappropriate image or video out of your device, you cannot have this happen to you. Like if you just decide not to send something out, something compromising, something that might get you in a problem that's going to last on your timeline or fall into strangers' hands, again, you've done so much to protect yourself. That's a big one. So we've talked about a lot of things. I'm sure parents at home right now are thinking they want to rip their Wi-Fi out and hit devices with a hammer and sort of go nuts.
Right.
Let's talk about the solutions and then we can wrap this up. So for the teens, this is a big one. If something happens to you or you've fallen into one of these traps or you have basically been tricked, build an exit strategy. Tell somebody that you trust, and it's up on the screen right now. Basically stop all contact with that person. Don't delete that stuff. We need it. Remembering that you are not alone. And also remembering that this happens to way more people than you actually think. You are not alone. You know, this is something that we can overcome. So build that exit strategy. And then for parents, a big one is just to look at the common indicators. Sudden mood changes, withdrawing from the family, being evasive, trying to lock passwords, shutting down devices, hiding so that you can't find things that are on their phone. These are all at least red flag indicators that you should have conversations with your child.
I think it's good to pause right there because I think a lot of parents, if their kid starts to withdraw, starts to get quiet, they're not acting right, it's easy just to go, well, he's just a teenager.
Right.
Oh, he'll grow out of it. Well, no big deal. Hey, she's just being a teenager. That may not be the case.
Correct.
So it really should send a red flag of, I wonder if something's actually going on that she's not telling me about.
Right.
And it could very well be something like this.
That's exactly right. Yep. And
Yeah.
so now on the screen, there's going to be 2 slides. And what I'd love for folks to do is basically try and do a screen grab, or at least when we record this, you can go back and look at this. These are top 10 tips that we came up with both for parents, and then the next one is for teens. We came up with this list in the office one day. We had come back from a really horrible search warrant, seen a lot of really bad stuff, sort of decompressing and talking to each other. And we said, look, what are 10 things that parents could do that are completely easy that would have gotten all these kids out of these risks? And it's the things that you see up there. It's all the things that we talked about. I'll let the folks just read through
They
these.
should screenshot this.
Absolutely.
I think the agent made a great call. If you're on your iPhone or you're on a tablet, you can screenshot what you're looking at right now. That's really important. Screenshot that, save it. That way you can refer to this when this live stream's over and you want to dig deeper on these tactics.
And communication is honestly key. Just talking to your child, being involved, snooping a little bit. That's the number one thing. And then everything else we talked about, blocking, setting from public to private, getting rid of strangers, having conversations, everything is up there is super important. And then for the teens, it's a lot of the same stuff. It's basically remembering not to leave those gaming platforms, understanding what grooming looks like. The various things that we've talked about tonight are on that screen right now. And we want folks to take a picture of it, remember it, refer back to natoprotect.gov where we're going to have a bunch of this information housed. All of that is extremely important. And so the resources available to you. So these are some of the partners to the Know to Protect program. We got the Family Online Safety Institute, the commonsensemedia.org, the Carly Ryan Foundation, and also NCMEC has a great program called the Take It Down program, where basically if nudes get leaked out or something happens, you can contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They will work with the tech industry to try to scrub those offending accounts to remove those images. And then lastly, and this is a big one, this is the federal government's response to everything that we just talked about, and it's notoprotect.gov. It's up on the screen right now. It has a QR code. There's also a link right there so that you can click on it and go to the site. We have videos, tip sheets, handouts, everything we discussed, there is a resource for. If you're confused, if you have a problem, there's also tip lines. So notoprotect.gov, it's the Department of Homeland Security's forward-facing effort. It's 1 year old as of this month. We're very proud of it, you know, and I think I can't praise this program enough.
Well, is there a number that a parent can call or a kid can call if they don't want to tell their parents about this, that the kid can actually make this report on their own?
So right here, we actually have a bunch of different tip lines that are up on the screen.
Screenshot this too,
and
guys.
again, you know, you're forecasting the next thing.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm on pace with you, but yeah, screenshot this one too. HSI tip line, 1-866-347-2423. So if someone calls that number, someone will answer that phone call.
That's right. And you can leave a tip, and then it will basically filter down to the field
And
office.
that will start
there
an
will be a response.
investigation.
That's right.
Incredible.
Yep. And so these are the different resources for parents. And remembering the biggest thing is families are not alone. Like, there are resources out there in the world, and it's important to remember. And that brings us sort of the close of this iGuardian presentation, at least for this portion of it. And I know there's some
it's
questions.
incredible. We have a few questions. Thank you guys, first of all, for watching. Incredibly impactful. We do have a few questions, so we'll move through these fairly quickly. But let's get the real answers here. First question: what are some signs that a kid might be in trouble and they're trying to hide it?
So things that we actually discussed. So one of the number one tactics of a predator is trying to withdraw or remove a child from their support network and make them rely on that individual. So if a child is basically being withdrawn, wanting to only be talking to certain strangers online, basically being removed from the support structure, that's a big one. Showing signs of depression and concern, being evasive. If I walk into the room and you quickly hide your phone and then I ask, hey, let me look at your device, and you don't want to let me do it at all costs.
Right.
You try to lock it out with a different password. All of these things are indicators and signs that something is going on.
Yeah.
Something else needs to be done. A conversation needs to be had.
Second question: if a parent changes the settings on a kid's iPhone, can the kid go back in and change it back?
So if we're talking about iPhone, this is a really good point. So iPhone has really good stuff built right into it. So Family Share is a great feature built into iPhone. And this is something, I'm so glad this person asked this question, because one of the top tips that I didn't mention for parents is to lock down that app store so that kids can't just get any app, any game that they want. It has to come through you. So Family Share is an example of built-in security feature in the iPhone. If I'm basically the controlling account and you're my child, I link you to my account. I can set time limits on all of your different devices, screen time limits. You have to ask me for permission for any app on the App Store. You can even do that remotely. I can be traveling for work and you can be at home in the living room and you can say, man, I would really love to get Snapchat.
Right.
And you ask dad, and dad can say yes or no remotely.
Dad's
so
nope.
So the answer is, if you have something on
Right.
Snapchat and you as the parent control that password, they're not going to be able to change those settings back.
But if you don't control it, then yes, if you
That's
go on
right.
your phone and
yeah,
do it,
if
yes,
you
they
just
can
go onto
switch it
their
right
device and they know the methodology, they can go right back into their own
So you
device.
need
So
to go
Family
into
Share is a great way to do it.
Family Share and do it
We
that
use
way.
Family Share in my house. It's a built-in feature. It's not something that costs extra money, and it's a great way to monitor what's going on.
Another question: how can I request this presentation for my community?
So there's several different ways, but notoprotect.gov is the best way to do it. Basically, in the iGuardian section, there's a request a presentation. We have special agents, forensic interview specialists, victim assistance specialists, forensic analysts. All of us can do these presentations. We come to schools, churches, corporate lunch and learns, youth serving organizations, you name it, we'll be there. And this is something we love to do.
See, I don't think people knew before you said that, or this live stream, that Homeland Security agents are out in the field going to where the people are doing this. I didn't know it. I didn't know it until you did one here in Nashville and I heard about it.
It's the passion.
Thank God you guys are willing to do that.
When you see the horrible things that are happening, you just want to get out there and make sure it doesn't happen. Let as many people.
God bless you guys. Last question.
Yep.
What's the best way to start this conversation with my kid?
So just look, having an open dialogue at an early age is a big one. Just talking to them about the fact that maybe it's the fact that you just watched this presentation online and it sort of popped some ideas into your head that you'd love to discuss with a child. If there's not a starter like that, there are so many great resources out there. So NetSmarts, so NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, has NetSmartsKids.org. That has a bunch of great videos that you can show a young child, elementary school aged kid, to sort of bridge that gap and begin talking to them. Thorn.org is another amazing resource, which very age appropriate videos.
Yeah.
You can show a child a video or show them a lesson online. Know to Protect has Know to Protect Kids. You can go in there and there are coloring pages. So for the young ones,
perfect.
Just introduce it as, hey, here's a coloring page. And hey, by the way, I learned something, and you just bridge that gap like that. There are so many resources out there for parents.
You can just tiptoe into it.
100% right.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would like to say for that last question, if you want this presentation, but let's say there's only a certain amount of agents, it's a big country and there's millions of people that would like to see this live. If you can't get somebody live to come there, this entire live stream is being recorded. It will live on YouTube. It will live on Rumble. It will live right here on X and in other places on the .gov websites. So if you want to get your church together, you want to get your neighborhood together, you want to get your school together, if you can't get an agent to come there, all you've got to do is hit play, put it on a screen, and let everybody watch it. They're going to see the entire thing. I think Agent Fetting has done an incredible job. I'm going to ask you one last thing. And I would say right now, with the amount of people watching this live stream, several 100,000 people, there is a very, very strong chance that there is an active predator or many predators actually watching what we're saying right now. No doubt about it. There are bad guys watching this right now. They're trying to learn what it is that we're saying, because we're throwing up blockades around them. We're spilling their secrets right now. So I would like to ask you, as an agent who has hunted these people down, put them in prison for the rest of their lives, and you will continue doing that, as will all the other agents. If you could look into that camera right now and speak to a predator who is probably watching us right now, what would you say to them? Take your time to think about that.
Well, you know, to be honest, this is simple. There's only two options. The first option is that you stop the predatory behavior and you stop your criminal activity. The other option is men and women in law enforcement are going to hunt you down and find you and bring you to justice. There's no third option. You're not going to continue this activity into perpetuity. There are men and women globally dedicated to this fight that basically don't rest, that work on these cases 24/7. We'll find you and we'll prosecute you. So that's it. Two options: stop or be brought to justice.
God bless you. Thank you for everything you're doing. I want to thank Secretary Noem for signing off on this live stream, allowing this to happen. Nothing like this has ever happened before, where civilians are able to sit with people doing this kind of work. I want to thank President Trump for reposting this live stream, and all of my friends, everybody that I texted today and called and direct messaged. Thank you guys for following through and reposting this. For all the parents, all the kids that are watching this, you guys have a call to action now. You guys have the necessary tools you need and the information to make these changes. Make it actionable and share this, okay? This is going to live right here on X, and I'm going to let you know in other places it's going to live. At any given point, you can send that to all of your friends. Send it to everybody that you know and let them watch it. This should be one of the biggest viral moments in social media history. This is more important than politics. It's more important than culture. It's more important than all the stuff that we get tied up with every day. This is the real stuff right here. So please step up, be an American, be a patriot, look out for your friends and neighbors, and send this message forward. Thank you guys for joining us here tonight and for sticking with us the whole time. Thank you to Homeland Security and Agent Fetting for coming in and giving us all this info.
And if I can thank one more group of folks,
sure.
The men and women in law enforcement that work this crime type, state and local detectives, ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children detectives, constantly getting cyber tips, having to run this stuff down. Federal agents, the men and women of Homeland Security investigations, our partners at the FBI, Secret Service that are working this crime type and supporting investigations globally. Look, the thing that folks don't understand about this is the men and women that work this crime type, they have to see broken, devastated families. They have to interview children in distress in the worst moments of their life. They have to view the worst of the worst things happening because they have to testify to this stuff. This weighs heavy on those individuals' mental health. They struggle from that as well. We owe a giant debt of gratitude to the men and women of law enforcement that work this crime type, the victim assistance specialists, the forensic interview specialists, those forensic analysts that sit and comb over horrendous terabytes of data and sit in a dark room and look at that stuff all day. We owe them a lot as well. And I wanted to highlight that because I would be remiss if I didn't say that there is a group of heroes out there. They're amazing folks that are
unsung heroes doing the toughest job in our country.
Right.
And we appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you guys for tuning in, and have a great evening. Have a great rest of the week. Go ahead and send them.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Holding a ceremony for representatives from Congo and Rwanda to sign a ceasefire in a conflict between the two countries. You're watching live coverage on C-SPAN.
Thank you. Are you ready? Well, thank you all for being here today. I'm honored to be here with my counterparts, the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, to witness the Declaration of Principles for Peace in the Eastern DRC. It's a declaration that establishes a fundamental understanding of regional governance, security, economic frameworks, and end the fighting and allow the region to reach its full potential. The eastern part of the Democratic Republic has seen 30 years of conflict. Durable peace and long-lasting economic development is not going to be easy, but it is important. And having both of my counterparts here, the foreign ministers of these respective countries, demonstrates the beginning of a strong commitment to having the conversations that we need to have in order to reach a resolution. I'm proud to work for a president who's made peace, stable global peace, a priority of this administration. And today is evidence of that. He wants to see a peaceful resolution in many parts of the world, but he wants to see a peaceful resolution here. And we want to play a constructive, productive, and important and key role in ensuring that that can happen. And a durable peace in the Great Lakes region will open the door for greater U.S. and broader Western investment, which will bring about economic opportunities and prosperity. And it will also help advance President Trump's prosperity agenda for the world. It's as they call it, a win-win for everyone involved, for the United States, for the Democratic Republic of Congo, and for Rwanda. Our firms are good corporate citizens, American firms, and they'll bring good governance and ensure responsible, reliable supply chains for things like critical minerals that benefit regional governments and our partners and allies as well. This economic development, combined with durable peace, and I would say durable peace comes before economic development. It's impossible to do without the peace. It will also allow millions of displaced people to return to their homes, to safer communities, with new economic opportunities that have escaped generations. The African Union and regional economic communities in Africa have done incredible work, and we need to recognize that in bringing parties together and laying the foundation for these talks. Our government here is focused on energizing these efforts. So we're going to be in close contact with our African Union partners to make sure we can bring this to fruition and to see that this better future reaches everyone. I do want to especially thank our senior advisor, Mr. Boulos, and his counterparts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda for their vision and for their hard work. Today is a step to building a peaceful, prosperous Great Lakes region. And we look forward to working with everyone involved to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
My apologies. I should have turned to
No
you.
worries.
I was looking, that was.
No worries. Thank you. Mr. Secretary of State, Honorable Senator Marco Rubio, His Excellency Mr. Olivier Nduhungirehe, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Rwanda, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today marks not an end but a beginning, a necessary step towards peace taken with resolve and purpose. This moment carries particular weight for the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In Goma, in Bukavu, and beyond, the reality of displacement, insecurity, and hardship continues. For us, the urgency of this initiative is not theoretical, it is human. We signed this declaration of principles not as a symbolic gesture, but as a political commitment, a reaffirmation of principles enshrined in international law, and most recently echoed in the UN Security Council Resolution 2773, a resolution calling for the immediate, unconditional, and verifiable withdrawal of all foreign troops from sovereign territory of the DRC. We are clear in the Great Lakes region, peace must come first, followed by the rebuilding of trust, and then, only when conditions are right, the careful reopening of a path to meaningful bilateral cooperation. Too many past efforts have failed because sequencing was ignored and accountability postponed. Peace and development cannot rely only on good intentions. They must be built on responsibility, clear commitments, measurable timelines, and consequences for non-compliance. This is the only way to restore credibility, not just among states, but with the people who are waiting for peace to become real. The signature of today's Declaration of Principles heralds renewed hope. It reflects the US resolve to complement and support regional and international efforts. This initiative brings accountability and draws the hard lessons from past efforts that have failed to materialize. So the good news is there is hope for peace. The real news, peace must be earned, and it will require seriousness, transparency, and sincerity. We welcome the leadership of the United States of America, a country that has shown steadfast support, consistent principles, and resolve in multilateral forums, especially within the United Nations Security Council. Mr. Secretary, Senator Rubio, I would like to express our deep gratitude. Dr. Boulos, also, your extensive consultations across the region have brought nuance, depth, and humanity to this process. And your presence today underscores that diplomacy must listen, understand the lived experiences of those most affected, and seek durable solutions. The Democratic Republic of the Congo recognizes and values this engagement of the United States. We are also encouraged by US-backed initiatives that promote secure mineral value chains and inclusive economic growth. These efforts reaffirm that peace and prosperity are inseparable. Each step towards stability is a step towards dignity, jobs, and schools. This is the promise of responsible investment and a principled partnership with the DRC, a country not only emerging from conflict, but also at the core of finding solutions to global challenges. To our countrymen and women in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, especially in the East, we know you are watching this moment with concern, with hope, and yes, with doubt. And you are right to do so. You have every reason to expect more than promises. You are entitled to actions that measure up to the suffering you have endured. We draw strength from your resilience, from your commitment to justice, and from our shared, unwavering belief that our sovereignty and our territory are not negotiable. We are a nation that honors its responsibilities, and we understand that history, geography, and yes, maybe even fate has given us the neighbors we have. The borders we inherited, as confirmed by the African Union, are permanent and will never change. But beyond these lines lie histories, families, and communities that bind us together. This shared heritage calls for maturity, restraint, and the wisdom to recognize that peace is not weakness, it is strength. Once again, we stand at crossroads, with peace within reach, and we, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, are determined to move forward, building on the lessons from the past. We stand as a nation dedicated to achieving lasting peace. We welcome the support of a strong partner by our side. And I voice the solemn hope that all parties will seize this opportunity, just as we, the DRC, have chosen to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of President Paul Kagame and the government of Rwanda, I want to start by thanking President Donald Trump for enabling a real change in the conversation on how to resolve the situation in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, leading to the signing of the Declaration of Principles today. I thank Secretary Marco Rubio and the United States government for hosting us, and I commend the positive role played by Senior Advisor Massad Boulos and his team and other officials in the significant progress achieved thus far. Today, we are talking about the real issues, the root causes that must be addressed to achieve a lasting peace in our region. Those include, first and foremost, security, as well as the return of refugees. In addition, and very importantly, we are discussing how to build new regional economic value chains that link our countries, including with American private sector investment. Our goal is a secure region, free of violent ethnic extremism, which is well governed. Working together, our region can be an engine of prosperity for all our peoples, and indeed Africa as a whole. The Declaration of Principles opens the door to a definitive peace agreement, giving fresh impetus to ongoing efforts of the Africa-led process under the East African Community and Southern African Development Community, as well as the Doha track, facilitated by the State of Qatar, where we have seen important breakthroughs in recent days. Our common aim is to conclude a comprehensive peace agreement as soon as possible. But there are no shortcuts or quick fixes, and we have to do the hard work to get it done right, once and for all. Rwanda is committed, and we are ready to continue working together with all the partners involved to ensure the success of this initiative. I thank you all.
Thank you. All right.
Secretary Rubio is signing as a witness the Declaration of Principles between the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the government of the Republic of Rwanda. This declaration commits the parties to mutual recognition of sovereignty and territorial integrity, addressing security concerns, promoting regional economic integration, facilitating the return of displaced persons, supporting MONUSCO, and drafting a peace agreement. These are serious commitments from each side. The Secretary's presence here today as a witness signifies the importance the United States places on resolving this conflict to ensure both countries and their people prosper. We're looking forward to working with both sides to further our existing partnerships and foster win-win outcomes for all.
So we'll move on to slide on down. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes the ceremony. Thank you.
Secretary, one question for the entire continent.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Yesterday, in my view, one of the darkest days in the history of our nation. An unprecedented assault on our democracy. An assault literally on the citadel of liberty in the United States Capitol itself. An assault on the rule of law. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings. Ratifying the will of the people and choosing the leadership of their government. All of us here grieve the loss of life, grieve the desecration of the people's house. But what we witnessed yesterday was not dissent, it was not disorder, it was not protest, it was chaos. They weren't protesters. Don't dare call them protesters. They were a riotous mob, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists. It's that basic, it's that simple. And I wish we could say we couldn't see it coming. But that isn't true. We could see it coming. The past 4 years, we've had a president who's made his contempt for our democracy, our Constitution, the rule of law, clear in everything he has done.
Is America a democracy?
America is a democracy. It was founded as a democracy.
America was founded as a constitutional republic to safeguard the liberties of the people against the tyranny of democracy or of one-man dictatorship.
People are trying to convince Trump supporters, others, that America is not a democracy in the first place.
In this century, great strides have been made toward the goal of subverting our republic and transforming it into a democracy. The foremost tactic of the subverters is subversion of language.
Honestly, the word democracy and the word republic have often been used interchangeably. There isn't a meaningful difference between them.
By calling America a democracy until people thoughtlessly accept and use the term, totalitarians have obscured the real meaning of American principles of government.
I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories. I hear a lot of things out on the road. But to hear Americans, people who would describe themselves as patriots, say that America is not a democracy, that stopped me in my tracks.
You are hearing people say America is not a democracy because there are people around Trump who want them to be saying that, who've been planting that narrative.
Nobody knows the system better than me. Which is why I alone can fix it. I have seen firsthand how the system is rigged against our citizens, just like it was rigged against Bernie Sanders. He never had a chance. Never had a chance. Millions of Democrats will join our movement because we are going to fix the system so it works fairly and justly for each and every American.
What are these false claims of widespread election fraud doing to our country right now?
And you hear numbers like 70% of Republicans believing that Donald Trump actually won the election, or at least that Joe Biden wasn't legitimately elected. It's hard to claw your way back from that.
I understand why the president wants to keep on fighting. I do believe, however, that it's destructive to the cause of democracy to suggest widespread fraud or corruption.
The reporting last week about the agreement the DNC had with the Clinton campaign, Senator Warren said it was proof the primary process was rigged.
What we have to focus on now as Democrats is we recognize the process was rigged.
You can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
It is one more step in delegitimizing not just the incoming Biden administration, but democracy generally.
The indictment charges 12 Russian military officers by name for conspiring to interfere with the 2016 presidential election.
There was a lot of sexism and misogyny. There was voter suppression. There was the FBI's intervention. And then there were the Russians.
Elections have consequences.
If we are right about the fraud, Joe Biden can't be president.
I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit.
And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit.
Donald Trump's big lie that the 2020 election was stolen is still at the center of Republican politics, especially at the state level.
And with the prospect of a presidential election on the horizon, it has the potential to get worse.
There's very good reason to believe all of this is linked to recycled conspiracy theories from the past, all completely discredited.
Benson's legislation making it a crime to knowingly spread misinformation about elections. Is that enforceable? And then there's the sort of counter argument that the more you punish folks like this, the more the more it makes them dig in their heels, right? The more, at least when you talk about misinformation on social media, you try and censor it, you try and, prevent it from spreading, and the virus finds its way to another host.
It is tricky with the First Amendment. I'd want to see what the texts are, but there are things that we can do to really push back against election denialism. Like, we need to be able to acknowledge that this is not a bipartisan problem. The problem we have is that one party is hijacking a system of elections.
The Clinton campaign calls this a crime reminiscent of Watergate, but worse.
What's really important about WikiLeaks is that the Russian government has engaged in espionage against Americans.
The Russians are here. They're interfering in the election. They're at the heart of these leaks. They're working with WikiLeaks.
This has come from the highest levels of the Russian government, clearly from Putin himself, in an effort, as 17 of our intelligence agencies have confirmed, to influence our election.
Did Hillary Clinton lie to the FBI?
Although there is evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case.
People I really respect, like Jim Clapper and John Brennan and others, who knew what the Russians were doing, have been sounding the alarm, because it's not going to stop. That's what I'm worried about.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
You thought Hillary Clinton had 100% chance of winning the election. 100% chance. You still think she has 100% chance of winning the election?
I do. I know that sounds crazy.
This is not the outcome we wanted or we worked so hard for. And I'm sorry that we did not win this election for the values we share and the vision we hold for our country. This is painful, and it will be for a long time. I went to the inauguration of Donald Trump, which was one of the hardest days of my life.
We're covering a story that no one saw coming.
Well, my crystal ball's been shattered into atoms here because I predicted the exact opposite of what happened.
The hand of the Kremlin has been at work in this campaign for some time.
You can't say for certain that the President of the United States is not compromised by the Russians.
Yeah, it is stunning, and I wish I wasn't saying it, but it's the truth.
Breaking news, CNN learning tonight that Hillary Clinton's campaign and the Democratic National Committee helped fund the research which led to the controversial and, frankly, salacious and disgusting in some of its allegations dossier that detailed alleged Russian efforts to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out. I think it's a disgrace. And I say that, and that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president.
I don't know what the Russians have on President Trump, whether it's personal, whether it's political, whether it's financial. I don't know what it is.
You think they have something on him?
But there's no other explaining.
Was the FBI spying on Trump's campaign?
No, they were not. They were spying on a term I don't particularly like, but on what the Russians were doing, trying to understand, were the Russians infiltrating, trying to gain access, trying to gain leverage and influence.
In the summer of 2016, the CIA and FBI and NSA worked very closely together to try to understand as much as possible about what the Russians were doing.
And what they did was treason. What they did was terrible. What they did was against our Constitution and everything we stand for.
As you know, on December 18th, the House of Representatives upheld its constitutional duty and voted articles of impeachment against the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
The charges are extremely serious. To interfere in an election, to blackmail a foreign country, to interfere in our elections, gets at the very core of what our democracy is about.
The president's purpose was personal and political. Accordingly, the president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine.
The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, President of the United States, upon 2 articles of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charges contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby, acquitted of the charges in said articles.
But there is strong support in the Congress for impeaching the president a second time.
Only president in American history to be impeached twice, just 7 days, less than 7 days now, left in his term.
And historically, it's interesting to note that between the first and second impeachments in our country's history, we're talking about a span of 130 years. And now between the third and the fourth, just 13 months.
If you don't impeach him, he might be elected again. That's the fear.
It looks like Mitch McConnell and other Republicans are trying to drive Donald Trump out of the party, not by voting to convict him, but by essentially accusing him, holding him accountable for the riot, and almost inviting local prosecutors to do their work for him.
No politician in history, and I say this with great surety, has been treated worse or more unfairly. Don't give in. Don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face.
I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a bitch. Got fired.
Can you please explain the difference between Vice President Biden's request to Ukraine a few years ago and President Trump's request to Ukraine earlier this year?
Yes, when Vice President Biden pressured the Ukrainian president to remove the corrupt prosecutor general, he was doing so with an international consensus as part of U.S. policy. The entire European Union supported that. The IMF supported that. The IMF, which also gave the loans that he was referring to. And so he did that as part of the entire international community's consensus.
We are just in the midst of a transformation process where we move in the world from a unipolar to a multipolar world. And of course, here China, in this new geopolitical and geoeconomic context, plays an enormous role.
As we've noted, we're now experiencing a 9/11 every day. After September 11th, the government created a commission to study what went wrong. How did we miss the clues? Our question this morning, is it time to establish a 9/11-like commission to study how significant parts of our government missed this, chose to dismiss the obvious danger, making it impossible for health officials to do their jobs?
The reality is that the WHO failed to adequately obtain, vet, and share information in a timely and transparent fashion. Had the WHO done its job to get medical experts into China to objectively assess the situation on the ground and to call out China's lack of transparency, the outbreak could have been contained at its source with very little death.
Due to Donald Trump's lies and incompetence in the past 6 months, have seen one of the gravest losses of American life in history.
We literally left this White House a pandemic playbook that would have shown them how to respond before the virus reached our shores. They probably used it to, I don't know, prop up a wobbly table somewhere. We don't know where that playbook went.
And with this crisis, a real crisis, the crisis that required serious presidential leadership, he just wasn't up to it. He froze. He failed to act. He panicked.
They're telling you the existential threat to America is a bunch of poor refugees 1,000 miles away. They're even taking our brave troops away from their families for a political stunt at the border.
They're trying to institutionalize voter fraud in the United States of America. They want to make mail-in ballots permanent.
It allows Joe Biden to continue to put what he wants to make front and center, the virus. And Willie, any day the virus is the lead story is the day that President Trump's reelection is in trouble.
You turn on CNN, that's all they cover. COVID, pandemic, COVID. You know why? They're trying to talk everybody out of voting. People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not buying it.
Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
I understand that, but people are rioting. Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transferal of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and you'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation.
It's kind of stunning that a president of the United States from the podium at the White House is unwilling to commit to a peaceful transfer of power.
The president would not commit to a peaceful transition of power. This is not something that we expect to hear in the United States.
Under what circumstances would you concede the election?
All I want is a fair election.
So it's your judgment as to whether it's fair or not, as to whether you concede.
Stuart, they always talk about the friendly transition. They spied on my campaign and they got caught. They tried to overthrow the president of the United States and they got caught. And then they stand up so innocent and they say, will you, do a fair transition? Well, they didn't do a fair transition.
Donald Trump insulted your wife, insulted her in very personal terms to you. Do you hate this guy?
And I love the FBI, and the FBI loves me, 99%. It was the top scum, and the FBI people don't like the top scum.
I just need to ask you a few questions about official statements the President of the United States made this morning on his Twitter account. He said there is a criminal deep state.
It was, in effect, an attempted coup
to defeat the duly elected President of the United States on the part of the deep state.
Basically, it was a deep state coup. Unelected deep state operatives who defy the voters to push their own secret agendas are truly a threat.
So, Director Wray, I'm going to ask you, is there a deep state at the FBI?
Congressman, I've never completely understood the term deep state.
It is true. This is my first stop, officially. There is nobody that feels stronger about the intelligence community and the CIA than Donald Trump. There is nobody. The reason you're my first stop is that, as you know, I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. What? And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop is exactly the opposite. Exactly. And they understand that too. I'll be back. I'll be back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, to the stage.
Over the past year, we have made extraordinary strides in the U.S. The stock market is smashing one record after another and has added more than $7 trillion in new wealth.
So I had one of Hitler's speeches translated into English, and I think this tells us a lot about where Donald Trump is getting his ideas.
We've created 2.4 million jobs. New unemployment claims are near the lowest we've seen in almost half a century.
Is anybody running the executive branch of the government? Who is running the executive
Well,
branch?
sadly, the person who's running the executive branch is a deranged, unhinged, dangerous President of the United States.
African American unemployment has reached the lowest rate ever recorded in the United States.
And only a number of days until we can be protected from him. But he has done something so serious that there should be prosecution against him. Nothing is off the table.
The world is witnessing the resurgence of a strong and prosperous America. There is a growing danger that threatens every blessing our ancestors fought so hard for. Our nation is witnessing a merciless campaign to wipe out our history, to defame our heroes, erase our values, and indoctrinate our children. Angry mobs are trying to tear down statues of our founders, deface our most sacred memorials, and unleash a wave of violent crime in our cities. Many of these people have no idea why they're doing this, but some know exactly what they are doing.
Black people are taking down this hate. Do you understand? Taking it down.
It's one of the best feelings that I've had in a long time.
Sometimes the movement has deteriorated into simply attacking whatever statue is available nearby.
The unhinged left-wing mob is trying to vandalize our history, desecrate our monuments, our beautiful monuments.
Their homage to hate, not heritage, they must be removed.
Because this now belongs to us.
With the climate of this nation, that I think it's very important that we move quickly and quietly.
Cancel culture which seeks to erase our history.
They want to demolish our heritage so they can impose their new oppressive regime in its place.
Conventional warfare is very enemy force focused, whereas the suite of capabilities and activities we call irregular warfare are more often focused on the human terrain.
There is a new far-left fascism that demands absolute allegiance.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
This left-wing cultural revolution is designed to overthrow the American Revolution.
Extremist groups, and particularly white supremacist groups, do pose a fundamental threat to our democracy. I am very pleased to have read that the director of the FBI believes that this kind of extremism is the most dangerous threat to the country, and that's where he's putting FBI resources. And that is where I would put Justice Department resources.
Do you have any regrets about your actions on January 6th?
I don't think, and I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of people. I've never spoken to a crowd as large as this. And that was because they thought the election was rigged. And they were there proud. They were there with love in their heart. That was an unbelievable, and it was a beautiful day. Crazy Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington were in charge, as you know, of security. And they
They're
did
not in
not
charge
do their
of the
job.
National Guard. You're in charge of the
They
National
are in.
Guard.
Well, I offered them National Guard. I said, we'll give you soldiers, we'll give you National Guard, we'll give you whatever you want. And they turned me down.
Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
That
resources.
is not a question of how they have, they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
If they would have had I offered them 10,000 soldiers. I said, it could be 10, it could be more, but I offered them specifically 10,000 soldiers. If they would have taken 500 soldiers, you wouldn't have the problem. They turned it down. And if you look at the Inspector General report, he says they turned it down. They made a terrible mistake.
This president is guilty of inciting insurrection.
There will be a trial, and when that trial ends, senators will have to decide if they believe Donald John Trump incited the insurrection against the United States.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding.
Based on your investigation so far, do you have any evidence that the Capitol attack was organized by, quote, fake Trump protesters?
We have not seen evidence of that at this stage, certainly.
I just left the protest at the Capitol building, and I got a big bruise on my leg. I had a difficult time pulling off the act that I was paid to do. And I'm making this video because I want to confess that I was paid to pretend to protest today. I can't say by who, but I will just say that it's a organized effort.
Heaven forbid, if we don't protect this democracy, this Constitution, our values, our institutions, against false narratives, against demagogic, wannabe authoritarian leaders, shame on us.
Good chase. When you're ready, sir.
Be right back. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. but go home and go home in peace.
Our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests.
So I want to add my voice to the many who have endorsed you to be our president. Just think of what a difference it would make right now if we had a president who not only listened to the science, put facts over fiction, but brought us together.
Specifically, have you taken a cognitive test?
No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh?
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping.
I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness, and to make a judgment about who I am.
The most difficult part about a meeting with President Biden is preparing for it, because he is sharp, intensely probing, and detail-oriented and focused.
The next president of the United States of America, Joe Biden!
Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected, I need you once I'm elected.
States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while.
It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, by hundreds of thousands of votes. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes.
We did it. We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
Now to President Trump remaining defiant and not conceding this race.
There was no widespread fraud in the 2020 election. Georgia's top Republican election officials have acknowledged that repeatedly in interviews. And what there was, however, was record-setting turnout, especially by voters of color.
In conclusion, because of these and other efforts, on November 12, 2020, government and industry representatives from the election security community issued a joint statement reflecting a consensus perspective that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
He was obviously getting very angry about this. I said, okay, well, look, I understand you're upset with me, and I'm perfectly happy to tender my resignation. And then, boom.
He slaps the desk.
He slapped the desk, and he said, accepted. And then, boom, he slapped it again, accepted. go home. Don't go back to your office.
Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people that an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you're saying are lies.
So just a quick yes or no, you don't think anyone's trying to steal the election?
Oh, I'm sure individuals would like to be able to, but I don't think there's a widespread conspiracy of some kind. Those things just don't happen the way people would anticipate they might.
President Donald Trump still claims he won the election. President-elect Joe Biden calls that an embarrassment.
I think it will not help the president's legacy.
Mr. Vice President, is it time to concede?
It's time for the president's lawyers to present the facts, and then it's time for those facts to speak for themselves.
We can't back you blindly without evidence.
By all indications today, the president wants to keep fighting all the way to the Supreme Court.
President Trump should not concede.
At this point, we do not know who has prevailed in the election.
His claims of election fraud are baseless.
Until the Electoral College votes, anyone who's running for office can exhaust concerns about counting.
No. There is nothing that shows that the election was stolen from him.
When does a scam become a coup?
Media doesn't decide who becomes president.
It gets decided by our electors, not by NBC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN, and even Fox.
It's never been substantiated, the presence of widespread voter fraud, and yet it's been used as the excuse for all kinds of voter suppression tactics.
Especially Fox News has a particular obligation to make sure people know the election wasn't stolen. Fox News, Brett, I'm going to answer your question. Fox News needs to make sure that the American people, they need to make sure that the American people, Brett, you're doing the interview, I'm answering the questions. We need to make sure that the American people recognize and understand that the election wasn't stolen, that we shouldn't perpetuate the big lie.
They were ready to shut down the precinct. They had counted all the ballots. Everything was good. Everything went smoothly. And then it was at about 4 a.m. that 3 vehicles arrived, a van, a Chrysler 300, and a Ferrari with 130,000 plus ballots. Every single ballot, like literally 100% of that 130,000 ballots were all Biden.
We want an honest, accurate, lawful count. We want maximum sunlight. We want maximum transparency. We want every legal vote to be counted, and we want every illegal vote to be...
I just think we have to be very clear. She's charging, the other side is welcoming fraud and welcoming illegal voting. Unless she has more details to back that up, I can't in good countenance continue showing you this. I want to make sure that maybe they do have something to back that up, but that's an explosive charge to make, that the other side is effectively rigging and cheating. If she does bring proof of that, of course, we'll take you back.
All of the organizations who had the responsibility to check the nature of this election and to verify its results say there was no fraud.
That's the propaganda they're putting out. I disagree with that completely, and we have and will produce additional evidence that shows otherwise.
Are you saying that thousands of Americans participated in a fraud?
I am saying that thousands of Americans had some role in it, knowingly or unknowingly. It was essentially a bloodless coup where they took over the presidency of the United States without a single shot being fired.
Is this essentially a non-violent attempted coup?
I think Trump is throwing rocks through windows. I think he's the political equivalent of a street rioter. The Trump campaign simply has no evidence. Their basic argument is this was a conspiracy so vast and so successful that there's no evidence of it. Now, if that's true, I really want to know who the people are who pulled this off. We need to hire them at the CIA.
Well, the CIA and the FBI and other government organizations have received multiple reports of wrongdoing and failures and vulnerabilities in this company's product. We've detected voting irregularities that are inexplicable and align with these problems in other states.
Breaking news tonight involving Fox News and owner Rupert Murdoch, acknowledging under oath that Fox News hosts endorsed false election fraud claims.
And I think this really actually exposes the fact that Fox is not, at its core, a news network. News networks, they deliver the truth as they know it to viewers. They do the best job to attain the truth, and sometimes it's not perfect, but that's what they do. In this case, we know that behind the scenes, top personnel knew that the narrative they were pushing to viewers was not true.
Despite what the former president and his allies have said for now more than 2.5 years, and continue to insist to this very hour, the Georgia election was not stolen, and I had no right to overturn the election on January 6th.
Has the White House made a determination about whether it will continue to extend the privilege of intelligence briefings to former President Trump, given the concerns among some Democrats that he'll either misuse it or leverage it to enrich himself?
This is a good question. I've raised it with our intelligence teams, or our national security team, I should say. It's something, obviously, that's under review, but there was not a conclusion last I asked them about it, but I'm happy to follow up on it and see if there's more to share.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people. A menacing pandemic has upended the lives of our citizens, isolated millions in their homes, damaged our economy, and claimed countless lives. Defeating this pandemic and rebuilding the greatest economy on earth will require all of us working together. It will require a renewed emphasis on the civic values of patriotism, faith, charity, community, and family. We must revitalize the sacred bonds of love and loyalty that bind us together as one national family. To the citizens of our country, serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime. And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
From day one, we've seen President Biden break away from President Trump's border policies.
Here at home, the Biden administration is now moving to cancel funding for the border wall and return the funds to the Pentagon.
Thousands of migrants are heading to the U.S.-Mexico border before the November elections due to concerns that former President Donald Trump might permanently close it.
So, we're going to build it. Who's going to pay for the wall? 100%. By the way, 100%.
But I've asked her, the VP today, because she's the most qualified person to do it, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle and the countries that help. We're going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border.
Instead, they offered a new version of the big lie, an updated version 2.0 that weaves together existing election conspiracies with Trump's other favorite conspiracy theory, the so-called migrant takeover of the United States.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world.
American elections are for American citizens, and we intend to keep it that way.
They're coming from Venezuela, the Congo, Africa, Asia, South America. Democrats are shipping in brown people from all over the world to turn them into illegal voters. Elaborate and also wildly untrue.
Right now, the Biden administration right now is the one that's luring these children to the border with the promise of being able to get in.
That's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
A new report reveals that 350,000 asylum cases have been closed by the U.S. government
since 2022, claiming those migrants did not have a criminal record and were not deemed a threat to the country.
For years, Democrats have called Republicans conspiracy theorists for stating Democrats want illegal aliens to vote in our elections. Yet President Biden and every single Democrat in Washington want this bill to fail. I'd like to bring up the most racist thing I've ever heard is the insinuation by Democrats that Black and brown Americans are too stupid to get an ID to vote, just like everybody else. I call this the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Build that wall. 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 Build that wall.
We have threats on multiple fronts. The stakes couldn't be any higher. I mean, everything is under attack. Free speech, private property, faith, liberty, children, our families, everything is at stake. But the opportunity we have to stop it, the unique position we've been placed in, set in motion by a system of our forefathers and framers of this great nation, is even more extraordinary.
Such a consequential president of the United States, a Mount Rushmore kind of president of the United States. Want to know what comes next.
That he belongs up there on Mount Rushmore. Lincoln and Joe Biden.
But you got Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. I've said it for years now. He's cogent. But I undersold him when I said he was cogent. He's far beyond cogent.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is.
Oh, I know. CNN makes a. I know.
Is that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is.
First of all, let's just gather ourselves here. The President of the United States body moves a little slower, but his mind is just as quick as ever. Well, look, we're in about 10 days or so, 8 days, we're going to see that right here on CNN, right? We're going to have a debate where we're going to see the President of the United States stand on stage and have to do it.
This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. When he was president, we still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world.
But the only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history.
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back, 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
The debate of the 2024 presidential campaign is now history. The fallout from it is just getting started.
We had a little debate last week. Can't say it was my best performance.
It was a bad night. Let's not sugarcoat that. It was a bad night. It was a great presidency.
I mean, can you say that you are not concerned at all having watched the president's performance tonight?
It was a slow start. That's obvious to everyone. I'm not going to debate that point. I'm talking about the choice in November.
But what was especially amazing was afterward, they went to the panel of assembled Democratic operatives posing as journalists, and all of them were like shocked to discover that Joe Biden has dementia. Like they couldn't believe it. What? Oh my gosh.
I don't care if he's pooped his pants. I don't care if he can't put a sentence together. Show me he can't do the job, and then I'll say, okay, maybe it's time to go.
I'm staying in the race. I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president. So let's start there.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome these leaders for coming in to have this very important discussion about some of the most pressing issues of our time. I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit.
Together we make history, not erase it. To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are literally, and that's not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history. It taps into the full talents of our country. It starts at the top with the vice president.
And, you know, we have to stay woke. Like, everybody needs to be woke. And you can talk about if you're the wokest or woker, but just stay more woke than less woke.
Yeah. If Comrade Waltz and Comrade Harris win this November, the people cheering will be the pink-haired Marxists, the looters, the perverts, the flag burners, Hamas supporters, drug dealers, gun grabbers, and human traffickers. But with a Trump fans' victory, the cheers will come from the police officers, the firefighters, the Border Patrol agents, the steel workers, small business owners, parents, and hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Of course, these stories in the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, and elsewhere are not conspiracy theories. These are news stories sourced by government officials. Conspiracy theories are different. They're false, they're crackpot, they're nonsense. These are facts as established by former and current national security and intelligence officials, as President Trump almost seemed to simultaneously acknowledge today.
People think that one way to build trust is to declassify things that everyone's talking about. I know you talked earlier about, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. So if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these. Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would
I
you,
did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Whether or not they believe what these fantasies that Trump is spinning about the lizard people and the pedophiles taking his election from him, they can use that manufactured crisis for their own purposes.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there, and we are actually. We're saving the world from a radical left philosophy that will destroy this country, and when this country is gone, the rest of the world would follow. This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. You have a Soros-backed DA And the whole thing, we didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
We have a normal president and a former president who is poised to be his party's nominee again, who rants and rambles and lies, who is a 34-count felon and a coup plotter, who tried to steal an election and admires dictators, who vows vengeance and brags that he'll be a dictator, and who has zero respect for the debate stage, for democracy, for half the population, meaning women or immigrants or black and brown Americans, but lots of seeming respect for Adolf Hitler.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was, there was very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on it.
Now the Marxist left is once again using the same corrupt DOJ and the same corrupt FBI and attorneys general and local district attorneys to interfere in our election at a level that our country has never witnessed before. These criminals cannot be rewarded. They must be defeated. We have to defeat them soundly. In the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were motivated?
I don't know,
to?
but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them and talked about them.
And the donor class can't just sit back on the sidelines and say, oh, well, don't worry, this will all work itself out. They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump. And that's a fact.
They're going to try to have me murdered.
If that stuff that came out last week is right about the cartel stuff, they say the cartel's operating in 50 states right now. Like all 50, you know?
So what's going on? Who is it? What?
Forget the who. Let me just tell you what. They want you to be on their team. You know?
But if they're pushing a globalist agenda, I can't do that. So what do they want? What do they want me to do?
You want to stay on for 2 years.
This is about defeating Trump. This is about the final death blow to Trump.
There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down. Yeah, look. There he is.
Because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people. Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at it.
Stay over here.
Hawkeye's here. Moving to the stand. Stare, get ready. Stare, get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you. Let me get my shoes. Hold on. You're good. So we got to move to the front. Watch out.
I give you one message to hold in your hearts today, it's this: never, ever give up. Just never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself and be totally unafraid to challenge entrenched interests and failed power structures. Does that sound familiar, by the way? The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. Embrace that label. Being an outsider is fine. Embrace the label, because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward.
Donald, you're in your late 30s. You got 40 years to live, minimum. Well, I hope you're right about that. What are you going to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running
So many things to do.
Politics?
So many. No, not politics.
for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
You've said that you could do a better job at negotiating an arms control agreement with the Soviets than some of these professionals who've been trying to do it for years.
I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble.
Tonight, Donald Trump speaking about retribution and revenge, saying sometimes revenge can be justified.
Revenge is coming against all of those involved in holding Trump accountable for his crimes.
I don't care about the revenge thing. I know they usually use the word revenge. Will there be revenge? My revenge will be success.
You had the former president saying that he would go after President Biden. You now have him adding by name Hillary Clinton to that list, adding Alvin Bragg to that list. The threat is becoming increasingly specific.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution. Not going to let this happen. Not going to let it happen. I will totally obliterate the deep state. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. But that is the past, and now we are looking only to the future. When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. When America is united, America is totally unstoppable. A new national pride will stir our souls, lift our sights, and heal our divisions. You guys know what this represents? Well, maybe it's the calm before the storm. What's the storm? Could be the calm before the storm.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit GetSafeStreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
What's up, everybody? Hopefully you can hear me. Well, I'm sure you'll let me know if you can't hear me, but thanks for watching Badlands Live. We just watched The Crucible of Donald Trump, which is an original Badlands Media film, produced, directed by Dauntless Dialogues, Adam Riva, incredible patriots over there at Dauntless Dialogues. And that film debuted at Gahr Deadwood, which was August before the election. And of course, there's so much more information now about the crimes. And we hear a lot about nothing's happening. So in the past 24 hours, 2 judges have been arrested. I thought that we would take a few minutes and go through kind of what the news is today. And then for the remaining time on stream, we might end a little bit earlier. If somebody has anything else we should stream, like hearings and whatnot, let us know. But we seem to have done it all. We seem to have streamed it all. But please do us a favor and hit that like button. We definitely appreciate that. So this judge was arrested today. Let's hear what Pam Bondi has to say.
And to set the stage for you and Sandra, this was truly horrific. This guy was in court being prosecuted by a state prosecutor for domestic violence battery. He had beat up 2 people, a guy and a girl, hit the guy 30 times, knocked him to the ground, choked him, beat up a woman so badly they both had to go to the hospital. And John, it's so rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes, victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom. You're not going to believe this. Takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave, while a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Wow. So that's more details than we've had so far about that. Wow. We had Tom Homan on Morning Joe this morning. I haven't watched this yet, this appearance, but let's see what he has to say on. I think it's related to this judge.
Look, the American people voted for this. American people voted for Donald Trump. This is number one issue. Vast majority of Americans want illegal aliens moved from this country, and it's done humanely. However, we got to remember this: there are millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees to be part of the greatest nation on earth. They're sitting in the back seat while 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this border, entered this country illegally, which is a violation of law. There's right way and right way to come to this country legally. The people who came across, they call them asylum seekers, but you and I both know, if you look at the immigration court data, 9 out of 10 of those so-called asylum seekers will end up with an order removal. They overwhelm the system on purpose. Why? Because they know it's going to take 5, 7, 9 years to have a hearing, which they will lose. But now they have U.S. citizen kids. Now they own equities. Now there may be Democratic administration in power, which will award amnesty. They're playing the long game, but we're enforcing laws as enacted by Congress, which you remember what. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws on the books, including the Alien Enemies Act, which is an act created by Congress. We're simply using the laws on the books to make this country safe again.
I wonder what he's writing down, Joe Scarborough. You can hear him. He's writing something down. It's kind of funny. One of the things that Tom Homan has notoriously and repeatedly talked about is prosecuting people for giving aid and comfort and harboring illegals. And now we're seeing the evidence that they were serious about that. Back over to Pam Bondi. So we talked about the Wisconsin judge that was, make sure I've got the right thing pulled up, that was just arrested. Now we can talk about the New Mexico judge who was arrested yesterday, along with his wife.
I mean, when you look at the associations with this violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, and this person that they harbored in their home, he was showing signs through clothing, we were told, tattoos. There was evidence through voice messages and text messages of his association to TDA. So what charges will Cano and his wife face, if any?
So Judge Cano, soon to be former Judge Cano, got his charges were just unsealed. He's charged with obstruction. He admitted post Miranda. He took one of the TDA members' cell phones himself, took it, beat it with a hammer, destroyed it, and then walked the pieces to a city dumpster to dispose of it to protect him. The wife also is charged with destroying evidence. Sandra, not only that, this TDA member, and he had on a necklace that said kill, something about death. He had tattoos all over him. He also had on his cell phone pictures of two decapitated victims, decapitated, gruesome photos. And he was sending them out. And whoever he was sending them to was sending back saying, hey, you need to be careful. You shouldn't be sending these. You shouldn't be texting these photos out. Not only that, these two, the judge and his wife, gave him assault rifles that belonged to their daughter. That's what they're charged with. In the criminal report affidavit, he goes to a shooting range with these assault rifles, with a suppressor, with other known TDA members, and they're shooting. This is the last person that we want in our country, nor will we ever tolerate a judge or anyone else harboring them.
That's crazy. So the guy the judge was harboring had two decapitated photos of two different decapitated victims on his phone, and the judge smashed his phone with a hammer. Wow. So more on this case. Make sure this is showing up properly. Yeah. So this is out of Fox 14 in Arizona. Ex-judge wife into custody after claims of hosting Tren de Aragua. This is the news that was broken yesterday. And then the thing I'm going to read after this screen grab is from a couple months ago, or a month ago, when his house was originally raided. Las Cruces, New Mexico, a former judge and his wife were taken into custody after authorities raided their home in Las Cruces following accusations they had an alleged Tren de Aragua member living in their home. The news was on the scene Thursday afternoon when the home of former Donna Ana County Magistrate Judge Joel Cano and his wife, Nancy Cano, when U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement executed a search warrant. So it was just less. No, this was yesterday. Yeah, there was another search warrant in, I think it was February. Executed a search warrant and probable cause arrest warrant. Both were taken into custody. A spokesperson for ICE confirmed they were both taken into custody as part of an ongoing investigation led by Homeland Security. So this is from the original, which I think was also Fox 14 article. A search warrant inventory list showed that the federal agent seized several items from Cano's house, including 6 phones, miscellaneous documents, and laptops. The search warrant itself revealed the investigation has been in the works for months after the federal agents received an anonymous tip in January. Shout out to the tipster who told on the judge that is probably owned by the cartels. The source claimed 3 undocumented Venezuelans were staying in Judge Cano's home, were working for his family, and were given access to firearms. The story that we're being told so far is that Nancy Cano hired this one migrant guy to do some work around the house, then offered to allow him to stay in the guest house. This anonymous tipster said that it was 3 Venezuelans, potentially co-conspirators. But the information that the judge himself smashed the cell phones, that's new information to me. That's wild. Crazy stuff. Tell me what you guys think about this case in the chat. It is in the past 24 hours. There are 2 judges in the United States of America who have been arrested based on providing aid and comfort to cartels. to migrant gang members who there's no daylight there. So that's interesting. Now, I thought we've got 39 minutes left. So just to kind of recap what the week has been like, I thought maybe we'd go through the news, because if you're not reading the Badlands news brief, you should be. We try to collect the major news from each day and then give you kind of our unique perspective on it in the Badlands news brief. So this is Mondays, and now it's Friday and a lot has happened this week. So let's see what happened. What was the news over last weekend as we head into this weekend? Urgent Supreme Court order protecting migrants was built for speed. This is all about the Supreme Court last Saturday night made the unprecedented decision to intervene in the ACLU case, or the AARP case rather, to say that the government couldn't remove anybody else from court. Now, I don't think we've gotten any further movement on this case specifically, but that was very interesting. We had a lot of court stuff happen this week. Last weekend we had the COVID lab leak became, solidified into law. My key takeaway from that is that I think the term leak needs to be interpreted the same way that we talk about media leaks. It was an intentional leak from an otherwise controlled situation. And lots of talk about COVID this week. Lots of people demanding answers and demanding justice for the crimes that were done. And in the Crucible of Donald Trump, the film that we watched, and for folks that just saw that for the first time, the Badlands films are available. In fact, I can show you over here. The Badlands films. Oh, I wasn't sharing my screen with the Badlands news brief. Apologies for that. I'll put it back up. But you can find, I think where is it? In videos. So the Crucible of Donald Trump is here, and Time of Deceit is here. If you go to Badlands Media on Rumble, and there might be a playlist for the movies. Let's see. Look at all these incredible shows we have on Badlands Media. We're putting out loads of content for you guys every single day. I don't see a playlist for the movies, but if you go onto the videos, you can find The Crucible of Donald Trump, which is the one that we just watched. You should definitely share it with people. Time of Deceit we played earlier in the week. That is about the news media and all good things for folks to make sure that they're watching. See if I can. That probably works a little bit better. So you guys can read along. We had our U.S.-Iran nuclear talks held in Rome last week, and we're going to go through the whole, or on Monday, or over the weekend, rather. Israel considering limited strike on Iran. All things happening. Trump admin recognizing Russian control of Crimea as part of peace deal. I mean, this is a story that this was Monday, and this story, as we'll see as we go through the headlines from the week, how that story has progressed, how much the Russian story has progressed this week. Hopefully Russia and Ukraine will make a deal this week, Trump wrote on his Truth Social account last Sunday. Both will then start doing business with the United States of America, which is thriving, and make a fortune. We are closer to a deal. President Trump said, you'll find as we get to this morning's brief that President Trump said we're closer to a deal. We saw video earlier today of Steve Witkoff meeting with Vladimir Putin. So lots of things happening. We got some deep state think pieces from over the weekend. There was a robot marathon in China. And I feel I wrote the take on this one. I feel like this is a dodge. The robots that we need to be concerned about don't look like this. They want us to think like, oh, look at these silly little toy robots. No, we had the Blue Origin Katy Perry story. We were winding down off that over the beginning of the week. Let's see, Harvard and Donald Trump are going head to head. That develops over the week as well. And we had El Salvador's prison swap made over last weekend. So then we get into this week's news. Where is Tuesday? Here, a coming conclave and more musical chairs. The Pope died on Monday, which was very sad. And that made me watch on Monday. I watched the movie Conclave because I'm like, well, I guess I should learn how a new pope is chosen. Of course, that movie was weird. Really tapped into Katy Perry's divine feminine, as we said. Jerome Powell and Donald Trump. We watched one of the things we watched today on this stream, I think, was a celebration of Jerome Powell. And one thing, if you watched you watch something on Badlands Live. I don't know if everybody knows this, but in the Badlands Live streams, Jessica goes in at the end of the day and timestamps each of the different things that we're streaming. So, for example, earlier today we were watching the really, really important, but also sort of horrible here event. Why can I not think of what this thing was called? Safe to Know, Text to Know. It was put out by DHS, and I'm going to give you guys the name. Give me one sec. Know to Protect. That was what I couldn't think of. John Rich and a federal officer who works in the online child exploitation place and prosecuting pedophiles. Stop Online Child Exploitation with Know to Protect and John Rich. I thought that was excellent. I think that should be required viewing for parents who have children that are online. I left the stream a couple times in the middle of it to go talk to my kid again, who's super annoyed by this, because with the stuff that BX on X has been putting out as well, like my kids are getting earfuls on all of this. But I will drop the link to that live stream specifically in the chat for folks that want it. And if you missed it, you should watch it and you should share it. The sophistication of the threats. At one point they were talking about highly networked, highly coordinated pedophile think tanks. That there are playbooks and execution guides and how to evade detection and all of these things for pedophiles who want access to your kids. It was hard to watch. Some of the video assets that they've put together to warn parents and kids are like I think Jessica and a couple other moms and I were all in the chat when we watched that video, and we were like, holy crap, that was a really impactful video. That is the kind of awareness that we need all parents and their kids to have about what online threats are. So highly recommend it. But the reason I want to make sure people know that if you saw something, you're like, oh, there was something on Badlands Live on Thursday and it was really good, but I just can't parse through that 8-hour stream to find it. Jessica does go in and put the timestamps of everything. So it's like, oh, I wanted to see that Safe to Know to Protect hearing. You can go in and just grab the timestamp. But you click on the timestamp, it'll take you right to it. Good for being able to share information from Badlands Live broadly with folks. All right, so we've seen Jerome Powell and Trump go head to head quite a bit this week. We'll see more of that. Dollar crashes at the beginning of the week. How did the markets end today? Like just happened, right? Let's see where we're at. Where are we on the week? Oh, check out our friends at Market Watch. U.S. stocks close higher with Dow S&P and NASDAQ all scoring weekly gains. So there you have it. And where is the dollar? Where their thingy is to let me navigate. Currencies. Well, let's go back here, and I might be able to find it. Sorry, guys, real time. Dollar's still down. Okay. It's 88 cents against the euro. Oh, well. See what happens over the weekend. All right. Putin annexed treaty with Iran. That happened on, was it Monday? So much is happening. It is hard to deal with people that are like, nothing is happening. There's a guy that comes into the comments every day of the Badlands News Brief, and it's like, who's been arrested? No one? Okay. Miss me with your bullshit. That's the kind of stuff he does every day. And it's like, okay, bro, like 2 judges were arrested in the past 24 hours. Migrants are being rolled up. We're seeing people all over the place bend the knee. Loads of people are resigning. Dick Durbin is resigning. Like, that's insane. These people love to die in office, you know? So there's loads of stuff happening. And we had a bust on Monday. Federal authorities announced charges against more than 24 people they say were associated with TDA. This is near and dear to my heart because I live in Colorado, where TDA has a stronghold, and, you know, kind of the textbook example of state and local jurisdictions not cooperating with the feds, which is a states' rights thing. This is the guys that shout out to the guys at 10th Amendment Center who talk about this recently. They put out an article about exactly this, that the states have no obligation, no requirement in law that they have to comply with the feds. There is a lot of incentives back and forth, and those incentives have created a situation where we have dependence. I would argue, like the state of Colorado is dependent on the federal government because of the incentives that are in place and because of the states' rights that they have waived during periods of time when they really liked the federal government. And now Colorado is trying to stand on their states' rights. Very interesting time to be alive in terms of evaluating states' rights and sort of 10th Amendment and constitutional issues. But yeah, I want the criminal invaders, the migrant gangs out of our country. I want our kids to be safe. I want that, you know, we can walk down the street in Denver again at night and not worry about getting kidnapped and having your fucking fingernails pulled out, because that's the reality right now. And that's horrifying. So this is good, right? It's good. Let's get them out. Get them out of the country. Everybody get your Gahr Plymouth tickets. We've done 4 pre-event live streams. They've been a lot of fun. Really helped us shape the content for the events. And next week, we will all be at Gahr while we're there. You may notice changes to our regularly scheduled programming. So you can get your fix of Badlands Media by purchasing a virtual ticket. It's kind of a full day of content plus a Telegram chat that keeps going into the night. You get behind the scenes photos and videos. You can engage with the panel discussions and ask people questions. And it's a lot of fun. I think we are planning on doing one more virtual live stream before the event. So get your virtual tickets, badlandsmedia.tv/events. Davos meeting founder Klaus Schwab, who has been at the helm of the World Economic Forum for 55 years. He announced that he was stepping down on Monday. And Mohegan, last question for you. Are you shouty capping at us because you are visually impaired and have a hard time reading? Because I know that is a thing that people use, all caps, because they can't read it. Or are you shouting at me? Because I don't like, you can tell me in your regular inside voice if you want to. But yesterday it was announced that they are investigating Klaus Schwab for financial crimes, which we'll find here in an upcoming brief. So how quickly this happens. Now, they did announce that he was leaving in March, or May 21st of 2024. They announced that he was stepping back. He was going to be on the board. They were going to go into succession planning and figure out who was going to replace him. The way that his resigning was positioned was that it was sudden. So that's kind of interesting. Now, in May of last year, they said that before Davos in 2025, he was going to be replaced, and he was not. Davos happened in January, and Klaus was still at the helm. So we'll see what happens with that. We had some Bitcoin news at the beginning of the week. Trump reportedly has bonkers, crazy pants plan to wreck the State Department. There's been a lot of discussion this week about the changes to the State Department. There is this this plan, the alleged plan was leaked to the press. And people are freaking out because they're gonna, shut down some of the diplomatic missions, recall some people, make what they're calling radical changes. But when you consider the amount of global crime that has been done under the banner of the State Department, it's definitely time for this to happen. And if something like that leaked, I think it was probably intentional. It was probably intentionally released, just like COVID. Could Trump invoke another rarely used law at the border? They're talking, I believe, about the Insurrection Act. Yeah, this one was the Insurrection Act of 1807. I love how they stand on the Constitution and then talk about centuries-old laws that they shouldn't have to follow. That just makes me giggle. But yeah, we are still waiting to see if President Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act. He certainly can. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff that has happened in the name of the Alien Enemies Act this week. For example, Judge Charlotte Sweeney, basically, I talked about this on Daily Herald today. She's the federal district court judge in Colorado that put a halt to deportations and said that the Trump administration had to provide 21 days of notice, which is legislating from the bench, and I believe exceeds her authorities. That is certainly what the Trump administration is responding to that happening. But the funny thing about that is that her arguments in her order, and I stand by the term argument, were all focused on the Alien Enemies Act, and the two plaintiffs in that case are detained under Title VIII. And the concern is that they may eventually be detained and deported under the Alien Enemies Act. So they're trying to get ahead of it. So it's hypothetical future harm and a order from the court that is not based on facts that are in evidence. These two people are not charged under the Alien Enemies Act. So that was kind of a funny one. But the courts are being insane. China is flexing on the manufacturing tariff battle. We'll see more about that. Kanye West declared that he's not actually a Nazi. From Kanye West on X. Okay, I've come to the realization that I'm not a Nazi. And hopefully you guys have come to the realization that I can and will say whatever the F I feel like it. Whatever the F I feel like, whenever the F I feel like it. Kanye keeping it real. Harvard tapped attorneys with GOP ties to sue Trump in freezing. So this is, yesterday, the Monday brief, which was news from over the weekend, teed up the story. Then we see that everybody's lawyering up and Harvard is going to do battle. Should be interesting. We found out that guy, very little information about Aiden Mace-Zarpowski, the staffer that had sex in the Senate hearing room, gay sex. Well, he has moved to Australia and started an OnlyFans. And so, that's how you get away with whatever he got away with. And then there's stuff happening with Mahmoud Khalil. Apparently, actually, I'm not going to say that because I might be misspeaking if I say what I was just going to say. So then we get to Wednesday's brief. So the news from Tuesday, this one we called "The Die's Been Cast Out and the Round Table is Set." U.S. proposes recognizing Crimea as Russian ahead of a new round of talks. Burning Bright Ghost of Base Patrick Henry, Chris Paul, John, everyone has been saying, everyone Badlands. I mean, I don't take a position because I'm pretty isolationist and xenophobic. But everybody has been saying that the deal that we eventually come to end the Russia-Ukraine war is going to be the same deal. And that deal is Donbass shall be recognized as Russian, Ukraine will not join NATO, and Crimea will not be returned to Ukraine. That is the terms of the deal. And the expectation is that that is what is the deal at the end of all of this is going to be. Meaning, why did so many people have to die? Well, that is so that, foreign aid money could be money laundering. Mohican Lass, you can use caps if it's easier for you. I just wanted to clarify that you weren't like angry with me or something. All right, we've got judges attending. This is the case we just talked about. Charlotte Sweeney saying that the Trump administration has to give 21 days. That's not in law. She can't just make it up. And then also, the two plaintiffs weren't actually detained under the AEA. They were detained under Title VIII. Additionally, the ACLU violated some rules this week. This is from Julie Kelly on X. In an order filed last night, Judge James Hendricks, the judge in Texas presiding over the latest AEA case, accused the ACLU attorneys of violating the federal code of conduct rules by calling his chambers after Hendricks denied the first emergency temporary restraining order on April 17th. This was noted on the docket after Hendricks filed his order. Now it makes me wonder if Lee Gallant did not do exactly the same thing with Judge Jeb Boasberg, which could explain Boasberg's quick action on March 15th. This is not allowed. And you can see here in this, this is the judge. Sorry, I already forgot the judge's name. Judge James Hendricks. This is his order. The ex parte communication from attorney Lee Gallant, counsel for the petitioners, does not meet this narrow exception. The voicemail addresses substantive matters with Mr. Gallant informing the court that his clients at the Bluebonnet Detention Center are being given orders to sign alien enemy orders and told they may be removed may be removed as soon as tonight or first thing in the morning, and that this is related to the Alien Enemies Act. See attachment. Mr. Gallant further stated that it appears that his clients are being asked to sign papers for their immediate removal. Also asked the judge to talk to the judge immediately or have the judge issue an order to have his clients not removed. These communications go directly to the substance of petitioner's first motion for a temporary restraining order and the subsequent motion for the same relief. In discussing substantive matters, seeking to talk to the court immediately and alternatively seeking to have the judge issue such an order, the court believes that Mr. Gallant could have gained a substantive advantage in the proceedings by attaining a temporary restraining order and procedural tactical advantage. That is crazy. So the rule is, if you're going to have if you're demanding to have a substantive conversation with the judge, you have to notify the other side. You don't get to talk to the judge without the other side knowing about it. You don't get to petition the judge without the other side knowing about it. And it seems like this guy did this without like zero fucks given, right? Like he and I like how Julie hypothesizes, and I think she's speculating on this, but wondering if the same thing was done with Boasberg. Now that would be interesting if it was, because Boasberg didn't blow the whistle like Hendricks did, which kind of goes right along with his brand. All right, so we've got this Good Job Maha article. I'm gonna read Jordan's take on the Maha realm. RFK Jr. has gone after fluoride, vaccine, and food dyes so far, all fantastic, but there's one big toxic element in the room still to battle: genetically engineered food, namely corn, soy, canola, and alfalfa. Will be interesting to see how RFK and Trump navigate that, seeing as big ag, Monsanto, Syngenta, DuPont, Dow, Agro dominates the crop market, and many conservative-leaning farmers depend on products from these big ag companies for their living, unfortunately. This is 100% true. And one of my clients before I left corporate America was an agricultural products reseller. So their clients that they were selling to were small and medium-sized farms, and the products that they were selling were the Monsanto and Bayer seeds and nutrients and pesticides, insecticides, and additives, other things. And the small and medium farmers all over the country they really do depend on these products. If the makers of those products are not adhering to the law and are knowingly and willingly poisoning people, they need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. All right. Get your guard tickets again. Badlandsmedia.tv/events. Trump hosts Walmart, Target, and Home Depot CEOs for tariff meeting. The CEOs were relatively tight-lipped about it. One of the notable things was that the White House said that Lowe's was going to attend, but Lowe's wasn't there. Home Depot was there. After the meeting wrapped, the three companies issued nearly identical statements. We had a productive meeting with President Trump and his team and appreciated the opportunity to share our insights. So very tight-lipped about what happened. Burning Bright in his take focuses on the narrative episode, which I was the guest on, and we had an absolute blast. We talked for like 3.5 hours and got through, I think, a quarter of what we had planned to talk about. So I am joining Burning Bright again on this Sunday's narrative, and we're gonna, try to get through the next 75% of what we were going to talk about. But we talked, specific to this story, about how in real terms, in terms of power projection and the ability to affect change on the world, a lot of these companies are akin to nation states. And that stuff, I think we'll dig more into that on Sundays, because it gets into kind of the Prussian invasion model and those topics. But if you think about Apple, this is a example that Burning Bright used, the power that Apple has in the number of people in the world that use this device, and all of the data associated with that, and all of the apps that are built on that platform. So your banking, your school interfaces, your mail, and access to information through browsers. It's an incredible amount of centralized power. And if we think about within the trade war, if we think about these global corporate entities as nation states, some of this stuff makes a lot more sense. Highly recommend that folks check out the discussion from last Sunday on the narrative. You can do that at Badlands Media on Rumble. And tune in this Sunday. It's at 9 p.m. Eastern time. The narrative is we'll be continuing our conversation. This was one of my favorite stories. This was out of the Yale Daily News. It was a protest at Yale, and they're like, we are here and we are staying the night. We are not going to allow, this was about Ben Gvir visiting Yale. We are, we're not going to back down, resist. We are the resistance. And then they left by 11 p.m. So and the most privileged offspring of the most privileged people in the world at one of the most privileged institutions that even exists are showing the strength of their resistance. The overnight encampment ended at 11 p.m. You'd love to see it. A lot of people freaked out when Trump said earlier this week that he and Netanyahu were on the same side of every issue. We'll see what happens with that. Trump to visit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE from May 13th. President Trump is on his way to Rome, I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that. He's traveling to Rome today. Yeah. So we'll see what comes out of President Trump's foreign visits. It's very exciting. Iran accuses Israel of trying to undermine nuclear talks with the U.S. This ongoing saga. continues. The saga in the wretched desert continues. What else? A couple of really interesting Supreme Court oral arguments this week. Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday's, or Tuesday, the Montgomery County school district question about these books. So the county has mandated that these books are read and taught in classrooms, and they're a bunch of gay books. Uncle Bobby's Wedding and Intersection Allies are the two that they mentioned explicitly. And the plaintiffs are Christian, Jewish, and Muslim parents, and they're not asking them to change the law. They're not asking to change the curriculum. They're only asking that their kids can opt out. And the school district is like, well, there's no way that we can take your kid out of the classroom every time we're going to explore their sexuality with them. They didn't say that, but that's essentially what they're saying, is that the exploring of the LGBTQIA Two-Spirit plus MAPS worldview, that is so deeply embedded in K through 6th grade education that they can't possibly instate an opt-out, which should make every parent's head explode, in my opinion. It is wild to me. And there's a couple of quotes. Let me see if I can find those quotes real quick. There's a couple of quotes from the hearing as I was pulling it. I had to grab them. Yeah, here we go. There may be a different way to handle this under other circumstances. Montgomery County did its best under these circumstances, given their curricular goals. That seems to me a fundamentally different question, and it's an important one, but it's a fundamentally different question about whether there's a constitutional right to opt your child out of curriculum that you deem religiously offensive. How is that a question? How is it a question that parents don't have a right to opt their kids out of trusted adults exploring their sexuality with them? Madness. We are living in a time of madness. Steel CEO predicted huge boom in U.S. markets. As we talked about earlier, the markets ended the week up, so that's exciting. Burkina Faso army says it foiled a major coup. Lots going on in Africa. We covered the signing ceremony with Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm sure that Ghost probably spoke about that on Geopolitics with Ghost today. So if you were tuned into this feed all day, you should in the time between shows, you should go check out Geopolitics with Ghost here on Badlands Media. Al Gore compares the Trump administration to Nazi Germany. Well, if you listen to Al Gore, you're retarded, because Al Gore said we were all going to be dead by like 2012. As Chris Paul said in his take, climate change guys suggesting that the Trump side has created the false reality. And that is hilarious. South Korea's China engagement aligns with U.S. interest, says top diplomat. Okay. We'll see. So South Korea and China are, forming alliances, and they have the blessing of the U.S. as my takeaway from that. So that was Wednesday's brief, I think. Yep. And we had yesterday's. Running out of time. I thought we were going to end the stream early because I was going to run out of stuff to talk about. This was hilarious. So AP News has the headline, "A little-known federal agency is at the center of Trump's executive order to overhaul the U.S." And the little-known federal agency is the Election Assistance Commission, the EAC, that Brian and I have, and everybody at Badlands and everybody that knows things about election have spoken about repeatedly. The EAC was also a key focus of the election integrity court ruling that came out yesterday. A federal judge blocked the citizenship requirement and another requirement within the election integrity executive order from President Trump. Brian and I will be going into that in greater detail tonight on why we vote. We have a packed show because a lot of election stuff happened. So make sure that you tune into that. But I got such a kick out of this little known federal agency. No, we all know it was created by Hava. And every time there's a problem, they help cover it up. Every time there is exposure of just how messed up U.S. elections are, fake voters, fake ballots, fake counts, the entire ecosystem is built to defraud the voters. And every time it comes out, the EOC helps them cover it up. That's my key takeaway. That's certainly my opinion, and it is only my opinion, but unreal. Russia, Ukraine, talking about a deal. We'll see more of that. That is moving right along. Let's see what we got here. Should we watch? So John, I didn't put this in the brief, but John said about this video between Ben Shapiro and Volodymyr Zelensky that if you want to see two lesbians scissoring, this interview is for you. I don't know how long this clip is, though.
All working? Yes.
Yes, all good.
Excellent.
I want to start by asking you about the meeting that you had in the Oval Office. How do you feel that you could have handled things better with the president and vice president?
The meeting in the Oval Office, it did not help Ukraine.
You spent nearly $200 billion to the defense of Ukraine. There are lots of questions about where the money is going.
There's nothing to hide. We're absolutely open.
Would an audit be possible by the United States of where those dollars are going?
We are kind of the living shield against Russia's invasion to the civilized world.
I want to get to Russia's intentions and the possibilities of a ceasefire. Americans have questions about things that are happening here.
And we definitely need Ben Shapiro to help us get answers. Ben Shapiro, who told everybody to get vaccinated because his wife is a doctor. Here's when and how you'll need to start repaying your student loans. This was one of the ones that pissed off a lot of people this week. The repayment of loans has been on pause for quite a while, and it's unpaused. And a lot of people are upset about that, including G-Money, who is not happy about this. And I kind of get where G-Money is coming from. The students are being exploited and taking out loans from corrupted institutions to find no jobs to pay them back in the first place. Why don't you guys go after the real villains instead of coming after the kids? I think that is a poignant statement. Seize the endowments, as it were. I know when Caleb, my oldest son, was deciding whether or not he was going to go to school, he was looking at a state of University of Northern Colorado, and FAFSA, the federal student aid people, wanted to sign Caleb up for $150,000 in loans to go to Greeley. What? Obviously, we didn't do that. But, a lot of kids, their colleges, it is a must for what they want to do, be a doctor, be a lawyer. There are things where the 4-year degree is required to, have to achieve your goals. And for those kids, they are the victims of predatory lending, certainly with the acquiescence of the federal government. So I kind of understand where G-Money is coming from. Also, I think when you're signing papers, if you're signing loan papers, you're on the hook for it, whether it's fair or not. Jordan moves to dissolve Muslim Brotherhood and enforce a nationwide ban. And Saudi Crown Prince Jordan's king held a meeting in Jeddah. Ghost talked about this. Let's see. Great sign of things to come. The scourge that is CIA MI6 is being kicked out of the Middle East and Africa. That's great news. Climate extremists got arrested this week. Also, they're talking about, more made up climate metrics. Like we can calculate the cost of oil giants' role in global warming. I guarantee you that study includes a lot of social sciences stuff. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw intersectionality takes on it. Big oil's impact on Black trans women or some shit like that. But anyway, they're saying $28 trillion in damage to the country, to the planet. Then we got the Palestinians taking on Hamas. That's always good to see. Supreme Court case that could spell the end. So this EV mandate one is really interesting to me because it's about liquid fuels. And it could be synthetic fuels, could be, liquid natural gas, could be, like gasoline, but could also be some other cool alternative fuels we don't know about yet. And seems like the EV mandate is going to be overturned because it is illegal market manipulation that prevents alternative energy providers from competing. So that's very interesting. We had Uvalde reach settlement with the families, the victims of the shooting. This week, Uvalde, of course, was the school shooting where the police stood outside because they were afraid of the scary guns. At least the way that the mainstream media tells the story. Why protect and serve? That's what you sign up for. You don't get to just hang out outside while children are being slaughtered on your phone. And then Target is adjusting its DEI initiatives, and the people that make their living off of DEI are big mad about it, so they're boycotting. And then we had executive orders on education. Now, the very next day, which is today's brief, so we talked about, let me just go to the education part of this. So the very next day, 3 judges, including Trump appointees, ruled against the Department of Education's anti-DEI policy, suggesting that the federal government doesn't have the right to put conditions on their funding. And that's really what this one is about. You're not going to get the funding funding through Department of Education. You're not going to get any funding if you engage in racial discrimination, which is what DEI is. In an effort to make things fair and equitable, we need to discriminate against certain people, white people, Asian people, men, generally. That is discrimination, and you can't just call it something else. Well, it's inclusive. We're being inclusive, but you're discriminating against people based on their immutable characteristics. Well, yeah, but we're doing it to be inclusive to other people. You can't discriminate based on immutable characteristics. That's been the law of the land for a long time. These judges are essentially saying that they can't put those types of conditions on funding, that they have to continue to allow discrimination. This one will go up to the Supreme Court. This clip here, I'm going to play this. This is really interesting, and it just spot on. Others have been saying, other constitutional, watchdogs and scholars have been saying this as well. The legitimacy of the courts is in question when they become political. Take a listen.
So the Constitution's set up so that we've got 3 branches of government. Got the executive, the president, got Congress is the legislative, and then we have the judiciary. Like, everyone knows this. People like to use the term co-equal branches, which is nonsense. There's 3 of them, but they're not equal in any way. So Congress controls all the money. At one point, they controlled whether you could declare war or not. It's another topic for another day.
No, but it's exactly. But we'll get to that. The war. Okay, they control the power of the purse and a tax.
Yep.
Theoretically.
And then the president runs the military. So he's got the army. Congress has the money. What does the judiciary have? I actually liken it a lot to the. It's kind of like the government equivalent of fiat currency. It only has legitimacy and value as long as people think it has legitimacy and value. It's based entirely on perception. So if the president wants to go and start a war, the judiciary, they could come in and say, no, you can't do that. And he's like, all right, stop me. They can't do it. So it's the weakest form. It's the weakest branch in our government by design. It was really just created to settle, not to be the ultimate referee over the president and Congress.
There was no judicial supremacy thought about the framers of the Constitution, the founders of the nation.
None. So what?
Sorry about the audio at the end. That's on the side of the clip. But yeah, that's correct. The enforcement powers reside in the executive branch, and the judiciary, the reason that it retains its power is because it acts and operates legitimately, and the people believe it. So, but what are we watching right now with the courts? We're watching the courts act so far outside their authorities, outside their constitutional powers. The idea that federal district judges have a say over the president's executive authorities is bananas. I think that that should be a original jurisdiction for the Supreme Court. thing because those federal district courts are created by Congress. So yeah, interesting stuff. All right, running through the final headlines of the week that we've got, and then we'll get out of here. Modi vows to track and punish every terrorist. It was a terrorist attack in India, killed 26 people and injured dozens of others in Kashmir. And Modi said, "I say to the whole world, India will identify, trace, and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth." He stated, "Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done." He went on to say, "The entire nation is firm in this resolve. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism." And thoughts and prayers with the people of India. And I hope they do find the terrorists. Pursue them to the ends of the earth, even into the U.S. State Department. That's what I say. 3 men laundered $30 million in drug money in 4 South Carolina counties, prosecutors say. Allegedly, these guys were taking money from China and in digital online goods. They were hiding. So it says, use the drug money to purchase electronic devices and ship them to China, the Middle East, and other places. One of the largest professional money laundering operations in South Carolina, China, Middle East, and the drug cartels. So we see that. I have a lot of questions about how the money laundering occurred, because the way that you launder money is you have to, move it through different entities to make it appear legitimate and appear clean. We don't have any information about what those entities were. We don't have a ton of information about what the source of the money was or what its destination was. Those are important questions that need to be answered, but, glad that they are, that they were indicted. It's exciting. And Emerald, this is just notable to me. Emerald said yesterday, "You're about to find out that the entire Democrat Party was mostly funded by China and the drug cartels." That's it. That's the tweet. And I think that is interesting. Emerald is someone I consider as having reliable inside sources. Vladimir, stop, Trump says, as Putin launches worst attack on Ukraine in months. So we started the week with, we think there's an imminent deal. We saw some back and forth on that. Then it kind of came to a head overnight Wednesday into Thursday. 12 people died. Even Chuck Grassley is out there talking about women and children dying, which if you've watched me for any length of time, it annoys the crap out of me when people in positions of power are emotionally blackmailing the public to support their wars. So I'm disappointed in you, Chuck Grassley, for that. You're usually one of your biggest fans, and yet. So yeah, we need a peace deal. Looks like we're closer. As I mentioned, Witkoff visiting Putin today, so we'll see what happens. Giorgia Meloni and the Italian government do not recognize the validity of the International Criminal Court, which is great because the International Criminal Court is an invalid entity. It is illegitimate. It holds no weight or power over the United States of America or any nation, and Italy recognizes that, so that's exciting. Marco Rubio spoke to the Free Press.
China's undertaking the fastest, most rapid, most expansive peacetime military buildup in the history of the world. Not in modern history, in the history of the world. Meanwhile, the United States has lagged behind for a variety of different reasons. You talk about the Navy as an example. We don't have a shipbuilding industry. We have some shipbuilding in the United States, but not nearly at the scale the Chinese do. It's not just that we're not spending the money on it. It's we don't have the ability to do it because we allowed the nation to be deindustrialized. We allowed the United States to become deindustrialized, especially since 1991, with both free trade agreements and the cheating that we allowed when we assumed that allowed China to ascend to the World Trade Organization. And what it has done is deindustrialized us. We can't just build ships. Boeing struggles to build planes. We can't make pharmaceuticals. We depend on China for 88% of all the active ingredients in most of the pharmaceuticals that we rely on in our country. You can go down issue after issue after issue, and you can see that it's not just that we're not spending money on it, it's that we can't do it because the industries that would produce it domestically are long gone. They were outsourced. They were sent somewhere else, not just to China, but other places, but primarily to China. That's dangerous. It cannot continue.
It's a fact. No, stop it. All right. So as we mentioned at the beginning of the week, Klaus Schwab announced that he was stepping down. Much anticipated that he was going to step down because they announced it in May of 2024. But then yesterday, or the day before yesterday, they announced that, well, he's under investigation. Apparently, he was, let's see, where it says, do I have it in here? Oh, the alleged crimes is that him and his family were using the resources of the WEF. In a statement confirming a Wall Street Journal report, the WEF said its board of trustees unanimously supported the Audit and Risk Committee's decision to initiate an independent investigation following a whistleblower letter containing allegations against former chairman Klaus Schwab. Where is it? Here are the allegations. The letter, said to have been sent by anonymous current and former WEF staff, included allegations that Klaus Schwab asked junior employees to withdraw thousands of dollars from ATMs on his behalf and use foreign funds to pay for private in-room massages at hotels. It is also alleged that his wife used forum-funded meetings in order to justify luxury holiday travel at the organization's expense. He denies the allegations because, of course, he does. But there's no daylight. And as I said in my take on this story this morning, they got Al Capone on tax evasion. Sometimes, because these people are career criminals and they are very sophisticated in their crimes, and at least here in the United States of America, our justice system prioritizes the rights of the accused. Because of those factors, sometimes you can really just get them through accounting. You have to find the crimes that they can't wiggle out of. And maybe that's true for what's happening here with Klaus Schwab. I think it's certainly true for organized criminals in our own government. We do not want to blow up due process and the rights of the accused and the Bill of Rights because we're super mad at our enemies, because that will boomerang back and destroy us if we allow it to happen. And the Kremlin came out and gave a puff piece on Trump. Washington Post struck a deal with OpenAI to share journalism with ChatGPT. This means they did not disclose the financial terms of the deal, but ensuring ChatGPT users have access to our impactful reporting at their fingertips. It builds on our commitment to provide access where, how, and when our audience wants it. So that means that Washington Post reporting is going to start showing up in ChatGPT answers and analysis. So always fact check your AIs, guys. I don't know what else to say. Your AI is not necessarily relying upon reliable sources. So always fact check the AI. And then finally, ex-New Mexico judge arrested for illegally harboring Tren de Aragua. We started with that story. And that is the week in news in terms of the top headlines that have hit and that we've been tracking all week. Kind of crazy to think about how much has happened since Monday, and looking forward to an interesting weekend as we see more happen to build the golden age and more enemies of the Republic freak out about it. With that, we're going to get out of here. We're 15 minutes over our regular end time, and we'll be back here on Monday, Badlands Live 9 to 5, Monday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And we have Jessica and Ghost on Monday. And of course, next week we will be at Gahr. So Badlands Live schedule might change towards the end of the week. Shows may change. Check the schedule, which I think Jessica's putting out today or tomorrow, to see what's going on. And with that, I'm going to leave you guys with the Gahr promo video so you can get your tickets, badlandsmedia.tv/events, and get over in the Telegram chat, because as people start traveling, it gets even more fun than it already is, and it already is a lot of fun. Please smash the thumb, the heart, the red pill, wherever you're watching us, please hit the like button because we definitely appreciate that. Helps us out quite a bit. And I will see you guys tonight at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time for Why We Vote. We'll be talking about Act Blue. We'll be talking about the election integrity executive order, some of the other things going on. There's so much going on. So be sure to tune in tonight at 7:30 p.m. For Why We Vote, which will be followed by the Liberty Den. And I will see you guys then. Cheers.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.